Welcome to JetBrains Technology Day for Java. Hi, I'm Mala.
Hello, I'm Trisha.
Java turned 25 this year, and we are very excited for this milestone. At JetBrains, we have been using Java for all our products since its inception in 2000. We have been making extensive use of the Java platform and language since its inception in 2000. IntelliJ IDEA, which was written in Java, was the first IDE from JetBrains, and it was an instant hit with Java developers. It is still one of the most popular Java IDEs, trusted by developers across the globe. On behalf of the team working on this event, I thank all of you for joining us today. In today's event, all the sessions would be presented live. Don't forget to use these hashtags when you post about these event on social media. Each of the session would be an hour long, without any breaks in between. Please post your questions and comments on the chat window. After the event, we will email the links to the session to you, and we will post the videos on our YouTube channel in July. So if you haven't already subscribed to our channel, it is the right time to do so.
Thank you for joining us and enjoy the conference.
So time to introduce the first speaker of the day, Josh Long. Popularly known as the Spring Guy, Josh is responsible for educating the world about Spring, the framework which changed enterprise Java forever. A Java champion, developer, author of multiple books. He dons various hats. Did I tell you that he loves comic books? And Josh is extremely passionate about his work. Sometimes I feel that if possible, he would like to create a lot of clones of himself so that he could do much more than he does right now. Also, he is a sensitive and a very kind human being. Hi, Josh. Thanks for presenting today.
My pleasure. I was so excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be able to present at such an amazing show and to see both you and Trisha again. And thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you. So I'm about to add your screen to the stream.
Okay.
Right. Yes, now you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Should I go? Looks like it. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate that you're here. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much for making this happen, JetBrains. I really appreciate it. We don't have a lot of time. We've got about 40 minutes, as I understand it. It's now 3 after, so let's say 1:43, and that's about it. So we have to go. We have to go really quickly. There's a lot of stuff to cover, and so very little time in which to do it. So as always, I always start my presentations with a slide like this one, where I say I give my coordinates. So should you have questions, comments, feedback, whatever, you can find me. I'm on Twitter at StarbucksMan. If you have some aversion to Twitter, perhaps you'll consider email. I don't like email, but it's better than nothing, I suppose, and certainly better than Slack. So you can find me there. My name is Josh Long. I am a Spring developer advocate. I have been since 2010, and I am a newly minted Kotlin GDE Google developer expert. I love Kotlin, and obviously, I thought about that actually. I should have done I'm really excited that we're going to be doing a testing talk, but what occurred to me was that this is a JetBrains show. I should do a Kotlin talk. So next time, I've got a Kotlin talk. There's a bunch of Kotlin videos out there you can find that I've done that are not going to be as good as this one, of course, but nonetheless, it's a thing I could have done. I'm also a Java champion, just like Mala and Trisha. So I count myself as very lucky to be among their numbers, and I'm a big fan of the JVM. Lots of cool stuff going on there, and hopefully as you'll see after this session, I'm a big fan of testing. I'm a big fan of what testing implies for the workflow for software. Go ahead and take note of that Git repository there, github.com/joshlong/Bootiful testing. There you're going to find the code for you to follow along. Not right now, of course. Don't do it now. Save it for later. But when you're done with this presentation, and before the next presentation has launched, please git clone that, do a Maven clean install, try it out, kick the tires, etc. I work on the Spring team as part of VMware, as part of Tanzu, right? We're a division called TANZU, which is part of VMware, and Spring is part of that. As part of what I do, I get to talk to people all around the internet and all around the world. Well, historically, I've done training videos. These are on Safari. There's one, Spring Boot and Kotlin. You can find that. It's on Safari. Lots of stuff there. I've got a book called Cloud Native Java, all about how to build applications that survive and thrive in terms of Spring Boot, Spring Cloud, and Cloud Foundry. I've got a podcast. I had Mala Gupta on the podcast. This podcast is just an opportunity for me to speak to people who are smarter than I am, and so obviously it's a very low bar to be smarter than me, certainly. But I've managed to trick really, really, really smart people into joining me on the podcast. So I hope you'll listen to that. And I do a roundup every Tuesday called This Week in Spring. It's just a recap of all the news that's fit to reprint in the Spring ecosystem. And I have a screencast series every Wednesday. It's called Spring Tips, where I just look at some corner of the ecosystem, some piece of arcana in the ecosystem, and I just deep dive. And the nice thing is these are videos. You can self-select into them. If you're not interested, just click next. There's probably something you're going to be interested in. Whereas when I do conference talks, these have to be more broad scoped, right? Broad scoped as opposed to deep dive, breadth first. And of course, I've got a book called Reactive Spring, and that's that book is all about how to build applications that take advantage of reactive programming. I have a whole chapter on testing in that book, but really it's not really the same focus as what we're going to look at today, except that what we're going to do today is going to use reactive API. So everything we're going to do today is going to look at reactive code, only because it's just what I assume people are doing, absent a particular reason not to. There's Trisha did an amazing series looking at reactive Spring. She did, what is it, like multiple parts. It must be 5-10 parts. It was huge. It was, I think she just finished it a few months ago. You can find that, just Google Trisha and reactive Spring. You'll find an amazing series. So you maybe don't need the book, just read her series. I certainly did. It was great. I learned a lot. So reactive programming is just a way to write software that takes advantage of threads in a more efficient way. But beyond that, we don't really need to worry about it too much, because what we're going to focus on today is testing applications. We're going to talk about testing Spring Boot applications. And in order to appreciate why we are going to do this, we have to kind of look at how we got here and what drives us to this particular destination. What we care about here is cycle time, right? That's the movement of software to production. How quickly can we go from concept to customer? Going fast, of course, is in of itself not a goal. We want to go quickly and safely, right? How quickly can I get software into production doesn't mean anything if that software is terrible. Any fool can drive a Maserati or a Ferrari into a wall at top speed. No. What we want to do is a little bit more nuanced than that. We want to learn from our experiments. We want to learn from the cycle time. That's the whole point. We want to go quickly and learn quickly. Instead, if you think about all the interesting trends in the last few decades, the overarching theme, I think you'll find, is that we've spent a lot of energy on reducing cycle time. Yes, there have been some absolutely amazing technological evolutions, certainly, if not revolutions. But really, the most interesting thing I have seen in the last 20 years has not been that we've introduced amazing new frontiers, but that we've made the existing frontiers we've been able to explore the existing frontiers so much more quickly and more efficiently because we figured out how to reduce cycle time, right? So think about that. Look at all the buzzwords. Continuous integration is all about reducing cycle time between when we introduce a bug and when we discover it through our test suite. Cloud computing is all about reducing cycle time between taking an idea and provisioning infrastructure so as to be able to supply that idea, right? The idea of an MVP, right? Getting a working minimum viable product out there for the consumer. Again, about getting cycle time lower, right? It's not because the customer wants an incomplete product. That's not the goal, right? That's not what we're looking for here. It's that we want to know whether what we're building is what the customer wants, or perhaps more usefully, what the customer needs, right? It's all about reducing cycle time so that we can learn. Microservices are the same thing. It's all about reducing the time between having a concept and seeing it released into the hands of the customer, where we can validate the idea. And we do that by reducing the scope of a service to as small a size as possible, not in terms of code count, but in terms of responsibility, right? The single responsibility principle, but applied for network services. So lots of goals there. And one of these things that we've seen in the last 10, 20 years that has become more crucial is test-driven development. This idea that we're going to do testing first. That, again, seeks to reduce cycle time, right? How quickly can I see an idea go from concept to customer? So the idea is very simple, right? We want to write tests. We know that testing is a good idea. I don't think that's controversial today, unless you're doing PHP code, in which case deploy that into FTP and just see what happens. Production is fun, but basically, test-driven development is a very testing is a very good idea. We all understand the value of that. We understand that it's useful to have something to act as a harness to catch our regressions when we introduce them into our code base. I know that you, my dear audience, don't introduce bugs into your code, but I certainly do. And so I really appreciate having something like a regression harness to catch those particular mistakes. When you write production code, the goal, of course, is to then see if you've made any bugs or introduced any bugs in that production code. So that's one side of it, right? But what I really want is I want to write the tests first. I want to write the test first because there's several benefits that fall out of that. One is when you write the test first, you get a contract. You get a thing against which you can build. You have an ideal, and then you can provide the implementation that satisfies it. So it helps you clarify your thoughts around the design of a particular thing. When you write the test first, you are also, by definition, writing code that is testable. That is to say, you have to write code that supports isolation, right? The components in the code base need to be extractable and tested in isolation. That's the whole point of unit testing, for example, is that you take all the collaborating objects and replace those with mocks and so on. You can't do that if your code is not designed in such a way as to support that. Well, of course, dependency injection and Spring and frameworks like Spring, the whole point is to make it so that you can easily compartmentalize your code, and that has a natural sort of balance with test-driven development. So again, when you write testable code, you write better code, you write cleaner, more object-oriented code, etc. Okay, so there you go. So lots of benefits there. What we want to do is to take advantage of test-driven development and to go faster, right? So you write some test code first, then you write production code so that the failing test code passes, and then you only write enough production code to make the test fail again, right? Or rather, to make the test worth doing again. So that cycle is what you want. You want to get into a loop where you write test code, then you write production code, then you write test code, and you write production code, and you're not going to get too far, especially with a statically typed language like Java or Kotlin or Groovy or whatever. You're going to end up in a continuous loop, writing tests and writing code to make the test compile and pass, and then going back and forth and so on. So this is a nice place to be. If you're doing pair programming, which is a very common thing in the ecosystem, we have a group called Pivotal Labs. It's part of the Tanzu division. Pivotal Labs helps people modernize applications and helps them learn how to write software in a modern fashion. And part of what we do is red-green refactoring. Somebody writes, you're pair programming, two people sat, each to their own computer and monitor and keyboard and mouse, but they have the same computer. One person writes a failing test, the other person writes the green implementation code that makes the test pass, right? And that's a very nice way to go. It's somebody, you ping pong back and forth. The benefit of writing code in this way first is that also by the time you've gotten the test to go green, you've also succeeded in delivering the feature. So most of us have felt that acute sense of joy, of euphoria at having made something work. But doesn't it feel like a bit of a drag to have to then go back and make it and to have to document it and then test it, right? It feels like a chore. When you do test-driven development, you get that endorphin hit at having made something work at the same time as you make the test work. So you're done, right? You get this, it's all done for you. So you never have this drag of like, oh, okay, now I got to do the homework. Now I got to do the chore. That's not fun. Nobody wants to clean up the mess after they've had a party. That's what we're trying to do, is to make it so that the clean code gets done at the same time as the discipline, the chore gets done, right? So a lot of good stuff there. The question then, of course, becomes, why do we do, it becomes, how do we do test-driven development? What parts of the code base do we test first? And here, it sort of depends on the style. There's two different ways you can think about this, inside out or outside in. There's two different ways to think about it, right? You have to decide upon whether you want to write tests for the innermost components first, and then work your way out to the API and the UI layers, or if you want to do things in reverse, starting with the UI and then working your way inwards. The inside-out approach has sometimes been called the Chicago style, right? Here, as best as I can understand, the differences are in the approach. Imagine you're building a complex system. In an inside-out approach, you'd start with the individual entities and start fleshing out their behaviors at higher layers. Eventually, at higher layers, you'd start assembling individual pieces. Now, some might say that this assembly, this integration, is where the risk is, and that by definition should be cared for first. But before you get into the small and perhaps even meaningless entities that support the integration, you should care for that first, right? So I'd argue that it's easier to parallelize work on a team if you start from the inside out. People can pick a part of the application that they like to work on, and work streams converge at the integration tier, at the UI layer, the API layer, or whatever, higher up, right? I like to go inside out. I like to start fleshing out the little business entities and domain, and then start working my way out towards the interfaces, where in this case, interface could be for your API tier or your UI, user interface or whatever. If you're just building an API, an HTTP API or an RPC API, then the API is the interface, right? In this way, I'm deferring potentially risky integrations until a little bit later, and hopefully in a microservices world, that integration is still rather small and controlled by folks on the same team. That is, integration isn't as scary if it's all being done by the same people or the same set of people on a small team. If it's a large surface area for integration, of course, there's a lot more risk. So it's up to you. For our purposes, we're going to do inside out, as I say. We're going to write a small service and then scale out and see what that looks like. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here to our start.spring.demo. We're going to build a new service called a producer. Okay, producer. And here I'm going to use the latest and greatest version of Java. You should use Java 14 or 11, but definitely don't use Java 8. It's long since deprecated, no longer supported, past its prime, expired, old, stinky, fresh, not fresh. I mean, just a terrible choice today. So Java 11 is the current long-term supported version of Java. You should definitely use that. Or Java 14, that's the current supported version of Java. That's where you should probably go. That's where I'm going to go. But either way, Java 14 or Java 11, these are technically superior solutions. They're faster, they have more security, more robust, more syntax, more everything. They're also morally better solutions. Again, you're not going to enjoy that awkward conversation with your kids when they see that you're using Java 8 in production. The look of shock and horror, and perhaps even shame in their eyes, will steal you. It'll hit you in your heart. It'll stop you dead in your tracks. So don't have that conversation. It's not something you want to do. What we want to do is we're going to use the reactive web support. We're going to use R2DBC. We're going to use Lombok, and I suppose we want to use the Spring Cloud contract verifier. Okay, so we're going to hit generate. That's going to give us a new project. I'm going to hit generate. Oops, you know what I forgot? I forgot to add Postgres. Let me add a Postgres driver there. RM that. And now I hit generate, and I've got a zip file. I'm going to open this up in my IDE. You know what I just did there that I don't need to do? I unzipped it. I unzipped the zip file, and I have a little Python script that unzips it, and then it opens up the pom.xml in my IDE, which of course is IntelliJ. I'm a big fan. But you don't need to do that. If you're using the Ultimate Edition, you can go to File, New, and there's a wizard there, and that wizard then feeds into the same service start.spring.io as I just used. I'm just so used to doing it that way. But if you're already in IntelliJ and you're not worried about keeping one thing separate from the other for the purposes of presentation, then absolutely feel free to use it. Okay,
Josh,
so
can I pause you for a second here, Josh? We can't see your screen
sure.
very well. We need it to be, that's much better. We can't see much in terms of the menus and things, but you're not going to use them much, are you? You're just going to show the code.
No. You got it.
That looks great. Perfect.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right, so public static void main. We're going to go to the test code here, and we've got a test class. This is one of the nice things about Spring Boot applications. It's you get a generated stub test class, right? And that's nice. But the test class is actually not a great test for what we're trying to do. So I like to just delete it, right? I'm going to delete it, and we'll start with our own thing. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build an application that writes data to the database in terms of an entity. And this entity is going to be a reservation. So I'm going to create a little test that proves certain things about that entity. Okay, so I'm going to create a little test here, like so. Test. Okay, do I have? Let's see. Come on. Oh, sometimes it's funny. I have to. Let's do this. Here we go. RMRF producer unzip producer.zip sub producer pom.xml. Okay, and I'm going to do this here. Get rid of that. Save, and then cd producer and then ID of pom.xml. Okay. Same trick. It's just that for some reason there's some weirdness there with I'm not sure what it is. I just need the class path to be imported a certain way. It's a fairly new development that it doesn't do the right thing. Okay, take 3. This time, here's our application. Here's our test. Again, we're going to delete that test. We don't really want the test, so we'll get rid of that. Goodbye. And we're going to build a test to test a particular entity. This entity is going to be called a reservation. So I'll write a reservation test class. And this class is just going to, this test is just going to prove certain things about a particular entity, about its ability to support fields and so on. So just, just creation, just a construction, not a big deal, right? A very simple unit test kind of thing. Not even a unit test, just a regular test, right? So reservation. And the entity is going to be called reservation. The reservation is going to have a field for an ID and a name. Okay, so there's that. Maybe it's 1, whatever. And this entity I'm going to create it here as a class. Okay, and so I'll create this class here. And the entity is going to have a constructor. You can see that that's a failing test, right? I need the constructor, so I'll say private integer ID and private string name. Okay, here we go. And there we go. That's our basic entity. Now I want the getters and the setters and the toString, so I'll skip ahead here a little bit and do that with Lombok. There's a nice plugin here for IntelliJ that just makes it work automatically out of the box. And there you go. That's my basic entity. It's going to have a primary key field there. And now I want to just prove that given that, I can actually get certain results that I expect, right? So assert equals result reservation.getID equals 1, right? This is a very simple test. I'm sure you've seen tests like this before, not particularly fancy, but let's just see that that works. Okay, assert equals 1L. No, that's not it. That should be, what's the issue here? Oh, in long. And it's an integer, so let's say integer. There you go. Okay, so run this, and you should see that everything is fine. Now, I know that's going to be okay, right? We know that. That's a simple test, easy enough to understand. I do have it in the wrong package, though. Do that. You should put it in the right package. Do better than I did there. And from there, what I want to do is I want to then test the ability to write to the database. So I actually moved the test right out of the package midstream. So let me just try that again. Make sure everything's happy. Okay, seems good. So next trick, we want to test the database. We want to test that we can save instances of this type to the database. So we'll say reservation repository, okay, test. And this test class is just going to be a thing that tests our ability to persist instances of this entity to the database. So you can see what I'm going to do. I'm going to persist instances, and in order to persist them, I need a reference to a repository, right? And I haven't actually built that repository, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Reservation repository, there's this. I want it to be provided to me via Spring. I want Spring to give me a reference to that object. I could new up everything in isolation, but again, that's no problem. I understand that you want to keep certain parts that are invariant out of the test, and that's fine, but it's not such a big deal to, for purposes of testing the persistence layer, have Spring automatically give you the persistence layer and just the persistence layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this type, this reservation repository. In Spring, it's just an interface. So I'm going to create extends the reactive CRUD repository, managing types of reservation, whose primary key type is of type integer. And in order for Spring to satisfy that requirement, I need to say to JUnit to use the Spring runner. And I want it to just instantiate just the bits that have to do with running data code, data access layer code, right? This is going to be part of my data access tier, talking to my SQL database. In order for that to work, I need to configure some connectivity information. So I'll go to my application of properties, and I'll specify my R2DBC connection. So spring.r2dbc.url, R2DBC, and again, this is my username and password, friends. Don't tell anybody, okay? This is just our secret. I really, it would be very rude if you were to tell the world about my username and password. It's not great. So here we go, username and password orders. There's my simple test. Let's now see if it works. So what I want to do is I want to write some data to the database, delete everything there first, and then write some data, and then prove that I got the data back. So I'll say this reservation repository .delete all. Then I'm going to say write this new record. I'll say this reservation repository .save new reservation, passing in null, and then Jane for the name. And then I'll say this reservation repository find all. And if I'm not mistaken, that pipeline should have resulted in one result. Well, this is an asynchronous pipeline. It's a reactive pipeline. So even though I've used these deterministic operators, things may execute on different threads. So you must use the step verifier to be able to poke at the asynchronous result. Okay, so I can say, given a response, I expect that the reservation has an ID that's not null and that the name equals, ignore case, Jane, right? And if I, that should be enough to satisfy the predicate there. So let's run this and see if that works. Okay, something's clearly wrong. Okay, connection factory. Did I forget the driver? I got the driver, good. So I must have given it the wrong connection string. I sometimes get confused. R2DBC Postgres, is it QL? I never know. For JDBC, it's either Postgres, and for R2DBC, it's PostgreSQL, or vice versa. I'm not sure. Either way, hopefully I've caught the error. No, doesn't seem I have. R2DBC. There you go. See, this is why it's good to have the tests. Okay, good. So we're good. Now I want to build an HTTP tier. So I go here, I say reservation HTTP test, right? And here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to test that I can poke at my functional reactive HTTP endpoint. I'm going to say server, I'm going to say test public void get, okay? And in order to do this, I'm going to use the reactive web test client. Now, back here, you saw in my test code for the repository, I used an annotation. This is called a test slice. It's only going to stand up the bits that I care about concerning a particular slice of functionality. Here, I'm going to use the webflux test, okay? So I'm going to run it with the Spring runner, but this is only going to stand up the web tier components. And I can use this test client. I can say .get.uri HTTP localhost 8080 / reservations, right? And then I'm going to say that I expect the data to come back, and I expect there to be a body, and I expect the body to have a JSON structure that matches this JSON query, right? So is equal to Jane, right? So that's my total. This is me poking at the structure of the resulting JSON. Let's confirm that this works. It's going to fail, of course, because I don't have an HTTP endpoint. So I need to now go write the production code to make that work. And I can do that here. Let's see, this reservation should be here as well. Good. So we go here. Now we're going to create a reservation HTTP configuration. And this class is just going to be a Java configuration class. It's a Spring configuration class that registers a functional reactive HTTP endpoint. So server response, HTTP return route .build .get / reservations request server response .ok.body. Now, the collaborating object that we need, of course, is the reservation repository. So keep that in mind, right? We're actually injecting a reference to a data tier thing called the reservation repository, which we just stood up and which we already tested earlier. So why would we want this present in our web test, right? We clearly need it because it's a dependency on our web tier code, and yet we don't want it because it's an invariant. We've already tested it. We already know it works. So what I want to do is I'm going to mock it out, and I can do that pretty easily here with mock bean. So private reservation repository like that. And that will tell Spring that if this type is present as a bean in the repository, great, replace it. And if it's not, then use the default that I'm providing here. And all I'm doing is I'm providing a new reservation with a default value that I can then trust. So this is a Mockito instance, right? It's going to be a mock bean, but it's going to be something I can program. A stub is basically a thing that acts to return nulls, right? What I want to return nulls and also have certain pre-programmed behaviors. So what's the malfunction here, friend? Filter reservations exchanged localhost 8080 expect body JSON path. Did I not do that correctly? Find all reservation, find all. Looks fine to me. So filter can only apply to. Oh, that, you know what it is? I forgot to bring in the class, so it doesn't know about that endpoint. So I'm trying to assert something about the JSON that's coming back when there is no JSON, right? So reservation HTTP configuration, take 3. Reservation. So what's the issue here, friends? Reservation HTTP test, localhost, returning 1. Let's just try that, see if that makes it better. And then the JSON that I'm expecting here should be when in doubt, check it out. So cat desktop, Bootiful testing. Okay, and we want the producer, source, test, Java, com, producer, and reservation, HTTP test, 0, yeah, is equal to, let's just cheat just in case. Can't afford to lose it just because of a syntax error. Looks to me to be the correct response. So that's a test class, webflux test. Import, that's what I did wrong. Where did I put the other one then? So it's over here. I could have sworn I just did this somewhere, but okay. I'm gonna import that. And good, so that's working. That's fine. So we've got a data access tier, we've got a web tier, we've got a repository. Now let's create a client to talk to the service. So we go back to start.spring.io, and here we're gonna build a client. Gonna use the reactive web support. We're gonna use Lombok. We're gonna use the stub runner, and we're gonna use I guess that's it. I'm happy with those selections, actually. So this will be a thing that will act as a client to talk to our service. I'm going to hit generate, and I'll go to my command line here, downloads. Okay. Unzip client.zip, cd client, subl, pom.xml. Go down to the bottom here, just remove this bit right here. I'm using JUnit 4 for purposes of backwards compatibility. By default, you get JUnit 5. So idea pom.xml. And what I'm doing is I'm going to build a class that actually talks to the service that we've just built. Now, this class is going to be a simple client. Okay, so I'm going to go to my test, and here, it's not such a big deal to use the default one because we're just going to be doing one simple thing, which is get all reservations. And we're going to do that by injecting a reference to a Spring Bean called a reservation client. Now, of course, this class doesn't exist here yet, so let's do that right now. Now, this is going to be a Spring Bean again. Spring Bean that in turn depends upon a web client, a reactive web client. And we're going to inject that into the constructor, so we can use numbuk there. And we're going to return a publisher of the reservation data. So get all reservations dot get dot HTTP, and then it'll be a local host, right? 8080/reservations. And the data that we get is going to be coming back, and it's going to be JSON. And we want to convert it into a type of DTO, right? Well, we have to create that DTO here. So I'll do that right here. I'm going to say reservation private integer ID private string reservation name at data at all args constructor and no args constructor. Okay, so there's the basic flow, right? There's the basic client. Here's the test. So we say step verifier dot create this dot client dot get all reservations. Expect next matches r dot get ID. It's not null, and r dot get reservation name equals ignore case Jane. Right. So same as before. Basically, there's only a problem. There's only a few problems with this. First, I don't have a reservation client web client. I didn't create a web client anywhere, so I need to new up that bean somewhere. So I can do that in the client application context, right? For example, right here, tell Spring to create the reactive non-blocking HTTP client. So I can use it to make the network call. The other problem we've got, and this is much more sinister, is that I'm not running that service. I'm not running my HTTP service, and so this web client this test isn't going to work, and that's the problem, right? In order for me to test this client, I now need to stand up that other service, and that's no way to run a railroad, right? That's very unfortunate. Nobody likes to be told you must deploy this Kubernetes cluster just to be able to test your little service in isolation. So what we want is some way to mock out the dependency on the network service, just like we can do for Java APIs. And one thing I could do is use wiremock, right? I could say auto configure wiremock, and then just do a wiremock test like this. I can say stub for wiremock, and so on, right? I can do that if I want. But what I really want to do is I don't want to use wiremock, because wiremock creates I synthesize the API here on the client, but there's no guarantee that the thing I mock out will look like the thing on the service side, right? So a better way is to go to the producer here, and in the code, introduce a contract. Now, a contract is a file that gets transpiled into a test that actually runs against your working API. Okay, so I'm going to create a Spring Cloud contract. I can use several different DSLs. I'm going to use the Groovy one. You can also use Kotlin. You can use Java. There's a property file or YAML file version of it. Lots of different approaches. The Groovy one is the most well known, so I'm happy to lead you to this one first. And it's just it's a assertion of all the things that you expect given a given request and a particular response. So I'm going to say that a request going to this endpoint will be going to the URL /reservations, and I expect it to have this particular HTTP method, right? HTTP method.get method name, and I expect the response to have a status code of HTTP status .ok .value. And again, nice thing about IntelliJ is that I'm using Groovy, and I can use Groovy, Kotlin, Java, all in the same thing. It just kind of works. That's pretty cool. The body will be I expect the body to look kind of like the following, right? And again, this is going to get transpiled at compile time into a test. And so that's where we actually get into, we have to actually modify the build here a little bit here to make that work. So content type, I expect will be media type dot application JSON value. Now this is a groovy contract, but something has to enforce that contract, right? That's where the build comes in. So the build, I need to customize that here a little bit. The test, I'm going to say that this is an explicit test, and I'm going to provide a base class. So what I've just done is I've just created a test. This is going to get transpiled into a test, but it doesn't know anything about a Spring application context. It doesn't know about a functional reactive HTTP endpoints. It doesn't know anything. So we need to give it a base class that it can extend at compile time that in turn knows how to set everything up for us, just as I did for that HTTP test earlier on. So I'm going to create a base class here in my test package called imaginatively enough base class. And this base class is just going to just do all the kind of things that we just did, right? So, before public void before. And this base class lives in com example producer base class. So I'll just say com example producer base class. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a Spring Boot test. I'm going to run it with the Spring runner.class. And I'm going to need to do a few things. I'll inject the current port of the application, and I'll mock bean out, just as before, my reservation repository, right? So this will give me the same benefits as before, and I can now configure the framework so that it knows where the requests should be directed. So this.port, and I'm going to also do same as before, makito.when this.reservation repository find all, then flux.just new reservation one Jane. Okay, so just providing us a stub. Okay, good. All right, so I've got now a simple base class. I've configured my build to know about it. So let's see what happens if I actually run this code. Okay, so Maven clean install. Uh-oh. Test failures, imagine. Let's see. Bean creation error. Okay. So I can already kind of guess what that is. I forgot to bring in the HTTP components, right? So reservation, HTTP configuration, same as before, I think. Let's try that. Uh-oh, again. Okay, so this is the other thing. I want to run this on a random port. So I'll say web environment equals random port, right? So there's this. Good, try that again. Okay, good. So it worked. I installed the test. I did Maven clean install, and you can see that it actually gave me a few things. It said it's going to install a jar, right? Sorry, up here it installed my Maven metadata. Sure, good. It's also installing a stubs jar. That's the interesting bit here. And it installed a regular jar. So in here, in this output, you'll see 3 different things that got installed. The most important of which is a stub. That stub contains a definition of the API. That API, you can see, was generated for us. That contract was transpiled into this test. So contract verifier test.java, cat this file. And if you look at the code, if you look at the output there, it's actually a simple class that extends our base class that says given an HTTP request to / reservations, assert that it has status code 200, this content type, this, and that the structure of the resulting JSON comes back as such. Now that now that we've run that test, when we build our producer, it gets installed into our local Maven repository, or more likely at the end of continuous integration environment run and into your Artifactory or whatever your artifact management repository is, right? Now it's available to the rest of the organization. So now here on the client, on the consumer side, I can then pull that in to test my API, right? To test this client. So I'm going to say auto configure stub runner. And here I'm going to give it the coordinates of the artifact that I just installed. So the coordinates are the Maven coordinates, right? The IV, Maven, whatever coordinates of the build. So if I go back to here, excuse me, I go here, it's com example producer, you know, and I want the latest version. So com example producer. Okay, that's the artifact ID. Sorry, that's the group ID. That's the artifact ID. That's the version and the port on which I want the stub to make itself aware, make itself available as an API that's running on a local host is on port 8080. So what it's going to do is it's going to take that contract and turn it into a wiremark definition, which I can then use to actually write to stand up a mock API version of our network service. Okay, so now let's see if this works. Now that we've done all that hard work, right? I'm going to pull in that thing I just installed into my local Artifactory. Run this. Aha, so there is something wrong. I've introduced a bug somewhere, haven't I? So you can see what I did here. It is said, oh, it says it's not, it doesn't know where to find the stub. So I need to say stubs mode equals local, not class path and not remote. It's not looking at my remote ones. It should be looking on the local M2 repository since that's where I installed it by default. All right, we cut a bug. There's a no pointer, and I think you can guess where. You see, earlier on, I wrote this code. I created a client-side representation of the type reservation. I used reservation name instead of name. That doesn't exist. That doesn't match. So now, by using contract testing, I've actually managed to catch a bug in the network protocol as opposed to in the Java interfaces, right? So I've created a sort of a contract or an interface for my remote service, and I've done so at test time where it's much cheaper to catch it, and that doesn't require any extra metadata at runtime, right? So it's much better to catch this stuff at test time. All right, my friends, I hope you learned something. I hope you got something out of this. Today we've looked at the motivations for testing, for test-driven development, for why we want to go faster and get better cycle time. We looked at how to test, to do unit testing, how to do that with Spring. And you can see that out of the box, you get all this stuff for free. You get Mockito and JUnit and all that good stuff already provided for you out of the box. It's not even an option to uncheck that particular checkbox. And then we looked at testing HTTP endpoints, and we looked at testing repositories. All of this is reactive, mind you. And then we looked at the problem of when you move to microservices and you want to test one service in relation to another. And we looked at how to avoid the very awkward conversation you have to have with a new colleague that comes to join your organization, whereupon you instruct them that in order to be productive and just to be able to test your one application, they need to deploy this whole Kubernetes cluster. It's not a good look. Nobody's going to like you for that. Nobody's going to want to be your friend, and it's not cool. It's not cool. And can you imagine being an iOS developer, an Android developer, or whatever, and somebody says, "Here, deploy these 500 virtual machines just to be able to test your Android client"? Not great, right? Now you can get around that. This stub, by the way, the stub that we just looked at, is also, you can run it. So there's actually a Spring Boot stub runner jar you can download. It's just a little jar. You run Java jar, stub runner jar, and then you give it the coordinates, just as I did for that annotation, and it'll create the wiremark service for you as well. So you don't need Spring Boot to be able to get the benefit of that wiremark based API. So by testing your code, you also get the stub that everybody in the organization, if they're doing the HTML5 client, or if they're building an Android client or iOS client or whatever, they can all now talk to your service or to a version that we know is exactly the same as your service because it was tested and built when your test was green and deployed into Artifactory. So really, really big win there. I hope you got something out of it, friends. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Trisha and Mala. Thank you so much. Great to see you both. Sorry I ran so long.
Hi, Josh. Thank you so much. It was an amazing session. We received a lot of comments on you were going too fast because I know it could be difficult to follow what you are doing because I know you code quite fast. So, and the other point was, it was lovely to see you debugging your applications, because this is how we developers work. We know things go wrong, and of course we have to debug that. So we received a lot of comments on that part as well, that people, they really liked how you were debugging your application live. And of course, when you are doing a live demo, I think that is a part of it. Something has to go wrong, right?
Right. Well, I'm glad we got through it.
Yes.
Should I answer some of these questions?
So I have the questions for you. So one of the questions was, do you have any reason for not using JUnit 5?
No, just most people have JUnit 4, so I didn't want to be. I could have used Kotlin for this. I love Kotlin. I just don't know what the audience would be for this wonderful event. So I'm just trying to get the widest swath of people that'll get productive as soon as they leave this talk. Somebody asked me about. I saw one very important question here, which is that somebody said that they like the NianCat plugin. This is one of the reasons people should be using IntelliJ, because great plugins. There's a NianCat progress bar plugin, which makes my day great every day.
Great. And the other fun question was, people are asking how to become a magician like you.
Just make friends like you. Learn from smart people like Mala and Trisha who can teach you. That's how I do it. It's the only way to get. It's the only way to get to production quickly is just to ask smarter people for help. And we're very lucky for events like this, actually, aren't we? Events like this that bring people that are, passionate and capable together.
Yes, and I also noticed that you were using Lombok in your code. So did you try out records as well, or because you have been used to using Lombok, so probably that was the reason you used it?
I did. I love records. So I did a Spring Tips video. I did that in my YouTube channel, Spring Tips, bit.ly/spring-tips-playlist. I did a Java 14 and video, and all of the features I looked at were basically previews, right? So records and multi-line strings and var and smart switch expressions and all these great things. Yeah, Java 14, all those preview features starting to look really close to Kotlin. It's like starting to get to the point where if you squint and don't look at it too closely, yeah, these two languages are really Java 14 is really compelling, right? And I know you've got certification books that are people should be looking at if they want to understand all the new stuff as well. I certainly will. Yeah, I love the records in Java 14. Yeah.
Thank you so much. The other interesting question is, how about negative cases of contracts? There are a million negative cases, and how a contract may be broken, how to make up for that?
A million negative cases and how a contract may be broken. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I like contracts can be, maybe they don't support what you're trying to do. I don't know. I'm not sure if I understand the question, let alone how to respond to it. I would say that contracts, as I've used them, are so far just for HTTP, but Spring Cloud Contracts also supports messaging, so Kafka and RabbitMQ and whatever. So there shouldn't be a lot of places where they don't serve your use case, as far as I understand.
Okay, the other thing that I have noticed in a lot of other talks as well, that you use Groovy and Kotlin as well. So would you have any recommendation where people should be using Java or Kotlin or Groovy, and probably the best use cases for using all the three of these languages? Because yes, we know that we can use them on the JVM, but what would be places that you use, and what would you recommend?
Well, so if you're asking me, I don't know anything, but I use Kotlin for my own personal stuff. Any kind of software that I'm writing to scratch my own itch, I use Kotlin, right? So I use Kotlin because it has the second largest community in the JVM space. I use it because it has it compiles really quickly while still giving you more syntax than Java has at the moment, right? So like with Scala, Scala's got even more syntax. You can do everything in Scala, but compilation time is problematic, right? So for me, Kotlin is a very nice, happy medium. It's just very it's fast, but I also can get features that feel like Java 20 or Java 30 or whatever. As to when you should use Java, I mean, obviously, if you've got a project that's Java right now and it's a big one, the move to Java 14 is going to be way easier than to Kotlin, right? But the tooling, that's fair, right? Is that fair? Even with the amazing tooling from JetBrains, it's going to be a harder move. But on the other hand, these are JVM languages, so maybe for new projects you start with Kotlin, right? I would certainly start my new stuff with Kotlin. I'm doing that. I'm not going back and refactoring everything into Java because there's no need. But JetBrains even has this very nifty feature. I don't know if this is in the community and stuff, but probably this very nifty feature where you can copy and paste Java code and get it translated into Kotlin. So
absolutely, you're right.
Very convenient. And as for Groovy, yeah, use that. That's a very nice language too. You can use it with Gradle, right? If you want. It's everywhere. It's still there, very pervasive. But it's I use it in the contract. The Spring Cloud contract DSL for Groovy is the oldest one, so I use that because it's common. But there's a new Kotlin one, and I should use that. Why not?
Right. So Josh, time for another question. So the other question is Spring Cloud contract anything to do with Spring Cloud, or it can be used for simple web service?
Yeah, it can be used for a simple web service. Yeah, so Spring Cloud is only a set of APIs that it's a set of extensions to Spring Boot that support building applications that are designed to run in the cloud. So put another way, it doesn't have to be deployed. It's just meant to support patterns that you care about. It's not actually a cloud platform. And so in that way, yeah, you can use it for any API, any HTTP endpoint.
Okay.
Or Kafka or RabbitMQ.
Right. So the next question is, what is your source of knowledge? How do you find new features, tools, and ideas to try?
Truly, I come to conferences like this. I talk to people like Trisha and Mala, and I feel embarrassed that I don't know something, and I go back to my hole and I research. And I do a blog every week called This Week in Spring, and it's just me reading stuff. I get paid to go study it. Not everybody has that privilege, but it is all of us owe it to ourselves to learn if we can, if we have the opportunity. And I can tell you, I don't know anything. There's just so much I don't know. So that's why I'm so grateful for JetBrains for this conference.
I think you're being very humble by saying that you don't know anything. And of course, I completely agree that learning new things every day is the right way to go to move forward. The other question, Josh, I have for you is, what's your opinion on Pact versus Spring Cloud contract?
They're both great. So Pact is very much an inspiration for Spring Cloud contract. We even support Pact files. So you can actually give a Pact definition and use that with Spring Cloud contract. When we created a Spring Cloud contract, it was actually called something else, whose name I forget, but it was another project that existed in the community for 5 years. And then like 4 years ago, we turned it into Spring Cloud contract. So it's been around for a long time. But when we created it, Pact already existed, but it didn't have a lot of the things that Spring Cloud contract would have. So for example, messaging, and also the ability to share or communicate contract definitions through regular Maven artifacts repositories, as opposed to a specific Pact broker. So I think some of that stuff has actually been added to Pact in the interim. There's probably more, but yeah, we support the files as well. So that's the important thing, is it's not an either or.
Right. So Josh, I do have a long list of questions, but we're running out of time. Thank you so much for answering all the questions. And thank you for presenting today at the event. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Is it possible for me to answer these in the chat quietly while the next person talks? Or do I have to put them in Twitter?
Yeah, I think so, right? I think you could be on YouTube answering the questions.
I'm seeing the questions here on StreamYard. Oh, do I have to log in perhaps? Is that what it is?
I don't know. If I were you, I think I would go to YouTube and do it there. That's where the comments should be, I think.
Okay. YouTube. Okay, I can do that. Thank you, everybody. I hope you're all staying safe, socially distant. Remember, some things shouldn't be open sourced. Coronavirus is one of them, so appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Josh.
Okay, thanks.
Good night.
Oops. Yes, sorry, I had a bit of confusion as to whose turn it was now. It's my turn, and I would very much like to introduce Tagir, Valeev, who works with us here at JetBrains. Let me bring him on. Hello. Tagir is like one of my favorite people here at JetBrains because he's always so helpful. He honestly, I couldn't have done my 2020.2 video this week without him telling me about Java 15 features and how they actually work, because I was like, what is this? What's going on? You recently became a Java champion too, because you're so helpful in the Java community. So I'm really excited about your presentation. Welcome. I am going to, that was a really quick presentation, a really quick introduction. I'm going to add your screen to the stream if you are ready. And yeah, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Trisha. And hello, everybody. So my name is Tagir Valeev, and I work at JetBrains. My main role is to enhance the Java language support in IntelliJ IDEA. Today, I want to share with you some of my thoughts about Java Stream API. Stream API was released in Java 8 back in 2014, so it's already 6 years old, which is quite a long time in the software development world. It has got to the point that it's hard to imagine a world without Stream API. Why would I make a talk about Stream API? It's because I love it. I love it so much. I even devote my free time to contributing a number of Stream API enhancements and fixes to OpenJDK. So I have been deep into it and come out on the other side. I have seen things there on the inside and now know how it works and why it was designed this way. I've also created a separate library called StreamX that enhances the standard Stream API and provides considerably more features and syntactic sugar. I tried to strike a balance with the original Stream API philosophy and convenience, and I believe that the library I created definitely has its uses, and people will get value from it. It's just a hobby project of mine that I work on, and so nothing really to do with my work at JetBrains. If you are interested in checking it out, it's free of charge and open source. One of the things I love most about the Stream API is that it's composable. It's somewhat similar to water supply fixtures. You have a set of compatible pieces that you can connect together to make a single pipeline. Even the component names are quite similar. For example, you have filters, reducers, and even collectors. If you really want, you can even attach a downstream collector. Stream operations are connected in a similar way. For example, let's take a source that produces a stream of colored bars. Then we can take a transformation component named map, which in this case will squash our bars into blocks. Now we can add a filtration component, for example, a filter that removes all yellow blocks from the stream. Then finally, we can attach a sync or a terminal operation. For example, we can print the elements on the screen. We then just connect everything together and voila, it just works. Now let's assume we want to modify this pipeline somehow. For instance, let's install a meter. In the Stream API, we can implement a meter using the peak operation and an atomic variable. When we encounter an element, the meter increments the variable, so now we can check how many elements appear in the stream. If we want to install it between the map and the filter, we can simply disconnect these two operations, insert the meter there, and connect everything up again. It's a great feeling when you can take ready-made blocks and they connect perfectly together and work without problems. It's even more satisfying than Lego. I can see why people become plumbers. However, sometimes we go to take a ready-made component from our toolbox only to find out that it doesn't actually exist. Our vendor hasn't got the part we need in stock. Essentially, our Stream API Lego parts can be classified into 3 different kinds: sources, intermediate operations or transmissions, and terminal operations or things. So if you use Stream API quite often, sooner or later you'll see that you need more sources, more intermediate operations, and more sinks. The question is, can we make them ourselves? The answer is yes, but it's not always easy, and you might need to write your own library. Anyway, let's try. Let's start with the sources. These are the easiest things you can make by yourself. In some cases, creating a new source is really simple. We can take an existing source, then perform some intermediate operations, and call the result a new source. For example, assume you have a DOM API and want to get all the child nodes for a given parent. That's the implementation. We query the node list, then create a stream of indices, starting from 0 up to the length not inclusive. Finally, we map the indices to the items using the item method. That's all. We can put this method into a utility class like XMLUtil or XML streams or whatever, and use it from there. By the way, see the method name? It's not getChildren and not stream, it's simply children. There is a convention to name methods that return a stream using a plural noun, sometimes with an adjective. It's not a good idea to name such a method as stream, unless you have a very abstract container that can contain just any kind of data, like a collection or an array. Here you can see some names of some standard JDK methods that return streams. There are many more methods like this, but you can get the idea from these samples. This approach allows you to stream any data container that provides its total number of elements and get quick random access by index. For example, if for whatever reason you happen to use string, you have a list model interface that provides its overall size and the element at a given index, which is great, as you have everything you need to stream elements of the list model. You can do it by yourself. There is another problem connected with this. You need to make a source consisting of list elements together with indices. This happens occasionally that you actually need indices. So you basically need a stream of pairs, like in this example. Well, there is no ready-to-use pair type in the JDK. Neither provides it a type that encapsulates a list element together with the index. So we have to create one. Let's call it index@value. It contains two fields, index and value. I'm too lazy to write getters, equals, hashcode, and toString, so here's the minimal implementation with public final fields. By the way, if you use Java 14 with preview features turned on, you can replace this with a one-liner, and you get constructor, getters, equals, hashcode, and toString for free. Isn't that great? Now there is no need for a generic pair type, as you can create it in one line of code. Okay, let's go back to the streams. Now we are ready to create a stream with indices. We don't use list.stream as a starting point here, as it would make things much more complicated. Instead, we'll use range, like before. Then we can map to the index@value using list.get. Yes, we are assuming that our list provides fast random access. If you still use linked list, today is a great day to stop. Please stop using it. And that's all. In general, if you have indexed access, you can solve many interesting problems. And the great thing about it is that streams created from instream.range can be nicely parallelized without any additional effort. Another common problem is to zip two lists together. Say you are given two lists with equal number of elements and you'd like to combine the first elements of both lists together, then the second elements of both lists together, and so on. Some developers say this is a sign of code smell because you should never find yourself in a situation where you have parallel lists like this. However, this happens in practice. First, let's think through how we want to use our yet-to-be-written stream source. To me, it should be something like this: a static library method called zip that accepts both the lists and a function with two arguments that defines how to combine the list elements. Such a signature is quite convenient. Some people really prefer the generic pair type. However, it's not too different. you can just specify a pair constructor as a function, then use a stream of pairs. So in our zip function, it doesn't really matter how you combine list elements. The method signature should look like this. We have 3 type parameters, the 2 types of list elements and the result type. We accept list1, list2, and a mapper function. Don't forget about the PEX signature. Now we should decide what to do when list sizes differ. Some zip implementations use the shorter list to determine the length of the output. I prefer to just throw an exception. It's better to fail fast. Now we get to the actual implementation, which is also not very complex. As usual, we start with a range of integer indexes, then we apply the mapper to the corresponding list elements. And we are done. That's all there is to it. Our zip is working. Okay, range-based problems are quite boring. Let's do something a bit more interesting. We want to generate a Cartesian product over several lists. To simplify the problem, let's assume that we have lists of strings, and resulting elements must be concatenations of these strings. It can be useful, for example, to generate all kinds of alignments. Well, it's not exactly correct, as it says in the middle, neutral, neutral, instead of true, neutral, but suppose it's okay for us. So we want to get all 9 possible pairs from both lists. But what if another dimension appears? This alignment chart includes an additional simple complex dimension, raising the total number of alignments to 27. So we also want to generate all of them from the list of lists, but now we have 3 nested lists. If we know the number of nested lists in advance, we can utilize flat map. So we start streaming from the first nested list, then flat map its content using the second nested list, then flat map using the third nested list, and inside that flat map we have access to all 3 components. So we can map them to the concatenation A plus B plus C. The resulting stream actually contains all the 27 required elements. But this solution is not generic enough. We want to create alignment charts regardless of how many dimensions they have. Now I will show you a very elegant solution, though it might look really tricky. If you don't get it right now, try it by yourself after my talk. First, let's go back to 2 dimensions. Note that we cannot do something like this to combine 2 streams. That's because every stream can be operated only once. The output would be like this. When we visit flat map for the second time, we will see an exception because we want to traverse S2 again. We cannot do this. However, we can create a stream supplier. It's just a function that can create as many identical streams as we like. This way, we can call flat map without any problems. S2.get just returns a fresh stream every time we need it. Now for a bit of magic. We'll pack this transformation inside another stream supplier. So we get a new stream supplier that is a reduction over 2 original suppliers. So we have a reduction operation on stream suppliers. And this is completely valid reduction operation. It satisfies all the requirements. So basically, if we can reduce 2 stream suppliers, we can reduce a stream of stream suppliers. It could be done this way. Now our function to reduce stream suppliers gets its place inside the reduce operation. It returns an optional, so we should provide a default value inside or else, just in case our original input is empty. It may sound counterintuitive, but in this case we must not produce an empty stream, but the stream of single empty string. The reason for this is the same as the reason why any number raised to the power of 0 equals 1. Now for the last bit. How do we make that stream of stream suppliers? This part is easy. We just stream the original outer list and map it to the list :stream method reference. See that we have a method reference inside the lambda. Note that we didn't process any input elements at all. We operated on functions only and produced a function as well. It looks like truly functional programming when you operate on functions rather than on particular values and get new functions as a result. This code could be generalized even more. Our solution assumes that we have a list of strings and want to concatenate them. It's possible, though, that we have lists of something else and want to combine them in some other way. And as an exercise, you can think up a generalized solution. There are more ways to create sources. For example, you can create one with an iterator, but it won't parallelize nicely. In any case, creating new sources is quite simple. Even without third-party libraries, you can create many sources in your code and use them conveniently. Unfortunately, it's not so easy with intermediate operations. Let's take a look at some situations where you would want to have a new intermediate operation. Let's start with a simple problem that can be implemented, albeit not ideally, using existing operations. From my experience, it's needed quite often. Given a stream of A, select all the elements that belong to a given subclass B. For example, let's go back to our code that returns all the XML nodes. Often, we don't need all the nodes. We want only elements. It looks like a simple filter with instance of will do the trick. Some people like method references, so the same semantics could be expressed using the method reference. However, in both cases, the resulting expression type is still stream of nodes, not stream of elements. How do we fix this? We can add a map step. Here you can also use either a lambda or method reference. It looks like this solved the problem. However, this solution is a bit ugly. We perform two connected steps, and we have to mention the same class twice. So it's called duplication, and it's error-prone. For example, there is a possibility that you mistakenly add a new operation between these two, or change the class in map, but forget to change it in the filter. Normally, we would encapsulate the duplication inside the method and call it that way. But this is a little bit problematic with streams. For example, we can create a method like this in a utility class. Call it select. However, when we start to use this method, we immediately understand that it makes us unhappy. Now we cannot fluently read the stream left to right. Instead, we should start from the middle, then at some point jump to the beginning, and finally go back to the end. And here we use only one such artificial intermediate operation. Imagine if we need several of them in a single stream pipeline. In this case, our beautiful pipeline will turn into this. There is an alternative solution for this specific kind of problem. Use the flat map operation. In fact, any chain of map, filter, pick, and flat map operations can be replaced with a single flat map call. Let's try this on a random pipeline. Here we have flat map to int, filter, pick, and map to obj. We can just move all the intermediate operations inside the flat map call. You see, now filter, pick, and map to obj are inside the flat map lambda. Afterwards, we can extract the lambda to a separate method and use it. Now we encapsulated the complex operation. Similarly, we can do something like this for select. We can even optimize it a little, because flatmap allows us to return null instead of empty stream, so we can avoid creating a stream object if the instance of check fails. Now we can use this select method inside the flatmap. In principle, this is better. We eliminated the duplication of element.class, collapsed two connected operations into one, and we don't need to sacrifice the fluent style. The stream still reads left to right. However, this change is not free. We create a separate stream object for each matching element. I believe Graal JIT can optimize it away, but C2, which is currently the default JIT compiler in Hotspot JVM, cannot. So this code may produce a lot of unnecessary garbage. Also, the usage pattern is somewhat counterintuitive. You don't actually want to flat map anything. You want to filter or you want to select but don't flat map. So here's another solution. Write your own library that extends Stream API or use an existing library. As stream, in-stream, long-stream, and double-stream are interfaces, it's quite possible to implement them, delegating the standard methods to the JDK stream and provide all the necessary stream sources that return your wrappers. After that, you are free to provide any additional methods you like. That's how my StreamX library was born, and probably this select operation was the first non-standard thing that I implemented. Let's consider a more interesting situation. Stream API already has a distinct method that leaves only unique elements. Suppose we need something even stronger. Let's say we want to have distinct elements, but only those that repeat at least 3 times in the original stream. If the element appears fewer than 3 times, we don't return it at all. The order of returned elements doesn't matter. For example, here we expect to have Scala, Groovy, and Kotlin in the result, but no Java, no Ceylon, and no Clojure, because they appear only once or twice. A possible solution is to do this in 3 steps. First, collect the original list using a grouping by collector that counts the number of occurrences. Then we remove the languages that have a number of occurrences less than 3, using the removeIf method. Finally, use the kset of this map, for example, create a new stream from it, or just print them using for each. This works, but it would be nice to perform everything in a single stream. After all, if an element already appears at least 3 times, we would like to immediately pass it to the downstream operation without waiting until the whole input stream is processed. In particular, this would allow us to short-circuit an infinite stream. How can we do this? Without using third-party libraries, we can apply this hack. Let's create a utility method that accepts the minimal number of repetitions and returns a predicate. However, this predicate is stateful. It keeps the map, like the one we created on the previous slide. So every time we pass an element through the predicate, it increases the internal counter. When the counter reaches exactly the required number of occurrences, it returns true, allowing the elements to pass through. No matter how more occurrences it encounters after this, it will not return true again. See how easy it is to express these semantics with the map.merge operation. The nice part is that this operation is atomic for concurrent hash map. Thanks to this, the predicate works fine for parallel streams as well. So this is a working solution. Unfortunately, it violates the specification. It's explicitly specified in stream filter method documentation that the predicate must be stateless. So this solution works, but it's not guaranteed that it will work always. This particular case looks more or less harmless, but who knows what the future holds. Here's another kind of problem that requires a new intermediate operation. Process pairs of adjacent stream elements, as shown in the example. These are overlapping pairs. I want to supply a B function that maps 2 elements into one and get the output like this. The resulting stream naturally becomes 1 element shorter. So in this example, we had 4 elements as the input and only 3 elements as the output. To solve this problem, we can devise a stateful function, like what we did previously. This function is intended to be used with flatmap in a similar way to the select problem we solved before. The implementation is not very complex. If we have a previous element, we feed it into the B function together with the current element and return a stream of the mapper result. If we don't have a previous element, then we are at the beginning of the stream. So we just return an empty stream. We can use it like this and get the desired result. However, such a solution is an even worse violation of the Stream API specification. In particular, it relies on the elements being processed sequentially from left to right. A proper way, if you use a parallel stream, you will get a very strange result like this. Or maybe something else. Nothing is guaranteed. And in this case, you cannot preserve the order simply by adding any synchronization barriers or using some concurrent collections or whatever. This won't work. A proper way to solve this problem is to write a custom splitterator. Doing this correctly is quite hard, and making it perform well for parallel streams is even harder. A splitterator class is declared in the Java util package, and its specification is quite big. This is only a small part of it. The specification also includes an example, so if you are really going to write your own splitterator, it's a good idea to read the specification. Basically, a splitterator is an enhanced iterator that can split into several parts for parallel processing. A stream is created from a splitterator, and you can get a splitterator from a stream. Remember that you will rarely need to deal with splitterators in your daily programming tasks. They are mostly useful when you want to write a library. There is quite a standard ceremony to do this. Stream API provides a stream support class for low-level operations like creating a new stream from the splitterator. You should supply your own splitterator and indicate whether the stream should be parallel. It's a good idea to inherit the parallelism flag from the original stream. Also, it's likely that your splitterator will have to use the input stream splitterator. So it's best there. One more thing you must do is delegate close handlers. If the original stream holds a resource, like a file on file system, closing the resulting stream should close the original stream as well. Next, we need to implement the splitterator itself. The simplest way of doing this is to extend the abstract splitterator class provided by JDK. Abstract splitterator provides very limited parallelism capabilities, but the good thing is that it does it automatically, so you don't have to worry about parallel streams. And with this splitterator, you may even get improved parallel performance in certain situations. When you extend the abstract splitterator, you must provide a size estimation and characteristics. We can estimate the size based on the original splitterator size estimation. As we saw above, the resulting stream is exactly one element less than the original stream. But we should be careful to avoid returning a negative number. Also, if the original splitterator reports a max value size, it has a special meaning, like the size is infinite or too expensive to compute. So we should preserve it. Now the characteristics. We should be extremely careful with them, otherwise very subtle bugs may appear. For example, there are non-null, distinct, and sorted characteristics that the original splitterator may have, but we should not inherit them, because after the mapper function is applied, any of them could be lost. We can only be sure about sized and ordered. The first means that the original splitterator knows the stream size exactly. In this case, we know the size of the resulting stream as well. The second means that the order of stream elements matters, so we should preserve it. Now we should implement the try-advance method. It's like iterator has next and iterator next merged together. If we have one more element, we should pass it to the consumer and return true. Otherwise, we should return false without calling the consumer. The implementation can look like this. The idea is the same as before. Check the hasPrevious flag, update the previous value, and supply the previous and current one to the mapper. At this point, our splitterator is correct, but it's not as fast as it could be. If you are creating your own splitterator, especially if you delegate it to another one, I strongly recommend that you implement the for each remaining method as well. This method consumes all the remaining elements of the stream in cases where short-circuit behavior is unnecessary. This method has a default implementation that delegates to try-advance. However, even if your try-advance is very optimal, the try-advance implementation of the original splitterator could be much less optimal. So, if your for each remaining can delegate to the original splitterator for each remaining, your non-short-circuiting operations may become considerably faster. Now we get good performance for sequential streams. Here we will stop with splitterators. It's a very interesting challenge to try and get the maximum performance out of this pair map splitterator in parallel streams. However, it would take too long to talk about this today. It's implemented in my StreamX library, so if you are curious about it, you can always take a look at the source code. Now let's move to the terminal operations, or sinks. When we have a stream, it should eventually be consumed by somebody. Creating custom consumers is simpler than creating intermediate operations, but harder than creating custom sources. Here, the Stream API designers provided us with the capability to encapsulate new terminal operations via a custom collector. The collector interface allows us to provide a custom terminal operation by specifying 4 functions and 3 characteristics. It's often possible to combine the collector from existing collectors instead of writing your own from scratch. To demonstrate how collectors can be combined, let's solve the following problem. Let's say you have a list of maps and want to transform it into a single map that uses all the keys from all the input maps and combines all these corresponding values into lists. Here's an example input and the expected output. Essentially, we just need to rearrange the data. A canonical solution looks like this. As we have a nested data structure, it's natural that we start with a flat map and flatten all the nested maps into a single stream of entries. Afterwards, we can use a collector that we create from the existing collectors. It looks somehow tricky and probably hard to read if you don't do such things often. Grouping by means that we want to group elements into a map using entry keys as qualifiers. Mapping is like a normal stream map operation. We extract values, then put them into the list via collectors.toList. Finally, we just need to add 4 closing parentheses, and it works. Problems where you need to rearrange maps or lists are quite popular, so I created a lot of sugar in StreamX to simplify them. In fact, there is a special type in the StreamX library called entry stream, which is a stream of map entries. It has a number of operations that automatically extract keys and values from entries, making the pipelines much shorter and easier to read. If you cannot use third-party libraries for whatever reason, you can still simplify your code using static import of the collectors class. This doesn't save you from having many nested parentheses, but it does certainly make the collector more readable. Sometimes developers want to solve every single possible problem in a single stream pipeline, even if that's not the appropriate way to do it. For example, let's consider the following problem. We have a list of all the employees, and every employee has an annual salary and a department. We want to get all the departments where the total salary exceeds 1 million and sort the results by salary. It's perfectly normal to solve this problem in 2 steps. First, we group employees by departments, telling the grouping by collector to sum the salaries using the summing long downstream collector. Now, we stream the resulting map again, filtering by salary, sorting the result, and collecting it into a new map. Here we need a linked hash map to preserve the sorting order. We cannot use treemap because we are sorting map values, not map keys. But there is a little problem. If we want to explicitly specify the map type, we have to explicitly specify the merge function. The merge function tells the collector what to do if duplicate keys appear in the stream. There is no standard to map collector where you can specify the map type but omit the merge function. In this case, we would be happy with a default merge function that throws an exception on duplicate keys, because we are sure that our keys are not duplicated. Usually people write something like A, B, arrow A, like on this slide, just because it's much shorter than A, B, arrow, throw new illegal state exception, blah, blah, which will never happen anyway. However, it's a little bit dirty and can make the code hard to read. If you specify A, B, arrow A, readers might assume that repeating keys are actually possible in your case, because why you are specifying this merger. So it's up to you to decide. Of course, if you can use StreamX, you won't have this problem. There is a special method called toCustomMap that allows you to specify a target map with or without a merge function. Of course, it's just a bit of sugar. There is nothing really that special there. In fact, even without third-party libraries, the solution looks perfectly okay. Some people, however, really want to pack it into a single stream pipeline, resulting in ugly code like this. I didn't make this up. I really saw this kind of code. And it looks like the developers who wrote it really think that it's better this way. Here, a combining collector, collecting and then is used. It allows you to add any final transformation to the result, and the final transformation is just the complete second stream. Well, it may look like a functional approach. We are doing a functional composition. Also, we don't create an intermediate local variable. However, code like this is much more difficult to understand and debug. I have given this kind of behavior a very scientific name of streamosis. Please don't do this. Don't be obsessed with the idea that every problem can be solved in a single stream pipeline. Write readable code, please. Sometimes you can't combine existing collectors and you need to write a collector manually. When it's possible, it's usually not that hard. Here is a problem that cannot be solved by combining standard collectors. We want to find the maximal elements of the stream. However, if there is a tie, we want to get all the maximal elements. Here's an example. Out of these languages, let's find the ones with the longest names. As you can see, the longest names is 6 characters, and Kotlin, Groovy, and Ceylon all satisfied. So we should return all 3 of them. Here's simple implementation. To create a collector, we should decide which container to use and learn how to accumulate new elements, merge 2 containers together, and transform the container into the final result. Here, we can use ArrayList as a container, and it's also our final result, so the finisher step is unnecessary. The container contains the largest elements found so far. The accumulator accepts the new element t, and if it's not the first element, then it checks whether it's larger than the largest element we already have or not. If it's smaller, we just ignore it. If it's larger, then we clear the list to forget the previous elements because we have a new leader. Otherwise, we just add a new element to the collection of the largest ones. A combiner is used for parallel streams, and it should combine 2 results that were calculated in parallel lists for 2 parts of the inputs. In our case, it's possible to do quite a simple implementation. We just feed all the elements from the second list to the accumulator, updating the first list. Then we return the first list as a resulting container. It's perfectly okay to modify and return one of the previous accumulators instead of creating a new one. We could make it a little bit more optimal, but this solution is good enough for most practical cases. Now you can simply implement the collector interface, but it's better to use the convenient static method collector.off that provides the implementation for you. The problem is solved. To me, there are 2 main issues with collectors. One is that you must specify a combiner, even if you don't care about parallel streams. Splitterator, for example, has a legal way to refuse splitting. In this case, the stream created from the splitterator will be sequential. even if the parallel method was called. You can't do the same thing with collectors. On the other hand, there are cases when it's impossible to write a correct combiner because it must be associative, and not every operation is associative. Some people just throw unsupported operation exception from the combiner if they don't need parallel streams. It's probably not that bad in some local usages, but I think it's unacceptable in libraries. As a result, some operations cannot be expressed via collectors at all. The second issue I have found with them is that a collector cannot legally short-circuit. Stream API will handle all the stream elements even if at some point the collector already knows that the final result is found and will not change anymore. So if you want to create your own short-circuiting terminal operation, you cannot use collectors. Here's an example of a problem that needs a short-circuiting behavior. We want to check all the stream elements are unique. As soon as we find a repetition, we can return false immediately without consuming the rest. We could write a collector, but it won't allow us to short-circuit. To solve a problem like this, we can check existing short-circuiting terminal operations and check whether any of them could be adapted for our purpose. Here is a possible solution involving all match. It's short and elegant and will work with parallel and sequential streams alike. But it's also an API abuse because we use a stateful function. Here we create a concurrent set. Since Java 8, there is a method in the concurrent hash map to create one. Then we bind it to the method reference that adds a new element to the set. Set.add returns true if the element was successfully added, and false if the corresponding element already existed in the set. That's exactly what we need. Once we get a repeating element, we will return false, relying on the short-circuiting mechanism inside the allMatch method. Unfortunately, not every custom short-circuiting operation can be implemented so easily, especially if you want fast parallel processing. In the StreamX library, I added a mechanism of short-circuiting collectors, which allows you to solve such problems. Finally, let's consider a problem that cannot be parallelized normally. Let's assume that we want to calculate the string hash code using Stream API. Why not? The exact formula is specified. In fact, you just need to multiply the current result by 31, then add the next character code, and so on. After a bit of thinking and combining the operations, we find that the following code works. Yes, we can create a stream of string characters. It will be an int stream. Then we can apply the reduction operation. As you can see, it works correctly. Great. Unfortunately, this doesn't work if we add parallel. It produces a completely different result. Stream API was designed so that a properly written stream should produce identical results, regardless of whether it's parallel or sequential. It can be faster or slower, but the result must be the same. But why doesn't it work? If we check the documentation for the reduce method, we will see that the accumulator must be an associative function. It's actually written 3 times in method documentation, so it looks like this is a pretty important thing. And we can easily check that associativity doesn't hold in our case. Okay, now we know why it doesn't work. But is it possible to fix this? Of course, we can ignore the problem. Who needs to calculate the hash code in parallel? However, the specification doesn't guarantee in which order reduce will be called for the sequential version as well. It's unlikely, but the sequential version might be broken in future versions of Java. In any case, it would be nice to fix it. Okay.
I'm so sorry, that was totally me.
Okay, I'll continue. Only a few minutes left. Such an operation in other languages is called fold left or reduce left, and it's specified to be applied from left to right, so no associativity is required. It cannot be implemented using collect or reduce, but it's quite possible to implement it using for each ordered operation, which guarantees left-to-right processing. Look how it can be implemented for int stream. For an object stream, you can easily write it yourself. You may wonder what the point of using this operation in parallel is. However, in some cases, you can get a speed boost if you have very complex upstream operations in the pipeline. Another way to solve this problem, as well as many other problems, is to give up. Sometimes it's better to admit that not every problem has an elegant solution with Stream API, and plain old for loops may be easier to understand. So that's all for today. We discussed a number of ways to modify existing Stream operations or create your own. Please use standard API when it makes your code more readable, and avoid Stream API in cases where it's not suitable. Thank you. Here are some ways that you can use to get in contact with me, and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for a fantastic presentation. I'm sorry I trampled all over it at the last minute. I was trying to get ready for the next presentation. We have a lot of great questions. I'm not sure we're going to get time to ask and answer all of them, but let's take 5-10 minutes to ask some of the questions, if that's all right. One of the main comments that we got was people love your slides. They think the animation is fantastic. They love the quality of the slides. They found it really helpful to understand how streams work. So, and I love them too. It really helped me understand things that I thought I understood before, but apparently not.
Thank you.
And a great question here. Are there any plans or rumors about adding some new stream operations in the standard libraries? Or maybe you have an idea of what you would personally like to see in streams next?
That's very good and interesting question. Well, now standard Stream API is more or less crystallized, and there is no active development there. But sometimes some small additions are performed. If you check what's new in like Java 9, Java 12, you can see that there are some new collectors like filtering, flat mapping, teen, and there are some new sources, but no intermediate operations, probably except take while and drop while that appeared in Java 9. One of the reasons is that as I said in my presentation, Stream is an interface, and there are already third-party implementations of this interface. So if you add new intermediate or terminal operation, you must provide a default implementation, probably not optimal default implementation, but it must be correct, because otherwise you will break all third-party code. So this actually limits on what you can add in newest versions. Still, I know that there is a proposal being discussed now to add map multi operation that an alternative to flat map in a push-like case, when you can actually push elements to the stream rather than provide them in pooling mode. It's currently discussed in mailing list, so probably it will arrive around Java 16. So some development is still going on there.
Great. We had a lot of questions, not unusually, about the performance of stream operations in general. So questions like, is the stream method in a list, for example, is it very expensive in terms of performance? And a similar question, is it more expensive to use streams versus using plain old Java?
In most of real use cases, it doesn't really matter, because usually the performance bottleneck of your program is somewhere else. So if Stream API makes your code more readable, easier to understand, please use it. If you see your stream operations appear in performance profile, then okay, probably in your particular case, this is really hotspot and should be rewritten by using a plain old loop. By the way, IntelliJ IDEA in many cases can do this for you. You can just press Alt-Enter on your stream call and say, just convert it to the loop. There are some cases when stream may produce a lot of garbage. For example, if you use a flat map and produce many of very small streams, then every single small stream will add a garbage, and garbage collector will have to deal with this. Again, Graal project deals with this really nice. They have, in most of the cases, if you use Stream API and Graal JIT, you will have exactly the same performance like with the loop. So probably in future, Graal JIT will become the default JIT, and this case will just, this question will be irrelevant. You will have the same performance.
That's really cool. I didn't know that about Graal. That's really interesting. And yeah, my answer around performance is always like test it and then find out if you've got a performance problem. You can't predict it upfront. Another couple of questions around peak. Again, sort of related. Can peak be used for anything other than logging? And can you use peak for producing a side effect like atomic variable changes? Is that an anti-pattern?
In general, yes, you should avoid peak in production code, but well, if you understand how it works and what are consequences, I don't think you should avoid it as much as possible. For example, there is a pattern, then you have previous operation, then you create a brand new object. Like you have previous map, you create a brand new object there, and then you want to call a setter on that object to set some field, because probably you don't have a constructor to set this field right in the constructor. So to me, it's perfectly okay to add a peak operation and set this field in the peak, because even if at some point stream processor will exclude this peak operation, then it will exclude the previous map as well. Then it means that you don't need this object at all, so you won't get any side effect visible. In this case, your peak will have a side effect, but the side effect is encapsulated within the stream, so it will work perfectly. But yes, probably if you need peak, you should think twice whether you need stream. Probably your code would look better with plain old for loop.
Right. Oh, this is a good one. What's the most idiomatic way of generating infinite streams? It feels so easy with Reactor Publisher, for example, but pure Java streams feels more tricky.
It depends on your source, and there are a number of infinite stream sources in JDK. For example, you can get a stream of random numbers using like random.ints or random.longs if you need it. And alternatively, you can use stream.generate standard method just and provide a supplier that just generates new objects, or use stream.iterate if your next stream element could be calculated out of the previous element. Well, in my practice, true infinite streams are rarely useful. So it depends on your problem. If you really have a problem that produces an infinite stream, then probably you can use one of existing sources. Or alternatively, you can create an infinite iterator. Infinite iterator is pretty easy. Just return true from your hasNext always and provide something from your next. And there is a standard method to wrap iterator into stream and return it. So you can create it.
So the answer is, it depends. There are lots of different ways of doing it. Two people ask the same question. How do you assert that two streams are equal?
The question is, how can I say whether two streams are equal? Yes?
Yeah.
So it means that both streams have the same elements in the same order. I don't think there is a good standard solution. It could be a good problem for my presentation, one of the problems I demonstrated today. And I can disappoint you that this even is not solved in StreamX library. Because you should provide a terminal operation for one of the streams, but you cannot normally consume both streams in the same terminal operation. There are some ways to do this. For example, you can get iterator from both streams and or split iterator and get elements one by one and compare them to each other. But in most cases, you can just collect both streams to lists and compare the lists. If it doesn't pose a performance problem for you, then it's perfectly fine solution.
This is less of a question and more of a comment. It says it's meaningless to use parallel streams in web applications. I don't know if you have any comments on that.
In general, you must be very careful with parallel streams, and you should understand what are you doing. You should understand what the problem you are solving, and in some cases, parallel streams may make your performance of your application even worse. For example, yes, if you have a web application and say you have 64 cores on backend and you have more than 64 concurrent requests, then of course all your cores are already busy and you don't have any room to parallel your problem. But if you expect not very big load, for example, you expect no more than 10 concurrent connections to your web service, then you have 3 cores and parallel streams may reduce latency and make your server faster to respond. So again, it depends.
There's a question of whether you accept pull requests to StreamX. It says they've got an idea of how to improve standard Boolean supplier. So I guess the question is, do you accept pull requests?
Yes, I do accept the pull request, and I have a number of external contributors, and some of them really provided non-trivial contributions, like written a completely new operation written from the scratch, not like documentation fix. And but I ask you, please discuss your idea first before running into the implementation. I have some kind of philosophy in my library. Probably it's not readily written in some document, and I have some quite strict rules on how the code should look like, what should be the performance. I'm very strict about the performance inside the library. So if you have some idea, please discuss with me. Probably I can give you some hints how to implement it, or I will say, like, I tried already and this cannot be implemented in the way that satisfies me, so sorry, and you will not waste your time for implementation. But yes, pull requests are very welcome.
And we don't really have much time for any more questions, but there are a bunch of questions here, and I don't think we're going to get a chance to finish it all off. Maybe I'll ask you one more. There's a couple of questions around handling exceptions in streams. So one question is, can we use exception handling in streams? And the other is, handling of exceptions in streams API is not supported. Can it be tackled in any way using streams?
It's quite a long discussion about exceptions in stream. At first, there are checked exceptions, and yes, if your Lambda throws a checked exception, it's not supported by the stream. So the normal way is okay to wrap and rethrow it as unchecked exception. And after that, the problem is that what do you want? What do you expect from handling exceptions in the stream? For example, if some intermediate step throws an exception, what would you like to do? Do you like to stop the stream processing and catch it, or would you like to collect all the exceptions and process successful elements and failed elements separately? Those are different cases. There are some solutions in the wild. MyStreamX library doesn't address this problem in any way, but there are solutions in the wild like try monad. You may find that wraps either successful or failed result inside. So if you really like functional approach, you like it. Or there are some ways to rethrow as unchecked. They are dirty, but some people still happy with them. But okay, I think this is a topic for another big talk.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I had because we were running out of time. I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much, Tagir. It was a very useful presentation. I loved it. We will say goodbye now. Thank you.
Thank you for listening, and I was very glad that you invited me. Goodbye.
Nice.
Right. Yes. You go.
That's funny. So it's time for the next talk, which is Life After Java 8 with Trisha. So, and I'm very excited.
I'm going to put my glasses on to prove that I'm in speaker mode, not in host mode.
Okay. I'm very excited to introduce you, Trisha, today. You are absolutely amazing, intelligent, brave, and kind. Trisha is a Java champion. She's a well-known face in Java community. I'm sure every Java developer out there would know Trisha. Her talks are extremely popular across the globe. And she also recently edited 97 Things Every Java Programmer Should Know by O'Reilly. So if you already don't have that book, I would highly recommend you to get a copy now. And since I work with her every day, let me share a little secret. Every day she would have about 100 tasks on her calendar, and she would manage to complete 99 of them. And then be disappointed that she wasn't so productive that day. Right, Trisha?
That's absolutely true.
So today, Trisha is talking about life beyond Java 8, the features in Java 9 and beyond, the options you have to upgrade to, and the issues that you might run into if you choose any particular version. So Trisha, over to you, and thanks a lot for speaking today.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. I did not at all gate crash this event and say I would like to speak. Let me share my screen. Yes, hello. Welcome to my talk. I am going to talk about life beyond Java 8. We have seen through the last couple of talks in this session a few mentions of things like records and other features from more recent versions of Java. And the goal of this talk is to kind of take a really quick look at all the features which have come in since Java 8. And the reason being that Java 8 is still, Java 8 is still the most used version of Java at the moment. This is the JetBrains developer ecosystem, the results from the JetBrains developer ecosystem questionnaire from this year. And you can see 75% of developers are still using Java 8, 32% are on Java 11, and then a smattering around the others. Now, these percentages don't quite add up because developers can be using more than one version of Java. But the point is that generally speaking, lots of people are still using Java 8, even though it's, what, 6 years old now or more. Similarly, these are some other surveys that have gone out, which show that, again, Java 8 is the most popular version. In fact, if we go back to the JetBrains one, this is an increase on last year. The Java 11 percentage is an increase on last year. So more people are moving to Java 11, which is a good thing, but we still have a lot of people on Java 8. So yes, this one shows Java 8. And then I did a super, not at all scientific poll earlier this year asking my followers what versions they're using either. So we have a chunk of Java 8, a chunk of Java 11. Now, people might think this is a bit of a weird distribution of numbers because the current version of Java is Java 14. So you can see with my questionnaire results, there's quite a large chunk of people on Java 14. Then it seems kind of weird that we have a chunk on 8 and a chunk on 11 and almost nobody on 9, 10, 12 or 13. So I want to talk a little bit, before we go any further, I want to talk a little bit about why this is, because if you're on Java 8, you might not know what's happened in the sort of political sphere, if you like, since Java 8 came out. So let's talk about, what's happened to my screen? Is it showing in a bit of a weird way? Looks like I've got, I don't know if it's me or if it's the screen sharing software, but let's just make sure that this is doing what it's supposed to do. Well, you can read what it says, that's the important thing. So let's talk quickly about releases, updates, licensing, and support, because this is relevant for your decision on whether to move off from Java 8 and which version to choose. So since Java 9, we have had a release of Java every 6 months, which is why, even though Java 8 is still kind of the standard, the current version of Java 14, which seems kind of crazy, because that's like, what's that, 6 versions later. But that's because we're getting new releases every 6 months. Since Java 9, we get a new release of Java every 6 months. But we do have 2 types of releases. We have these 6-monthly releases and long-term support releases, which means that every 3 years, one release is sort of nominated as the long-term support release. Java 8 is a long-term support release because those versions of Java back in the day usually were supported for at least 3 years anyway. Java 11 is the current long-term support release, and presumably Java 17 will be the long-term support release going forward when we get to Java 17. Now, it's important to understand that this is largely the Oracle story. We have generally downloaded our JDK from Oracle, but Oracle are the ones who've updated their licensing and support models since Java 11, and they would like you to pay for the long-term support version. And because by paying for the long-term support version, they can continue to put staff and resources into developing Java. It seems only fair that someone's paying for Java at some point. Generally speaking, the community has adopted this model of long-term support releases versus these short-lived 6-monthly releases. But this long-term support release idea is from Oracle. What it means is that you basically have 2 options going forward. You can use the free Oracle OpenJDK build, which the current version is Java 14. And if you're using the free Oracle OpenJDK build, you should be prepared to upgrade every 6 months. So now that Java 14 is the most recent version of Java, Java 13 is no longer supported. It won't be updated, it won't get security patches and so forth. So if you were on Java 13, you need to be on Java 14 now. If you are on Java 14, you need ideally to migrate to Java 15 this September. The other alternative, which is probably more suitable for enterprise type environments, people who want a bit more stability, is to use a long-term support version. So in this case, you should be using Java 11, as this is the most recent long-term support release for Java. So if you're using a long-term support version, though, you may have to pay to put it in production. It depends, because there's more than one vendor. So we usually talk about Oracle because Oracle has been where we get our JDK from. But of course, there are loads of vendors. This is just like the top few who popped into my mind. But there's a lot of different vendors for a lot of different use cases. They have different support models. They have different licensing models, different cost models or lack of cost. I would take a look at Adopt OpenJDK. This is a community-led initiative for building JDK. So you can get a free version of OpenJDK from Adopt OpenJDK. This has recently, they've recently announced this is joining the Eclipse Foundation, so it's now part of a foundation for open source, which is a good thing. And its new name will be Eclipse Adoptium, which sounds like something which is going to go into space. So yes, take a look at Adopt OpenJDK if you want a free and community-built JDK, but there are a lot of different options. Now, I don't want to go into this in too many details because really what we want to do is we want to take a look at the meat of the new features in Java, I think. So that does lead to the question, given all this complication of which version do I choose? Also, Java 8 was kind of nice. I liked it. It had the Streams API, like Tagir was showing, and the Streams API is extremely powerful, and we can use lambdas, and I'm kind of happy with Java 8, so I don't really see why I should move on. So let's take a look at the new language features to begin with, the new language features available if you're using Java 11, which, if you remember, of course, is the current long-term support release. First, let's look at JShell. Let me get my... Okay. Get the right screen up. Right, so JShell, I will use this in Java 11 because I said I was going to use Java 11. Now, JShell is the REPL for Java, and it's a self-contained file. So it doesn't matter which version of Java you're using in production with an application. You can run a copy of JShell completely independent of that. So you can be running whichever version you want. I'm going to run the Java 11 version because I said we were looking at Java 11. But you could run the Java 15 version, for example, and use it to play with some new features in Java 15, which is coming in September. So JShell, what is a REPL? Some of you may have used REPLs in other languages with other types of tools. In the Java world, we generally have not been used to using a REPL because we have to build a class with public state void main and all of this ceremony and boilerplate, whereas a REPL allows us to prototype stuff really quickly. For example, I'm going to use tab completion because I'm used to using an IDE and I want to get tab completion. So I can do system.out.println. I get tab completion and code suggestions as if I was in an IDE. It's a great idea. So then I can print that out there. Note something, I do not need to put a semicolon on the end here. The most exciting thing about one of the features that's come in Java 11. I don't need a semicolon to write that entire line of text. Okay, that's great. You still need semicolons in normal Java. You just don't need them necessarily in JShell. So I can do simple things like this. I can do things like I can declare an int of some value. Oh, what have I done? Of course, I need to give it a name. Some value. And I can, of course, use new features of Java, some of which we will look at later. Like I can use that as a var, not a val. Honestly, anyone would think I haven't been doing any coding all week. There's not a lot of value in using var instead of using int because it's the same number of characters, but we will look at var a little bit later on. I can also declare like an anonymous one here, so it will just assign it to $4. I can declare methods, so I can say void print something. And I can say system.out.println something. And then I can call that. And so it's kind of cool. I can kind of gradually build up a more complex set of variables and methods, and I can kind of I can experiment with stuff. I use this to experiment with the new convenience factory methods for collections, which we will look at later as well. But it allowed me to kind of play with the new functionality, see what was printed out, see what I can change, see what I can't change, and how does it feel to kind of work with. So it's quite a good way. I would have traditionally used unit tests for all of those sorts of things. I still really love unit tests, but if you're just literally just kind of going to poke the system and see what happens, JShell is quite a good way of doing that. You can also export these as like scripts, and you can import them and rerun them later. So it's quite a powerful and interesting tool. So let's see, and it's got commands as well. So for example, I can print out all the variables and all the methods that I have here. And I think there's a help in here, so it'll tell you all the stuff that you can do. So JShell is really interesting, and I think the reason I mention it first is because you can use it as a tool to play with some of the new features if you want to. Next up, var. We already saw var a little bit. I just kind of showed it. So let's go into IntelliJ IDEA because we are a JetBrains event, and I am the IntelliJ IDEA developer advocate, so I should probably do something around IntelliJ IDEA. So var came in Java 10, which means it's available in Java 11. One of the things that's really important to understand. There's two important things to understand for var. One, don't use it everywhere. It's meant to be helpful. It's not meant to be mandatory. And two, it is not about introducing dynamic typing to the language. It is about removing the need to repeat boilerplate. The typing is still available. So let's take a look at this. This is a set of style guidelines for how to use var. It's guidelines. It's not mandating the best way to use it, but it is a good idea to have a quick look at this, to sort of have a look at some of the best practices, if you like, on how to use var. I've covered some of them in this code example. The code is available on GitHub, and I will share a link to everything at the end of the presentation as well. So let's take a quick look at var. Obviously, we can get IntelliJ IDEA to convert things for us automatically. So here we can use that as var. I would argue that naming something like this with a var is not super helpful because it's got a rubbish name anyway. So then I take away the type information and I can't necessarily see what it is. However, if you are using IntelliJ IDEA, it will say, by the way, this is a list of people, which is quite helpful. It's just kind of annotated on top of the lines of code. Where it is really helpful is if you do have this kind of repetition of type information here. This is kind of, you don't really need to say this on both sides of the equal sign, because, you know, if it's on one side of the equal sign, you don't necessarily need to say it on both. So I can replace that with var. That seems like a really useful place to have it because, you know, it's an output stream. I declare it as a byte array output stream. That's quite helpful. One of the other things to consider, as I said, is var doesn't remove the type information. The type information has to be there somewhere on the other side of the list, ideally. So here's a safe list. We have a list of one, which will return a list of strings. So if we turn that into a var, it's still going to be a list of strings. Now, I can't do that with this one because this just says list of. So the compiler has no idea what type this is because it doesn't have any type information in here. Here it does. I tell it it's going to be a list of strings. But if I change that to var, which I think IntelliJ won't let me do yet because it's not a safe thing to do, if I change that to var, I actually get a different type. This is now a list of objects, not a list of strings, because there's nowhere to get the information about it being a list of strings from, which is why IntelliJ says, no, I don't want to do that for you. For this one, no, let's not do that. For this one, the type information is here on the left-hand side and not on the right-hand side. If you get IntelliJ IDEA to replace that with a var, it will put the string over here so that at least I get that type information somewhere. So it will do the right thing. So this is var. It's just 3 characters. It's nice and short. The idea of var is to reduce the boilerplate in your code. The idea is not to just apply it everywhere. So use it where it makes sense. Use it where it's going to aid readability. Don't use it where it's going to add confusion as to what is this type, what is it doing, what am I supposed to do with it. So it's just another additional tool for you to apply to your code if you've got something which is not very readable. One example is here. This is genuinely an iterator I discovered somewhere. So I have this kind of type information with nested generics. I actually don't care about that. It's just not really important to me. I have an iterator, and that's really all that matters to me. And the same here, my entry, I don't really need that either because I'm not doing much with it. So again, this is a really good place to use var, where you've got loads of different type information. Right, I don't want to spend too long on var because it's just 3 characters after all. What else do we have? We have, everything is a surprise to me when I do this presentation. Convenience factory methods for collections. Oh, by the way, I will talk quite fast because I gave this presentation last week or the week before. I had 75 minutes and I didn't finish it in time. And this time I have 40 minutes. So I'm fully expecting Nala to jump in at some point and say, that's it, you've got no more time, you are done. So I'm going to try and get through it quite quickly. There's a lot of information to cover here. Convenience factory methods for collections. Let's have a look for, I called it Java 9. Here we go. If you want to create an unmodifiable list, a list of values that you can't add to, remove from, or edit, then really the correct way of doing it is do something like arrays.asList and then wrap it in an unmodifiable list. Often we actually forget to do that, or we choose not to do that because that's a load of work, and we often use just that, which is actually not the right way to do stuff because you can alter the values in this list. We tend not to, but we can. Now, in Java 11, you can say, you can press the wrong command, you can say, replace this with list.of. I think we saw this earlier in Tagir's talk, actually. So you just say list.of, and you get an unmodifiable list of the values that you want. That's fine, that's great. In the list case, it's kind of useful, particularly around having an unmodifiable list. It's much more helpful in the case of something like set, because with set, you have to say, you have to create a list and then wrap it in a hash set and then wrap it in an unmodifiable set, which probably explains why no one in the Java world ever really uses sets, because it's quite difficult to work with. But now you can replace it with a set of, and that's way more readable. I think this is very helpful for things like creating test data, but we'll probably find places where we use this in production code as well. We can do something similar with maps. Initializing maps is a little bit ugly. We have to have some sort of static block somewhere adding values to it, or some sort of method which adds values to it, and then wrap it inside an unmodifiable map. In Java 11, we can replace this with a map.of entries. So then I say of entries, and then I create these individual entries for each of the entries in the map. If I static import this, static import, it makes it a little bit smaller, and that's kind of fine. It's a bit more readable. I would format that on multiple lines. If you have fewer than 10 items, then there's a more convenient way of doing this. So you can say map.of, and then you just have key value, key value, key value, and that can be a bit more readable. I still think something like Groovy has a more readable way of creating maps, but this is still significantly more readable and more less verbose than what we were doing before for maps. So I'm a big fan of these factory methods for collections. I've started using them a lot since I upgraded from Java 8. Added to that, you can now, we talked about creating unmodifiable collections. Now the Streams API allows you to collect to an unmodifiable list, unmodifiable set, and so forth. So this is a really nice addition for using the Streams API, because often what you want is to wrap it in an unmodifiable something. If I create a set of results and return that set of results, I don't necessarily want someone messing with that set of results. So this is a really nice small addition, but a nice addition to the language. We have new methods on the Stream API. We looked at this a little bit in the last presentation. The Stream API is kind of fairly static, but in Java 11, we do have take while, which allows us to take all the values in the stream until some condition is met, and then we stop the stream. There's a sort of a sister method called drop while, which will ignore all the values in the stream until some condition is met. And in fact, you can actually use both of them to sort of bookend your stream if you want stop in the middle. So this is a really helpful thing, particularly for working with infinite streams. You kind of want some sort of condition to say, I don't care about these at the beginning, and I don't care about these at the end. We also have predicate.not. This sounds kind of silly that we have a new static method which is 3 characters long plus the brackets when we could just use an exclamation mark. Let me show you where some people are finding this useful. If I can remember where I put it. Oops. It's getting hot in here. My poor laptop is saying, it's too hot, I can't code. What was this? Java 11. Here we go, predicate.not. So in the Streams API, you can say, I want to filter for everything where the string is not empty, for example, and that's absolutely fine and completely readable and totally all right. But some people would prefer to use a method reference, and you can't use a method reference when you're using the not here. So in Java 11, what you can do instead is you can say, I want to do predicate.not, and then I can use a method reference here. It's just a matter of personal preference. It's arguably, it's more characters maybe. It's like one more character at the end of the day once you've removed the lambda. It's really about readability and what works for you. So it's just nice to have that there if that's the sort of thing that interests you. New methods on optional. Optional was a nice addition to Java 8. Let's find optional. New methods on optional. Optional was nice in Java 8. I really like the idea of having a type which explicitly says you might get a return value from this method, or you might not. So if you want to find a user and it returns you an optional, then you're like, okay, well, I have to check whether something's here or not. It's much more explicit than returning a null, because a null could be, I didn't find the user, or it could be, I threw an error, but I didn't want to tell you, so I gave you a null, or it could be like something else went wrong, or, you know, you don't really know what null represents. It has no meaning, no context. Whereas optional has real meaning. Optional means I am here or I am not. So that's great, but it did have some limitations. So you could use it with, let's see, you can use it with, did I put it in here? Probably not. The idea is you say, you want to wrap it in a present. Let's flip that around actually. Let's get IntelliJ to flip that. So this is kind of the classic way of using inside Java 8. And if you want to, let's suggest it for me. No. Okay. Or you use if present and use it in a more functional style. And that was really only limited to the if present case. Whereas Java 11 has a bunch more methods on optional, which make it a lot easier to work with. One is, instead of having to say not is present, which humans are not very good at parsing nots, you can say is empty instead. So again, this is about readability thing. It does exactly the same thing as the other one, but it's just potentially a bit more readable than trying to add a not in your brain and flip things around. So that's quite nice. Another thing, you can say or else throw. So you can say, I want to return this optional value, the thing wrapped inside this optional value, or I want to throw this exception, or else throw. And again, you can see this is a Lambda expression, so this is like lazily evaluated. So this might be a more functional way of kind of expressing what you want, and it might be more efficient. One of my favorite features is if present or else. So when I was trying to migrate a set of code that uses nulls to mean I don't really know if it's there or not, I was trying to migrate it to use optional. I found myself in a lot of cases where I say, if present, do this, but I still need the if, I still need the else bit as well. So then I couldn't use a functional style of working in Java 8. I had to have an if-else statement, which looked kind of clumsy. Whereas with Java 11, I can give it 2 lambdas. So if it's present, then do something with it. Otherwise, do something else that doesn't need that thing. So it just kind of reduces a lot of the boilerplate, allows you to use lambda expressions the way that they were intended to be used. And there's another function, which is another method, which is or. So this is different to the other methods because the or returns, let me show you. The or returns another optional. So this is where you actually want to work on the optionals, not on the value that it wraps. So I might want to say, I want this customer to be either the customer that you get or some other optional, which may or may not be available. And of course, you can chain these. You can continue to chain these for as long as you want. This, again, allows you to be a bit more powerful with the way that you use optional. And you can use optional.stream to allow you to use optional inside stream operations. So it's a bit more, again, there's far less like clumsiness around managing optional. So if you're using optional in your code base in Java 8, you might find that moving to Java 11 gives you much more power and flexibility in the way that you're using optional. Java 11 has a built-in HTTP client. This is helpful for writing tests. It's helpful for if you're using like microservices. It means you don't need an external library. A lot of people I know who are looking at Java 11 were very interested in the idea of using a built-in client rather than having to use an external library. Java 11 has multi-release jar files. I wrote about this back in 2017. This is kind of like a really rough way of producing multi-release jar files inside IntelliJ IDEA because I was experimenting with the feature. It's not necessarily applicable to us as enterprise developers who are working on an application inside a large organization. But if we're library developers creating a jar file that we want to distribute to other people, this can be very helpful. What it means is that when I distribute my jar file, if I have built it using Java 11, for example, and I distribute it to you and you're using Java 8, the jar file will use Java 8 if you're using Java 8 and the features in Java 8. But if you're using Java 11, it will use the features available to it in Java 11. It's important to notice this is not about API level things. So it's not about you're using Java 11, so you can use a Java 11 style API with my library. No, it's more about under the covers. Under the covers, I, as the library developer, can use the Java 11 features on your machine to do things faster, better, quicker, whatever. So it's very helpful for library developers. As an application developer, this is largely invisible to you, but it will actually benefit you, especially if you have moved to a more recent version of Java. Jigsaw was the sort of big ticket item in Java 9, which was supposed to call the Java module system, actually. And probably, again, if you're working on an enterprise level application, you're probably not that interested in using the Java module system to break your monolith or even, you know, microservice into modules. But it does benefit us in a number of different ways. Again, library developers can use it to break their jars, their libraries into a number of different modules. It benefits us that Java has been modularized, because actually we can do things like we can use JLink to package our application with just the bits of Java that we care about. So if we're only using like 4 or 5 modules from the JDK, we can package up our application, the 4 or 5 modules from the JDK, and put all of that into one thing and deploy that to the cloud. So our deployables might be a lot smaller, they might be cheaper, it might be quicker, all of these different things. So the Java module system might not excite you in terms of modularizing your application, but it has led to a number of improvements and benefits in terms of the Java, the platform, having been modularized. Right, so those are the benefits, the sort of features available to us in Java 11. Let's take a quick look at Java 14. Again, just to remind you, Java 14 is the latest version of Java. It came out in March. So if you are following the kind of 6-monthly release cadence, you should be using Java 14 and then migrating to Java 15 in very short order, depending on when you're watching this video, actually. So yeah, so for now, it's the latest version of Java right now. Java 14 has switch expressions as a standard feature. Let's look at switch expressions. Oh yes, because that's what switch expressions meant again. We're all familiar with the classic switch statement. Probably, I would hope, not many people are using it because it's not very object oriented. It's a little bit like code from the 1990s. Switch expressions allow us to write the same thing in a much more modern way. It's just much prettier. It does the same thing, actually, potentially has the potential to do more than the original thing. And a switch expression returns a value. So whereas with a switch statement, we have to set this value in here, or this, and we get this nasty kind of code. A switch expression, we can return something from the switch expression, which also means that actually we can just inline that straight away and do that. So our code is smaller, prettier, possibly more readable. We have flexibility too. We can do things like, I'm having real trouble with my keyboard today, but it's not my keyboard, it's entirely me. We can, yes, I want to put that in a code block. So then I could say something like, do some complex stuff here, etc. And then we use the yield keyword to return the value from the switch expression. So so this is nice. I think switch expressions are a really nice addition to the language. They are a standard feature now in Java 14, so you can use them in production code. It's absolutely ready to go. We have text blocks as a preview feature in Java 14. So now is a nice time to talk about preview features. The 6-monthly release cadence has kind of, plus modularization, I guess, has allowed us this idea of having preview features. So this means that the language developers can put in a feature that they think is pretty much finished, they've thought it through properly, and they kind of want the syntax to be nice. They put it out into the wild for us as developers to use, but they put it out there as a preview feature and say, use this and let us know how you get on with it. And if it's not, you know, if there's some edge cases we haven't considered, or if the syntax is kind of difficult to use, let us know so we can update it in the next version of Java. So text blocks was a preview feature in Java 13. It is also, it has been changed slightly and is a preview feature in Java 14. It will be available as a standard feature in Java 15. So actually you can use text blocks as a preview feature in 14 and it won't change by the time Java 15 comes around. So having said that, speaking of preview features, so this yield keyword, this is one of the things that was changed between the different preview features of switch expressions. This was originally break, I think, and is now yield. So we play with the syntax as a preview feature, and then when the syntax is kind of stabilized, it will be released as a standard feature. Now, preview features are not enabled by default because we shouldn't use them in production. So in IntelliJ IDEA, for example, let's no, I put the wrong thing. We want to, if we want to play with the preview features, then we want to select the preview. So we're talking about 14 here. So we want to select the preview version of the project language level in order to unlock it. And we need to do the same thing in Maven. So let's have a look at my Maven file. So here we have, we need to say enable preview. So the preview features are not available to you by default. The preview features are only available if you turn them on. So having said all that, let's look at text blocks. Text blocks are a way of us to not have to have all this nasty escaping inside blocks of text. So often we'll find ourselves having different languages or different big blocks of code inside our code. With text blocks, let's convert this to a text block. We just have to say, start it with 3 double quotes, and then we put the code in here, and then close it off with 3 double quotes. And look, we don't have to escape anything. So it's much more readable. In fact, one of the nice tricks that a lot of people don't realize in IntelliJ IDEA is you can inject a language. So here we can do, let's inject JavaScript, and then I get syntax highlighting and code completion inside this string for JavaScript. This applies even inside normal strings. This is not just a text blocks feature. This is a thing. So text blocks are useful for things like embedded HTML. It's the white space here is significant, so you can do formatting inside the text block. It makes it much more readable and easier to see. I can put my SQL in there. Again, one of the things I would do is I would inject SQL in here so that I can see my syntax highlighting for SQL. And I think it's really useful for JSON because JSON has like all of this escaping, and it's all kind of like, I don't know if this is a valid JSON string, so I would put that inside a text block like that. So it's much easier to read. This, as I said, this is a preview feature in Java 14. It will be a standard feature in Java 15 in September. Pattern matching for instance of, another preview feature. Let's take a look at this. One of the things which feels a little bit old-fashioned about Java is we do an instance of, and then even though we know inside this block that this person is definitely an employee, because we've just said, is it an employee, we still have to cast it to an employee, which is, it's a little bit icky. So with Java 14, we can give it a pattern variable. So up here, we just say instance of employee and assign it to a variable called employee, and then we can use an employee inside that block as if it were an employee. So that's really nice. It's kind of, it feels like a fairly small feature, but it's the start of a bigger trend inside Java in terms of pattern matching, which is a nice, powerful language feature, which will allow us, I think, to write more readable code and to kind of, as a human being, parse the code more easily. So I expect more from pattern matching going forward. So that is a preview feature in Java 14. Records is my favorite preview feature in Java 14. It is, it's a really silly thing. And if you're using Kotlin, you'll have seen the functionality with Kotlin data classes. But it's just a really nice, easy thing. So we create a new Java class. I'm going to call it a user. I'm going to make it a record. You see here, it's flagged as a preview feature. And then all I have to do, let's add that to Git, is say I want an int, which is an ID, and a string, which is a name. And then that's my whole object. I know people are using Lombok and stuff to do this kind of thing, but now this is part of the language. So you can literally say, I want an ID and a name, and I will automatically get getters, a canonical constructor, which takes all of those values, and hash code equals and toString, default ones under the covers. So I don't need to create all of those things at all. They're just there. So yes, that's really helpful. I can, if I want to, I can override these things. So I can have like a canonical constructor, and then I say, look, I don't know, do some validation here. So I can override those things if I want to. I can also use what's called a compact constructor. Can I do that? Generate let's get rid of this and do a compact constructor. I can generate a compact constructor, and then this way I don't have to say this, because I already get those. So I can say, I can still access those things, they're right there. So I can say, I don't know, validate ID. Okay, so I don't have a validate method, but yes, so records are really nice. They're a really nice way to I think, particularly for things like data transfer objects, or like small data objects like data classes, to encapsulate this data in a sort of meaningful way without having to generate all this code. And one interesting thing about records, let's go to my record test, is our getters. So I have a record here. Have I got getters? Well, let's pretend I've got a getter. Our getters don't start with the word get. They're not called getters anymore, they're called accessors. So that's kind of, I think that's quite controversial, but I think it's great. I mean, why should everything begin with get just because of the Java Beans specification from 1,000 years ago? So this is kind of nice. So records is my favorite new feature from Java 14. Records, right. So that's Java 14. Those are all the features you can expect to see in Java 14. A bunch of them are preview features, so you won't be using those syntax level features right away, but you can start playing with them. I do want to look quickly at Java 15, partly because Java 15 is only a couple of months away and it's fairly, it's already in a fairly stable state. And partly as well because I spent this week documenting the Java 15 features in IntelliJ IDEA for the 2020.2 screencast video, which went live this week. So since I already worked on the Java 15 features, I thought I might as well show what they are. Firstly, text blocks, which I just showed you, are now a standard feature in Java 15, so you can use them in production code, no problem whatsoever. The pattern matching for instance of is going into its second preview, but as far as I could tell, nothing's changed for that. So the functionality is exactly the same as it was before. Records gets a bunch of new functionality in Java 15. So things like non-private constructors, annotations, and local types. Let me show you these quickly because I liked all of them. So if previously your constructor had to be public, now if your record is not public, then your constructor does not have to be public, which makes a lot of sense. So I don't have to have a public constructor. Another thing is I can create my getter, and records now support annotations. So I can have annotations wherever annotations are valid on a class. So that's quite nice. Another thing which just blew me away is local types. So I can use in Java 15, remember, not Java 14, in Java 15, and again, a preview feature, I can declare a local record inside a method. And this allows me to create like a temporary container for some stuff. So here, what I've got is basically a pair of a person and the list of the orders that person is associated with. Now, I wouldn't go overboard with this because sometimes if you're having to group together data like this, maybe there's something missing in your domain object. But sometimes literally what you want to do is just like iterate over a bunch of stuff, do some things, and then produce a result. So sometimes you just need a temporary container for that sort of thing. And I think records is a really interesting way to do that. Similarly, given that we've got local records, we can now also have local enumerations, which I kind of figured maybe we could use that for like tagging stuff inside the method, maybe associating it inside a map. I played with it for a bit, but I didn't have a real use case, but it seemed interesting. And you can also use local interfaces, which I couldn't think of a use case for, but I'm sure like when I see someone else's code, I'll be like, oh, that looks really cool. So now you can have local interfaces, local enums, and local records inside your methods. What else? Sealed types. Again, something that you might be familiar with from other languages. I can have I can declare a sealed class. So my sealed class permits only being subclassed by the specific list of classes. So you can have like more than one here. I can say another class. I think it's it must be a comp. So yes, so then I can say I have a sealed class. It can only be overridden by these things. And if I go into this class, this has to be sealed or final as well. So it allows us to kind of set up sort of contained hierarchies for our classes. It could be, I think again, it could be really good for things like library developers who want to be able to create a hierarchy, but not have their users inheriting from from the sealed classes, the classes they want to be sealed up. The sealed classes is interesting. Again, that will be, that's a preview feature. Hidden classes are also going to be available in JDK 15. I have not actually played with that, and it's not a preview feature, but it seems, again, something which would be very helpful for the language developers and maybe library developers. And ZGC, which is another garbage collector, is production ready in Java 15. So we'll talk a little bit more about garbage collectors in a second. Oh, look, I've got 1 minute to get through the rest of my presentation. What could possibly go wrong? You can see Mala looking all nervous. You've got loads of questions, Trisha, get off with it. Okay, if you want to know everything to do with JDK 15, you go to OpenJDK. Let's whiz through really quickly some of the other things which are interesting or not, I mean, whatever. In the future, there are a bunch of projects which lump together the functionality which is being worked on for Java. In the past, perhaps with our big releases, we might have expected to see like the whole project be delivered with one of these big releases. But with the 6 monthly releases, we can kind of see them incrementally dripped out. In particular, Project Amber, which is all about trying to make code more readable. A lot of the features that we looked at here, I think things like bar and so forth, they are small features which are part of Project Amber. So we can kind of expect to see an incremental set of things released under Project Amber, for example. Valhalla, Loom. Loom is interesting. Loom is about new concurrency in Java. I don't think there were any proposed dates or times on any of these things, but yeah, Loom, Valhalla, by the way, is basically about performance. More garbage collection improvements, and there's a proposed new project which was around improving the startup time for Java. Now, you need to sell these things to the business. The business doesn't care about your ability to use var instead of having to type string all the way out. Like, they really don't care about that. So let's just do a quick high-level view of why you might want to use a more modern version of Java instead of Java 8. The most compelling reason, I think, is performance. You can run your application on a new version of Java, and generally speaking, you will see it perform better. By perform better, I mean lower latency or potentially smaller memory use. So let's move on to use of memory. There are features like compact strings and a bunch of other features which happen under the covers, which make Java more efficient to use if you're using a more recent version of Java. There were other features around performance, by the way, around things like Docker. So modern versions of Java play much better with Docker. So since a lot of people are kind of using Docker, this seems like it's kind of interesting to know. And so use of memory, generally, because of compact strings, etc., you might find it uses less memory. Again, interesting from a cost point of view, because if you're running in the cloud, the amount of CPU and memory you use is costing you money. On the topic of memory, Java 11 had a bunch of garbage collection changes. So now G1 is the default GC instead of, oh my goodness, I can never remember, CMS. So we've got a new garbage collector as the default GC and a bunch of features for G1 to make it more performant. And there were 2 experimental garbage collectors which you might want to play with to see if that actually helps in your use case. Now in Java 14, we have another experimental garbage collector and a bunch of changes for G1 and for ZGC. I'm guessing the Americans would say ZGC, but I'm not American, so I'm going to say ZGC, and I'm going to carry on saying ZGC. Another reason to move forward to a more recent version of Java is cost. I kind of mentioned this from the point of view already in terms of like cloud, with smaller deployables, smaller memory footprint, perhaps more efficient use of CPU, more, performance would generally, if you've got higher performing code, it will probably cost you less, especially if you're running in the cloud. But what I really wanted to highlight here is there's also a kind of like opportunity cost, if you like. It's going to become more difficult to retain and hire developers if you keep being stuck on Java 8, because it does have some interesting new features, and people are going to want to, Java developers, of which there are many, are going to want to start to use the more recent versions of Java. So the longer you wait to move to 11 or 14 or 15, that you are potentially losing opportunities to hire some of the, I don't want to say best Java developers, but you are decreasing the pool of developers you could be hiring from. Right, I don't really have a lot of time to talk about this, but I want to quickly mention about migrating. You could try running your application on an updated JDK. It might actually just work. You might not need to do anything. I have seen that happen in some cases. If you have compiler warnings, deprecation warnings, any sort of warning when you're compiling the code, get rid of whatever's causing that problem, because they are there for a reason. And things like deprecation, for example, is being taken much more seriously. So stuff is going away and will need replacing. Do update your dependencies. You will need to update your dependencies for using some more recent versions of Java anyway. And it's a very good idea to do this for security reasons anyhow. You may need to add new ones. Java 11 in particular removed a bunch of stuff from the JDK. So JAXB is not available as part of the JDK. That's now an external dependency. JavaFX is an external dependency. So you might need to update your dependencies to add dependencies on these external libraries. And you can do that now. You can do that on Java 8. You don't have to wait to migrate before you do that. You do need to update your build tool. The most recent versions of Maven and Gradle are required to run Java 14 specifically. So, and again, this is just a good thing to do anyhow. Then you can try compiling against your updated JDK and then start using the shiny new features. Don't do this step first. You need to try all the other stuff first. If you do this straight away, you probably will have problems. Just do those steps of migrating. I did write an article about upgrading from Java 8. It says to 12 because I wrote it last year, but a lot of the steps are still applicable for now anyway, for Java 14 or 15. Right, so in summary, modern Java can help you. It's got better syntax, it's better performance, it might be easier to maintain. There are two upgrade options. You can upgrade to Java 11, which is the long-term support release, or upgrade to Java 14 and potentially upgrade every 6 months. It is a good idea to look at upgrading now and to reduce the future pain. As in, I don't know what's going to happen if people try and upgrade from Java 8 to Java 17. It just feels like that would be a big step. So I think upgrading to 11 now and then potentially testing against the 6 monthly releases in CI, I think that makes sense to me. Right, so all of the resources for this talk are available at this link. That includes all the slides. It includes links to loads more additional information. I wrote a bunch of blog posts about some of the functionality. Mala wrote loads of those blog posts I referred to. Like, she's always covering all the great stuff about what's new in Java 12, 13, 14. And I'm assuming you're going to do a what's new in 15 blog post on the IntelliJ IDEA blog. So all of those are linked to from this link here.
Thank you, Trisha. It was an amazing presentation, and I see a lot of comments and questions on the new features post Java 8. So people, the developers, they want to use the new features, which is in 9 and beyond. But a lot of them have questions about which version to move to. Because when you talk about moving from 8 to 11, a lot of developers, they think that moving from 8 to 11 and 11 to 14 would be probably the same thing, or moving from 8 to 14. So one question is which version to move to, and the other one, which most of the developers are asking, what are the issues and what are the precautions that they should be taking?
Yeah, those are excellent questions, and they sound like a topic for another talk. Yes, so I did. Where's my link? So I've covered some specifics around the actual migration at this blog here. It's easier to do this in a blog form because I can actually talk about the tools that you can use, the warnings you might get, and I've got links to a bunch of more information. I would definitely suggest migrating to 11. It is the current long-term support release. You really, in my mind, I really think you want to take that step from 8 beyond 9 in particular, because 9 had a lot of changes. So you want to take that big step between 8 and 11 and address all of those things. A lot of these things are covered in this article here. And I think that it will be a lot easier to upgrade from 11 to 14. So I would go 11 first. Definitely, if you're in a large enterprise in particular, they're definitely not going to let you upgrade to 14 anyway. They're just going to want the long-term support release. They're probably going to want to figure out, like, who are you going to get your JDK from? Do we need to pay support costs? And so forth. So yeah, you're going to want to go to 11, and you're going to want to make sure that you've probably got that long-term support if you are in a large enterprise environment.
Absolutely, I agree. So even though this question sounds simple, there are a lot of dimensions to the answers. So everyone, so do read the article, because I have read that article, and I think there are a lot of pointers for you to take into consideration when you are moving beyond Java 8. So the other, so a lot of people liked records, and there were a lot of questions also. One, I would say a lot of questions were on how they could use records. Is it good to use a record as a JPA entity? could they use record as a DTO entity as well?
Yeah, I don't know. So I haven't done any JPA for ages, so I don't know the shape of that. In terms of a DTO, I definitely think a record is the right thing to use if you are literally sending just data from one place to another. You can add behavior as well. So it's not just a data object. It's not just a simple object with, like, it's not just a Java bean with getters and setters. You could add, for example, let's see if I've got my record. So I can add stuff on here and I can say, like, I don't know, public, do some things, do some calculation. And so you could do some simple stuff. So, let's say that's an int. 0. So yeah, so you can have logic, you can have business logic on your records as well. What I've been doing with my code, with my sample code and my own projects, I've basically started with a record first and then sort of seeing if I need to change it into something else. Generally, particularly for domain objects like users, customers, orders, what have I got? Like moods, actually my moods are enumerations. A bunch of stuff there. Like I've just basically used records straight away because a lot of them are just containers for data.
Absolutely. So the main purpose is to use as a wrapper for your data. Of course, if you want to add any business logic, that could be done as well. And it was great to see the benefits of modules covered in the presentation, because there are a lot of fears about the modules in Java, which was in Java 9. And as we know, it was more about for the JDK rather than for us. And having a runtime environment that could be custom made is again a great benefit. So anyone who's considering moving from beyond it, Trisha, I think that was a great point that you covered in your presentation. The other question, there's so many of them. Just so I would also like you to share a little bit more about the preview features, because as you mentioned, a lot of features that you covered were preview features. So anything that the users need to kind of be aware about. And I know in IntelliJ IDEA, they could use it without doing a lot of settings or adding any command line options, so which is great. So any other thing that they take care of?
Yeah, I mean, I think the number one thing I'd want to say is that don't use preview features in production. They will change. We've already seen this. Text blocks in particular went through a number of different, text blocks look so simple. It's just like three double quotes, that's it. But it went through a lot of different iterations. And we saw with switch expressions as well, the syntax will change. So don't use it in production, which means also, since we're on that topic, if you do end up having something like this in your pom.xml, or you'll have something similar in Gradle, you shouldn't have that in your production build. You shouldn't have it in your Gradle file or your pom.xml file for your actual production application, because then you'll be using preview features in production. I mean, you can, there's nothing wrong with them, they're not broken, but the fact is that as soon as you upgrade to the latest JDK, you will probably have to change actual syntax, which is not what we do in Java. So that's my first tip. What's my other tip? So yeah, the other thing actually is that you should be able to use, let me bring up my terminal. You should be able to use preview features from JShell. So JShell would be another good place to try preview features. I believe they're turned on by default. I have not tried this, so let's see what happens. Let's see, can we do a new record? How would we do that? Oh my goodness, now we have to see that I don't actually know how to use JShell or Java. If I'm not inside the IDE, I don't actually know how to do stuff. Is record, like, is that fine? There we go. I don't know. But yeah, you could use JShell to sort of try out these, to try out the preview features. What else is, I don't know, I really think my main thing is don't use it in production code. Do use it in experimental code, maybe even use it in test code if you want to, but yeah, don't use it in production code.
Absolutely. Use it in test code and let Oracle know what your feedback is. Because if there are any big gaps that need to be kind of taken care of, that should go to the creators, so that, yes, those
Yeah,
are.
thank you for mentioning that. Yes, Oracle really is very keen, and developers on OpenJDK, they really do want to hear your feedback. The reason why they changed from break to yield in switch expressions is because everyone said break is weird and I don't like it. So they are, the reason to have preview features is to ask developers, like, how does this feel for you? Does this make sense? And to hear that feedback.
Right. So there are a lot of other questions, but we are running out of time. So one last question. Since you mentioned Project Loom, a lot of developers are really excited about it. So there were a couple of questions on which version they could try out the features on. So probably we could just mention that the build is, early access is already available and people can just go and try it out. We will post the link in the chat. I'm sorry, I quickly answered it because we were running out.
No, that's fine. No, I'm glad you did, because I was like, I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Yes, you're right. The early access is available. Download it and try it.
Right. Thank you so much, Trisha. So that was an amazing presentation. So next is Marit, who would be talking about how to contribute to open source and why it is important. So Trisha, for you now.
Thank you. Oh, I'm confused now. I'm introducing the next speaker, aren't I? I've got to take my glasses off so that I'm no longer in speaker mode. I am now in host mode. All right, let's add Marit to the stream.
Okay.
Here we go. Hi, Marit. Nice to see you.
Hi.
I really wanted you to come and present on the JetBrains Java Day. What's it called? JetBrains Technology Day for Java. Because I really love the way that you're talking about the stuff that you talk about. I love that you're always talking about like test automation, how important that is, and Kotlin, and then the talk that you're actually giving is about contributing to open source, like how and why. So, and I'm really passionate about this. I think this is a really useful thing for people to know. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I will add your screen to the stream. Oh, my whole computer is absolutely slowing down and now I can't find it. Mala, can you add her screen to the stream, please? She's probably gone for a drink. There we go. Thank you so much. Yes, yes. So please be my guest.
All right. So I'm here to talk to you about collaborating on open source software today. And there are a few things that I would like to talk about. Starting with the reasons why you might want to contribute to open source software, or why you might not want to, or might not be able to, and examples of different things that you can contribute. And I'll share a lot of examples of things that I have done, hoping to inspire you into things that you can do. And I want to look a little bit into how do you contribute? How do you find a project? How does it work? So that's what I want to talk to you about today. So why I got started with open source software is I learned Java in university. I learned Java 2, actually, if you want to know how long ago that was. And then worked in different roles in IT and had to basically relearn Java 10 years later because I hadn't used it. And I started learning by doing coding challenges, but I wanted to learn new things by also doing something useful. So I thought about working on open source projects so that I would be working on a bigger project rather than really small coding challenges, and that I might even be doing something useful while learning. So there might be other reasons that you want to contribute. A commonly heard reason is to scratch an itch or fix a bug that is keeping you from doing your work, or add a feature that you want. And I know that this is how my friend Rin, who we'll see later in the presentation as well, got started. And he just tried to fix one bug, and he's now one of the core maintainers of Cucumber JVM, which we'll get to. It can help you build a resume or a portfolio to show the work that you have done. And it can help you network. You get to meet people who are also working on the project. I get to speak about it at conferences and meet lovely people like Mala. And there might be other reasons. And if you have other reasons that you're contributing, then I'd love to hear about it. You can contact me on Twitter. My handle is on all the slides. There might also be reasons that you don't contribute, and one of them is that it can be really scary. Like, I want to contribute this, but is my contribution good enough? Am I experienced enough? Is this something that the project wants? Which was also mentioned by one of the earlier speakers. And there's a great talk, if you want to hear more about this, by Eileen Uchitel, who is a contributor to Ruby and Ruby on Rails, about how she got started and how scary it was. And if you're already contributing, sometimes maybe you forget how scary it can be to get started and to be out there and do something. There might be other limitations that you have. If you don't have time, or you just don't want to code after work, or work after work. You might have other hobbies, you might have other obligations, a family, other dependents, and that's fine. There might be legal reasons why you can't contribute. Some employment contracts prohibit you from donating intellectual property. Fortunately, my current employer has an open source addendum that allows us to work on open source, which, to be honest, I think is only right because we use a lot of open source projects. But that's my personal opinion. And unfortunately, it does happen that people have bad experiences when trying to contribute to open source projects. I heard from a friend who was trying to help out on a project and trying to run the project locally, and found that there was some information missing on how to run the project. And she made a pull request saying, hey, this information should be added. And it was rejected because the maintainer said, no, that should be obvious. But it wasn't obvious to her as a newbie. So I don't think she contributed anymore, and that's really a shame. And really what I want to tell you in this talk is that there are many different ways to contribute, and I hope to inspire you to contribute if you aren't already. So the first project that I started contributing to is Cucumber. And I started on that project because I was looking for a project to work on. I had just started using Cucumber at work, and I really liked using it. For those who aren't familiar, Cucumber is a tool that supports behavior-driven development, which is like test-driven development, as explained by Josh earlier today, but looks at the behavior that you want in your application rather than going from really small tests. So it's more outside in than the inside out that Josh described. And I have to say that I really stayed because of the community in the Cucumber project. When I first started, I accidentally merged something that shouldn't have gotten merged, and I was horrified, and I figured, oh, they'll want nothing to do with me, and they don't want my contributions anymore. But Aslak, who is the creator of Cucumber, and Björn, who was also active in the Cucumber JVM, they were really nice about it, and they were super helpful and helped me fix it. And then, because I didn't want anything like that to ever happen again, I spent the whole weekend doing Git tutorials and learning all about it. And now I'm the person on my team that people go to if they have problems with Git. And that includes people who have been programming for longer than I have. And I think that's kind of cool. And the other person who really helped is Rien and Pekerstanje on the other side of the slide. And he really helped find issues that were good for someone who was just starting out on the project, that were small and self-contained rather than going all through the code base, and finding stuff that was interesting for me to do. And he was super welcoming and super helpful, and he happens to also live in the Netherlands, so we've become friends, and that's really great as well. What are things that you can contribute? Obviously, code is something that you can contribute to open source software, but there are many different shapes and forms that can take. One of the most obvious things is you can fix bugs. And in fact, I think my second pull request for Cucumber JVM was fixing a bug. And what I really liked is when you're fixing a bug, you get to first write the tests, like, again, Josh described earlier. For me, writing the test first helps me to make sure that I understand the bug and that I'm able to reproduce it. And then when you fix it, you see that your tests are now passing, and that feels really nice. I'm kind of addicted to the little green check marks of getting my tests to pass. You can obviously add new features. This is not something that I have done, but maybe someday. You can refactor. The example here is kind of trivial, but it was getting some code, Kotlin code, to be more idiomatic Kotlin. I also love Kotlin. I like Java. It was my first language, but I really, really love Kotlin. And I get to use that at work, so I'm really happy about that. Another thing is you can add unit tests. This was actually my first contribution to Cucumber JVM. I added unit tests to try and reproduce an issue that had been reported way earlier, and found out that actually it had already been fixed at some point. So I still added the unit test to describe the intended behavior. You can update dependencies. Now, I know that there are projects like Spring who prefer to do that themselves. But for example, we use GraphQL in one of our services at work, and we use several libraries. And what I noticed was that we were getting an older version of Jackson, which unfortunately sometimes has security vulnerabilities in it. And we were getting an older insecure version through our GraphQL libraries as a transitive dependency. So what I did in the evening was clone those projects, update the dependencies, make sure they still worked, and create a merge request, because I know that that takes maybe like 10, 15 minutes to do, and it's a small thing to make the project that we use and enjoy using to make it better. And I think those got merged the next day. And another thing that you can do is to review PRs, because maintainers don't always have the time to review all incoming PRs as soon as they would like to. And I think also you can learn a lot by reviewing PRs and seeing how other people would solve a problem or get more familiar with the code base that you might want to work on. Obviously, there are also things that aren't code that you can contribute. I've done this talk also at testing conferences or broader conferences, not just for Java developers, where this might be more relevant, but still, if you're maybe a newer developer or a developer who's interested also in everything else surrounding software development, here are some ideas. And I really like this quote. It says, "Please don't feel you have nothing to contribute to free and open source software if you aren't a programmer." And it's from the book Forge Your Future with Open Source by Vicky Bresser, which is a really great book that I highly recommend if you want to learn more about the history of open source and the ideas and the different types of licenses. And she goes into way more details than I can in just a 1-hour talk. So if you're interested, I highly recommend that book. So things that you can contribute that aren't code. Something is you can help the community, and that can be as simple as just answering questions that other users have if you're very familiar with a particular tool. For Cucumber, we use Slack, we use Gitter, but it's not as active. And there used to be a mailing list. Other projects might use IRC or Discord or whatever. But if you're an active user, you can go in the communities and help other users by answering their questions. And I try to do that in the Cucumber Slack and hope to take away at least some time from other more active maintainers. And I also sometimes answer questions that we get as issues on GitHub. We try to use GitHub only for bugs and feature requests, not questions, because we have support channels for that. But still, if it's a quick question to answer, we can do that, but then close the issue. Another thing, if you notice particular questions coming up a lot, please consider adding that to the documentation. Speaking of documentation, documentation is something that always needs help. Everybody likes using or likes projects that have good documentation, but unfortunately, not a lot of people like writing documentation. I'm the weirdo that does like to write documentation, I guess. And there are lots and lots of ways that you can help with documentation. One is just to add information that isn't there or might be missing. And I have some examples of that. One is I was doing a Spring tutorial. I wasn't very familiar with Spring at the time. And during the tutorial, there was a small step that was missing. And I was able to figure that out, but I thought the next person who will be doing this tutorial might be wondering the same thing. So why not add this information to the tutorial? And I know that that, again, is something that you can do in maybe 10, 15 minutes. Clone the project, do your change, write a nice pull request of why you did that. And I think also that got merged the next day. I've done things that are more work. One was I added a page based on a talk by Aslak to the Cucumber documentation, basically summarizing his points of a 1-hour talk into a 1-pager. And I really like this feedback that I got, so I'm keeping that for my brag file. You can edit or clarify documentation. Often people who write the documentation after a while don't, if I'm writing it, I know what I mean. I don't know if you, as the reader, knows what I mean. So it can help to edit or clarify. And in fact, one of my favorite merge requests that we ever got, pull requests, sorry, was by Carol Strand, who first created an issue. Would you like me to make the language more inclusive? And then she did a pull request to do just that. And it was really, really great. I wasn't aware that we were using language that might be frustrating to users. I try not to, but unfortunately a few slipped in. And I thought it was really great that first she asked, like, do you want me to, before spending time on it? And then we were like, yes, please. And she did it. And that was really great. You can fix typos. And I know that that sounds trivial, but again, you know that if you've written a text, you at some point just don't see them anymore. And someone else who just scans it will find them really quickly. So I was playing around with PyTest, which is a mutation test library. And noticed a typo in an error message, and I don't like typos, so I fixed that, and that also got merged really quickly. You can fix dead links in documentation, which unfortunately happens. I fixed one in the Docker documentation. And you can review PRs for documentation. And this is an example of Ola, who always reviews, or almost always reviews PRs that I do to the Cucumber documentation. And he always has suggestions to make them better. And I really love the collaborative effort of having someone review and make suggestions on making it even better. And it's one of my favorite things about collaborating on open source. And you can provide feedback. Like I said, after a while, if you're familiar with the software, you know what you mean. You don't know if a new reader or someone new to the software understands it. So it can be really helpful to get feedback. Other things that you can do would be regarding issues. Obviously, if you find a bug or you have a feature request that you think might be useful, you can report issues. And if you're not sure, then you can always ask, hey, I would expect it to behave this way, but it behaves that way. Is that a bug, or am I missing some information? Am I not understanding it correctly? Is my assumption wrong? By the way, I also, as a developer, prefer people to be like, hey, it doesn't match my expectations, rather than your software has a bug. Because sometimes you're using it wrong. And sometimes you found a bug. Thank you. If you report an issue, you might want to check for duplicates. Make sure that you're not registering a bug that's already been registered. If it's already been registered, maybe you can add information to that one. Make sure to provide relevant information. As developers, we know what we need in order to reproduce a bug and be able to analyze and fix it. So, you know, provide that information also for open source maintainers. GitHub offers the opportunity to use a template that will tell the person filing the issue what the information is that they need. If the project you're filing an issue with doesn't have a template, you might want to add one. You might want to check with them if they want to add one. And you might be asked to create a minimal, complete, verifiable example, which is a small demo project of just your bug that reproduces your bug, because a lot of open source software can be used along with other tools and other versions of tools, and it can help to have a small example of, hey, this is where it goes wrong. You can help analyze issues, which is how I also got started, by trying to reproduce them or adding information or tests to reproduce them. Testing is another way that you can help out, like using the preview features that Trisha just talked about, just using it and providing feedback on how it is to use the new things. So that can be bug fixes or new features or even new releases. For Cucumber, I try to update our work projects as soon as possible to newer releases so that I can try them out and see if there's anything weird. Usually it works like a charm. So, but it's good to at least, try out the things that you're working on. Again, you can test or trial run documentation or tutorials. Tutorials especially need to make sure that they have all of the information in the right order, and that each step you get a new state, and that everything is consistent. For Cucumber, we write documentation for several programming languages. So we have documentation for Ruby, JavaScript, and Java, and Kotlin, and some other stuff. But I don't know any Ruby. I know just enough JavaScript to do the tutorial. So if there are any changes, I have to go and ask some Cucumber Ruby people, hey, can you have a look, or can you add examples, or can you make sure that it still works? And there are lots of other things. That there's more to software development than just code. Projects might need designers. I have a friend that's a product owner for a part of Eclipse. And there's lots of other work that also needs to get done that you can help out with. And if you don't know, but you're really enthusiastic about wanting to help a project, then ask them what needs to get done, or tell them, hey, I have this background and this interest, and I would like to help out. Is there anything I can do? Because often there's a lot of work that isn't even written down in issues. So just ask them how you can help. You should be aware that most projects run on volunteers. There are projects like Spring where people get paid to work on it, but many others just run on volunteers. So, be respectful and appreciative of the time that they are spending. And there are lots of great examples of people saying, hey, be nice, because they don't owe you anything. They're doing it on their spare time. You should be aware that you or your employer can donate money to projects. And there are several ways. Cucumber uses Open Collective. There are a few others. Selenium uses the Software Foundation Conservancy. I'm not sure what that stands for again. Sam Aaron, who did Sonic Pi, which is a great tool to make music with your computer. It's really awesome. He has a Patreon. Tidelift collects money and then distributes it over projects. So there are lots of different ways that could work. But you should also be aware that money isn't everything if there aren't any people to do the work that needs to get done. And there's a really great talk by Heather Miller that she did at Lambda Days in 2018 about just that, like the sustainability of open source and why it's vulnerable, and why they need more, or we all need more people to help keep these projects alive that we all use. So if you want to get started, of course, you'll need to find a project. And I really recommend getting started on a project that you use, because it's something that you'll care about and you will be more or less familiar with. There are lots of other ways of finding projects. GitHub has a lot of information. I think GitLab does too. Every October, they have Hacktoberfest, where if you get stuff merged, a few pull requests merged, you get a great t-shirt and a bunch of stickers and things like that, which is a way that they want to try and get people started. I know that Spring has specific issues that are for first-timers only. So if you've never contributed to Spring yet, but you'd like to get started, there are issues that you can do. And if you have decided on a project you'd like to work on, then you have to find out how to contribute to that project. And there are several ways to get started. One would be a README, which hopefully introduces the project, what it is, how you can use it, and how to get started with contributing. There would be a document like contributing or hacking, which describes like what tools do you need, how do you run the project, things like that. And of course, every open source project has a license, which states how you can use it and or not use it, and whether you can build on it and things like that. There might be other relevant documentation, a code of conduct if you care about how people are treated on the project, or how you yourself will be treated on the project. There might be style guides, like I think, I don't know if I pronounce it correctly, Tagir earlier said like he has a way that he wants to do things. And so discuss with the people how they want their code contributions or their documentation contributions. For some projects, you might have to sign a contributor license agreement, which is a document that says that you can donate the intellectual property of your code or documentation to that project to make sure that there's no problem with the licensing and the IP. And if you don't know, ask. And if stuff is not clear, then add it to those documents. You will have to, of course, pick something to start working on. One of the things would be to solve your own problem, as I've mentioned before. But if you don't have a problem, you just want to help out on the project, you might want to check for issues that are labeled good first issue or help wanted or first timers only or any of those. It might depend on the project, what they use. But hopefully there will be things that are good to start with. And if there aren't, then again, ask. And once you pick a task, you might need to set up your environment. If you don't have your development environment set up, or if you need other tools, so you might need tools like Git or another version control. You might need a programming environment like an IDE, JDK. I like IntelliJ as an IDE. And I really like also that they have an option for free licenses for people who are core contributors. I haven't used that myself, but here's a link if you want more information. You might need package managers, etc. So then you will have to fork and clone the project. That might work similarly to how you work at the office. Always make sure that you can build the project, which I recommend also at work, even when just starting a new feature. Make sure that it builds before you change anything, because if you change stuff and it doesn't work, is it because of the stuff that you changed, or was it not working before? And I learned that the hard way. So, and again, if you don't know, ask, like, what tools do I need? How do I get it to work? And again, add that information to the documentation for the people who come after you, and collaborate with them. There are a few things, like Tagir said, discuss your intentions. Like, I want to add this feature. I want to add it this way. Does that work? Does that match the vision of the product? Maybe you have a feature that you want to add that is not in line with how the creators of the project intended to be used. Next, of course, if it's something that they do want and you know how to go about it, you work on that. You might still have questions. And hopefully at some point you will submit your contribution as a pull request. You might receive feedback and have to iterate over it, because once it gets merged, it will need to be maintained. So it needs to be in line with the style that they are using on the project, etc. And hopefully at some point your contribution will be accepted. And I think that this is from my very first pull request that got accepted. Unfortunately, it might get declined. And for that, I really like this quote from Jesse Frizzell, which is, no is temporary, but yes is forever. They merge your stuff, they need to maintain it. And there might be reasons why they don't want to. If it's not a feature that they want, if it doesn't fix the bug in a way that they want, if it's, whatever reasons. And she has a great blog post on just that, that I linked here. I'll provide my slides later on Speaker Deck. And hopefully it'll be accepted, but during the whole process, ask questions, communicate your intentions, just like you would if you're collaborating with people at work. So the TLDR, or the summary of my talk, hopefully you realize that it can be lots of fun to work on open source. I hope that I've shown that it doesn't have to take a lot of time, and it doesn't have to take a lot of programming skill. You don't need to be a very, very experienced developer to still provide value. And if you want to contribute, but you don't know how, then please just ask a project that you like and tell them, I would like to help. This is my experience. This is what I'm interested in. What can I do? And I really hope that you will go and collaborate on open source. And that was it for me.
I'm here.
Yes.
I'm sorry. It's very hot here in Spain, and my finger is actually not working on the trackpad, so I was trying to go to add me to the stream. Help. Yeah, no, it was great. I really love presentations like this because, in fact, I got asked yesterday about how can people who have, for example, a degree with computer science or done a boot camp, how can they get real world experience actually coding? And open source software is one of those places to start where you can actually work with real developers producing something which has value to other people. And so this is really good. I particularly liked all the stuff. Obviously, I completely agree with all of it. I like the stuff about contributing documentation because it's so important and it's so overlooked, and it's such a good way to get in to begin with. Right, we do have a... Sorry, carry on.
Sorry, you do have to understand how it works in order to clearly write down how it works. So it really helps to have people who use it and then are able to communicate how to use it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just a case of this is the syntax. It's like, look, this is, if you want to achieve this thing, these are the ways that you can do that.
Exactly.
We have a bunch of questions, which is great.
Awesome.
Let's see. Some of them, I guess you may have covered some of them in the talk anyway, but it's not a bad thing to sort of reiterate things in a slightly different shape. One of the most interesting questions actually is, who takes the responsibility to do regression testing when we add code to open source?
Whoever has the time and means, I guess. So for Cucumber, which is the project that I'm most familiar with, Cucumber JVM has a code coverage tool. So for each merge request, that way does the code coverage go up or down. And I think it's at about 80%. So I haven't looked at the quality of the tests, but at least there's a quantity of tests that get run on the build. So there's regression testing done automatically. And I have done testing for new features when Cucumber expressions were added, which allow you to use between curly braces like int or string, saying what type of variable you want to use instead of using regular expressions. And I tried out like some projects with that and tested it, and also to make sure, like, does it make sense to me on how to use it? Kind of like the preview features that you talked about earlier. And other than that, unfortunately, if it's not tested by the project, then it gets tested by the user, just like your software in production.
Exactly, that's exactly right. And I think that's one of the things that's important to understand about open source is that if one is using an open source library, you don't necessarily have guarantees as to not necessarily about the quality, but that because it is volunteer, it's done by volunteers, you don't necessarily know what quality, who tested what, has it been thoroughly regression tested, are there performance tests? And that's kind of one of the interesting things about using free software. When we were at MongoDB, when I worked at MongoDB, we had, obviously you have Travis running your automated tests, and like you said, you have coverage and things, making sure if you are going to accept pull requests from the world, you should have an automated set of tests, right? Because you want to make sure that it is tested. And we also internally in MongoDB, we had a much more advanced matrix of tests with the various different versions to make sure that the stuff that we released was of a particular quality. So
yeah, we have stuff running in build servers like, does it build is a good one. For the documentation, we have a preview feature so that you can see what it actually looks like when it's rendered on the site, rather than the markup files that you're looking at. So yeah, stuff like that, which coincidentally is also something that you can bring to a project. If you love setting up build servers and the project that you're using doesn't have that set up, then go and help them set that up. Even if you're just the build server fairy to do that in different kinds of projects, I'm sure they'll be very happy.
That is an excellent point. The build is often overlooked, and it's so important, especially with open source software, because there isn't usually a testing team. You have to have the automated system.
Exactly.
Let's see, I've got a bunch of different questions. I mean, again, I think this is kind of covered a little bit by what you said. It says, do you have a proper guide how to get started and using mailing lists? Now, I don't know if this is specifically for Cucumber or if it's like generally, but I'm sure you can talk a bit around that. Getting started with a mailing list, sorry? How to get started and using mailing lists. I mean, I guess it's about... So... Yeah, I talked about that a little bit, and of course, I can only speak from my experience, and there are lots of projects that work differently. But if you really want more detail, then the book that I mentioned is really good, Forge Your Future with Open Source, because it goes into way more detail, and also into the differences of where projects might be hosted and how they accept pull requests, etc. But yeah, so hopefully a project that you want to work on will have some kind of contributing guide on how to get started, or will have some place where the community talks to each other, whether on Slack, Discord, Gitter, or a mailing list or whatever, and you should be able to find the support channels. And those would be places to ask. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Because every community will have like slightly subtly different exactly. You know, in the same way you have different code styles, you have different communication styles. So it's worth finding out what's the style of that community. Is there any known software or principles that guide you when extending documentation? Since it can get larger and then ignored, people don't really read lots of pages just for one piece of information. Yeah. So there was a quote from the author of The Little Prince, which is a French name I'm not going to try and pronounce. Who said that I would have written a shorter letter, but I didn't have the time. So we try to use the guiding principle of, keeping it small and maintainable, just like your software, because yes, it does tend to go stale quickly and not be updated, especially if it lives outside of your code base. So yeah. So it's juggling between providing enough information in a way that you can still keep that up to date. So yeah, help wanted, please. Thank you. It's a hard problem. Documentation thing is an overlooked problem, and it's just as hard as software. Like you said, the documentation rots in the same way old software rots as well. Yeah. This is more of a comment which kind of follows up from the guide to getting started. It says, I wouldn't be keen to start on an open source project which doesn't have a proper how to get started section in the README page. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I agree, but especially if you're new to open source, I would definitely suggest, find of course, a community that is welcoming and that wants to help you get started. But if you have more experience, and there's a project that you really think is valuable, but they don't have all of these things, then that might be something that you can help out with, especially if it's something that you do have experience with. Yeah, agreed. Open source is really, it's all about the community. It's not about, you haven't provided this for me. It's about, how can I help you provide this thing? Exactly. And I think that a lot of people need to take that into account also when they're filing issues. It happens that people complain about, why haven't they fixed this bug? Well, because no one has stepped up and fixed this bug. If you want it fixed, you can. You can fix it. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. This is another great question. How do you manage time with regular work versus open source contributions?
So I do my open source contributions on my time. So it's more of how do I balance with life, family life and such. But yeah, sometimes I will be active in the channels answering questions, because also sometimes I will be active asking questions, or, you know, we've also reported bugs that we found. So yeah, in the same way that I would with coworkers, I've written some blog posts on Cucumber. So sometimes coworkers find me and go like, "Hey, I found this thing you wrote about Cucumber. I have a question." So yeah, the same way that you would juggle that. So, you know, depending on whether you're in a crunch and you need to get something done, then maybe don't do it now. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it leads to another interesting point though, which this is a personal opinion of mine. A lot of enterprises that are profitable organizations use free open source software, and they use it for free. I do feel like work organizations should allow and encourage their developers to contribute to some of the open source projects that they use. It's kind of the least they could do to pay it back.
Yeah, and I fully agree with that. And I'm lucky that I work somewhere where I'm allowed to do that.
I think you covered this actually, but I do want to cover it again, in case it's worth repeating. What are some good sites for discovering open source projects that would appreciate help from new or junior coders? I think we had a slide for that, right?
Yes, so I have a slide in here somewhere. Am I still sharing my screen?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. So I have a slide that lists a bunch of sites where you can go. It's by no means all of the sites, but to give you some idea. GitHub has some information. Hacktoberfest every October. Code Triage, up for grabs, first timers only. So these are all sites to go and look for tasks that need help. Or, you know, the project of your choosing. I know that Spring has first time only issues. I don't have the link for that, but I will.
This is sort of related. This is sort of related. I'm going to read out the way the question was literally written, and we might have to interpret a little bit about what was meant. It says, we never found simple bugs. All the simple bugs were already taken. How can we search for such bugs? I interpret that as, I don't know if I'm correct or not, I interpret that as when I'm trying to contribute to an open source project, I'm looking for a small quick win for me to be able to contribute something. That's how and so I guess the question is like, how can we find simple stuff for us to contribute? And I think some of that is here on the finding a project, but maybe it's also that once you've found a particular project, like how do you find those quick wins?
Yeah, and if they aren't labeled as such, because that will also depend on the project, whether, first of all, they get written down, because a lot of them might live in the minds of developers on the project, or contributors or maintainers on the project, who were like, yeah, I'll fix that when I get to it. But it might also be a great task for someone who is new. And I think I've done some of those things. So that's why I always say, like, if they aren't there and they aren't labeled and easy for you to find, then ask the community. I would like to, how can I get started? Or find a different project that does have them, because I'm sure you use more than one open source project. But if you're really passionate about one particular project and you want to help them out, then just ask them, how can I help? And it doesn't have to be fixing a bug. It can also be like, start reviewing, because that will help you familiarize yourself with the project.
Yeah. And this is kind of related, because I think the answer is basically the same thing. How will I get to know if I'm contributing something and someone else isn't already working on it? Like, how do I get to know what's going on? How do I plug into the community?
So again, find the place that they communicate, Slack or a mailing list or whatever. and discuss with them. Or if you see an issue that is registered on GitHub or GitLab and you're like, oh, this looks like something that I can do, then you can also self-assign or at least add a comment and like, is anybody else working on this? Otherwise, can I pick it up? So discussing your intentions really to make sure that you're not doing stuff that someone else is already doing. And also yeah, it's the same as just talk to people. Basically,
it's the same as when you're working in a development organization.
Exactly.
Obviously, some development organizations you get assigned a bug, but sometimes you're like, hey, I want to work on this thing. Is anyone else doing that?
Yeah, my team works the exact same way. We have a prioritized list of stories to work on, and when someone is done with whatever they were working on, they're like, okay, so what do I do now? Do I pick up the next story? Does anybody need help? Do I pick up one of the, well, we call them unplanned tasks, so like little things that come in that need to get done, but aren't necessarily a story. You pick up a few of those, and you discuss with the team, like, what's the next best thing that I can work on?
Right. And we'll change topic slightly here. I've got a lot of questions. I'm trying to figure out the best one to do. I think this, so I'm going to try and paraphrase this question. Sometimes running these open source projects locally is a pain. How do you suggest we get past that?
Well, sometimes running work projects is also a pain. So, yeah, so hopefully they will use tools that you're somewhat familiar with, like, they might use Docker for builds or whatever. And if not, they might have it written down in their contributing guide, like what do you need and what are their steps to do it. And, especially for people who've been working on it for a long time, they might have some implicit things that aren't listed there. So if you're trying it and it doesn't work and you find out, hey, this bit was missing, then add that back in there. And then if it still doesn't work, again, sorry, I think that this is my answer to all of the questions. Ask the community. Just ask them and say, like, okay, this is what I've tried, just the same way that you would ask, one of your teammates if you're having trouble.
Here's another good question. Like, I think this is more from a using open source point of view than a contributing open source point of view, but it says, how do we know or identify security leaks in open source projects? I'm not sure if you have an answer to that or not. So
I have found some because GitHub will tell me for projects that I have on GitHub. You'll get a notification saying, hey, this has this security vulnerability. There are tools like Snyk that you can use to scan your software and find out what dependencies are vulnerable. Your organization might use different kinds of tools to do that and to notify you that you need to update your dependencies or whatever. So it depends on, is it your personal project? Is it your work project? What does your organization have for it already?
Yeah, it's a good question though. I think it's really important to understand that security is a key part.
Yeah.
So there's one final question. Again, I'm not really entirely sure what was meant by the question, so I'll ask you the question and you can answer however you want to.
We can interpret, yeah.
Yeah. It says, how much did you get by contributing to open source? Can you give examples? I assume it means, what did you get out of contributing to open source?
Yes, so how much did I get? I did not get paid. I did not get any money. I did get invited to KubeConfest, which is the annual Cucumber conference, where a lot of the core maintainers and contributors are invited. So I went to London twice to go to that conference. One time I also spoke at the conference, which was a brief version of this talk, actually. I got to meet lots of interesting people at those conferences, a lot of the other maintainers, and I learned lots of things. Like I said, I made a mistake with Git when I first started and then did a bunch of Git tutorials, and now I'm the person on my team that they go to if they have Git trouble. I did some cleaning up of POMs and parent POMs with Maven, and I learned a lot about Maven. So yeah, it's part meeting people and building a network, and part learning things. And well, for me personally, also, I like contributing and feeling useful and feeling valued. So that's what I get out of it personally.
Yeah.
I hope that answers the question. If not, you can find me on Twitter and clarify.
I think that's an excellent point, actually. So you are available on Twitter. That's the last question. You are available on Twitter. People can kind of follow you, ask you questions, and and take you there. So that is the last question. We still have a little bit of time available if you have any closing comments or anything you want to expand on.
So I will post these slides on SpeakerDeck and provide you with the link. I don't know if you have a way of sharing them from the speakers for the conference.
We will be publishing the recording later, so we can put your slides with the recording. And when we tell people about the recording as well, we can talk about your slides too.
So for people who want these links, for instance, that we have up right now, or some other links that I provided during my talk, they can find them, the slides on SpeakerDeck later and get those links.
Great.
And yeah, I'm happy to talk about open source and lots of other stuff. So if there are any questions that weren't answered, then please contact me on Twitter or.
Thank you so much for presenting. It was a great presentation. I think this is a really important topic, and you did a great job of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks a lot. Hi, Nala.
Hi, that was a good one.
It was good. It was good. I like the fact that now we actually have a little bit of a breathing space between now and the next presentation, which starts in 10 minutes' time. So you and I can actually have a chat.
Yes, and I really liked Marit's talk. I heard it first at JFuture, and I really liked the way she was talking about code is not the only thing that you can contribute to open source projects, because that is something which comes to the mind of developers, even experienced developers. So I think that was a good detailed talk on how you can contribute, what you can contribute, a lot of links.
I think. Yeah, I mean, loads of people are always asking, especially if you're a junior or a graduate, or even just haven't really started coding, like how do I get started? I really quite a while back I first heard the idea of contributing documentation to open source projects, and I was like, that's brilliant. Like I could do that. I could easily say, oh, this is wrong.
Absolutely. And I also love how IntelliJ IDEA can help us contribute to open source projects, because I don't know if you remember, but I mentioned that I actually gave up contributing to one of the open source projects. That was quite a long time back because it was difficult for me to cherry pick the code that I want to push. So I think IntelliJ IDEA, people should be using it, right?
I think you did a really good job of plugging IntelliJ there. Well done. Good job. You've earned your salary for the month. No, but it's true, especially with Git. Like, and you know that you and I both want to work on some videos for Git going forward. So I don't want to commit to anything like live on YouTube or anything. But we are hoping to do some Git videos in July and August. So we can do some stuff around like cherry picking. Cherry picking is super useful, very easy from a visual interface as opposed to from a command line. So cherry picking is great. Visual merging is great. And I get really excited about IntelliJ features. People should know this by now. I don't just work for JetBrains. I actually do really like the product. The interactive rebase thing, where you can like reorder commits and squash things and rename stuff. I actually used that in the code that I was showing in my talk. When I was putting the code together for that talk and for the 2020.2 video, I was obviously like making miscellaneous changes and like committing stuff so I didn't lose it. And then at the end, I was like, right, what I want to do is I want to take that change and that change, squash them together in this one, rename it something useful, reorder stuff. Like I wouldn't recommend doing that normally with like production applications, because I don't really like the idea of rewriting history. But it's really handy to be able to do that for pet projects, so you can have a logical progression of how your commits go.
Absolutely. And I get a lot of questions from new developers and college students that how they could get started with the OSS projects. And a lot of time I send them to Marit's talk links that I have, because I think that's a great resource.
No, it's good. The more I find other people's resources about stuff so that I don't have to answer questions, the better. Like, here, go and look at this. This answers the question perfectly.
Absolutely. So we still have 7 minutes to chat.
This is great. Why don't we talk about, well, we could try and talk a little bit about what Venkat's upcoming talk is. What is Venkat's upcoming talk?
So Venkat is going to tell us that it's good to be lazy. So we don't really have to beat ourselves up when we think that being lazy is not so good. So this is what exactly Venkat is going to tell the world, that developers are lazy and it is good to be that way.
I read something years ago by Joel Spolsky. I think it was Joel Spolsky actually, who said, laziness is a good trait in a developer, because if you're lazy, you automate things. It might not have been Joel Spolsky. It might have been one of my old bosses. It might have been Dave Farley or. But yeah, laziness is a good trait in developers, because you don't want to be retyping. I'm talking about from a typing point of view, but I'm assuming Venkat's going to talk about lazy evaluation. Who knows? So we have to wait for the talk.
And it's also one of, I would say, most desirable trait which people look for in creative people, because yes, if you are lazy, you would look for other ways to do things and not do them in the regular way. So I think being lazy is good.
I think Namala, I think you and I are failing at this. We're not lazy at all. We get together in our meetings and go, yes, I've got 67 things to do today. Why don't you give me 3 more things so I can get more done? I think we should be lazier.
Do you mean that? No.
No. I think, well, actually, we have figured out, you and I, we have figured out that there is a way to be lazier and get more stuff done in terms of the content we do for the YouTube channel, for example. We have been doing more like batching stuff together that's more similar, so that we don't have to keep context switching. We've done things like come up with topics and create a bunch of content around a similar topic. So yeah, laziness is a good way to actually get more stuff done.
Right. So
you look nervous. Are you nervous because you've got 4 minutes to kill and you can't think of anything to say? You don't have to worry about that. I'm here. I've always got something to say. You know that. We could talk about all the stuff that we plan to do for IntelliJ Idea videos that we're definitely not going to have time to do, because we never have time to do the things we want to do.
No, I don't want to talk about them on air. So probably we'll have that talk in our other call. So let's talk about the book that you just had, 97 Things Every Java Programmer Should Know.
Oh, nice segue. That's a really good segue, because Venkat wrote something, Marit wrote something, you wrote something, and I wrote something.
Yes. So which one is your favorite?
How could you do that to me? Your piece was my favorite, Mala. Yours was definitely the best piece.
That's the best answer when you are in a conversation with me. I know.
Honestly, it was so hard doing 97 things. Firstly, it's hard because at the beginning, I think I joined the project halfway through. Kevin and Henny was editing it to begin with. I contributed 3 pieces. And then I kept thinking, oh, I really want so-and-so to write a piece because they've got interesting stuff to say. And so I emailed like all my friends and said, we need to write something for this thing. And I think there was maybe about 50 or 60 pieces when eventually O'Reilly said, look, Trish, why don't you just join the project as an editor, and then you can start asking for more pieces from other people. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds cool. I can have my name on the book. And so then that was really, the challenge then was, firstly, reaching at least 97 things. And then we got about 110, 120. We wanted more because we wanted to take the top 97 things. And then it was really hard. Like, which are the top 97 things? Really difficult. So it was tricky.
Absolutely. I can imagine, because I was on the program committee for selection talks. I was there for, I guess, just a few of them, but it's really, really hard to select a better talk when you know that the speakers are doing very well on the projects that they're working with. They are excellent speakers. So I can understand. So that is hard.
It was tricky. We were quite fortunate in a way that what we tried to do is because people were allowed to have more than one piece, so I had 3 pieces in there. We tried to allow everyone to get at least 1 piece in if we could get it edited and done in time. So we, no, I mean, I don't, I'm hoping now that someone's not watching this going, but my piece didn't get in. That was one of our criteria. Another criteria, so it was like, obviously, people submitted multiple pieces and I would just like say, we're gonna have to take the best one. But yeah, it's really hard, especially because it's really hard when you're like, well, the whole world of software development, the answer to everything is it depends. And a book like this is about presenting the 97 different things it might possibly depend upon. So you really want to have, like, I really liked your piece because it talked about the value of certification, which I completely agree with. But I also really like the fact that Colin wrote a piece saying, I don't think certification is very valuable. But if you read both pieces, they actually don't disagree with each other. Your piece is correct for the conditions under which you're talking about, and Colin's piece was correct for the conditions under which he was talking. So it was really nice to have a whole wide range of opinions, which might look like they're actually contradicting each other, but the whole point is the answer is like it depends. Like it depends on the team, on the technology, on the people, on the circumstances.
Absolutely. The perspectives and the conditions, they could change the answer completely.
Yeah. And I can see we've got a question saying, why is it 97 things? It's a series of books. So Kevlin created, and it's not just from Kevlin actually. So Kevlin did the first book, which was 97 things every programmer should know. And the book we're talking about is 97 things every Java programmer should know, so specifically Java. But it's not just about programming. I think it's a series based on something else, and there's just basically a whole series of 97 things books. And I think the number was picked because it's not 100. It's supposed to be like an interesting prime number or something.
Right. Right. So good chat. So now I'm inviting Venkat.
Greetings, Mala.
Hi. Hi. So let me introduce you first. So probably the best introduction would be that you don't need an introduction. A Java champion, very popular Java expert, exemplary leader. Venkat is one of the most humble beings I know. And you have to believe me when I say Venkat is a magician. He helps millions of developers across the globe to understand why they need to work with the technology and how. He uses amazing analogies and examples, which are simple to understand, but relevant enough to get the essence of the topic that he's presenting. He has authored multiple books, not only on Java, but on many other languages like Kotlin, JavaScript, Scala, Agile. I think, Venkat, there are a couple of more languages to add to it. I met Venkat when we hosted him at the Daily Jug in 2017, and I really want to share that. As organizers, we planned multiple activities during the day so that the audience would not get bored. But I'm happy to say that all of the Venkat's sessions were much more interesting than any of those activities. Venkat, it's an absolute honor to have you present at this event. And as I and Trisha were talking, that we are excited to learn how the programmers can continue to be lazy yet be more productive.
You're very kind, Mala. Thank you so much. I really want to appreciate JetBrains taking the effort today to organize this. I want to thank everyone who joined us today. So I want to talk about something that I get excited about a lot, which is programming. And I want to talk about one aspect of that here. If you have any questions or comments, I request you to post them along the way. I'm not going to take any questions in the end. So I'm going to spend the next about 47 minutes talking and answering questions. And Mala has been so kind enough to say that she will come in and ask the questions when you ask them. So don't hesitate to ask questions anytime along the way. And she's going to moderate and post them or ask them along the way. So with that said, what does it really mean to be lazy? Well, when it comes to programming, one of the things that intrigues me is, how can we be really effective in what we do? And we want code that is elegant. We really like code that's expressive, less error prone, easy to maintain, easy to parallelize or optimize. But one thing that often concerns us is that P word, right? Performance. I cannot tell you how many times programmers contact me and say, hey, what about performance? Will it really run fast? Will it run slow? And we will not be talking about functional programming if it was not efficient. But how does it give us efficiency when the code we look at doesn't look like it's going to be efficient? So laziness really is about delaying execution. People call it as deferred evaluation. Now, I live in the Bear Country. I'm a big fan of mountain hiking. The two things I love in my life are programming and hiking the mountains. And when I hike the mountains, one of the things that I'm really afraid of is, I live in a bear country. What if there's a bear, that comes your way? And somebody wise once educated me and said, oh, Venkat, you don't have to worry if you ever come across a bear. And I said, how so? And they said, you don't have to run really fast. You just have to run faster than the person behind you. Well, okay, so that's basically, well, just for the sake of records, you're not supposed to run when you say a bear. But anyway, that kind of serves as a nice, anecdotal, metaphor to say, you don't want to run the code really fast. You just have to run it efficiently. And the best work is the one that is not done, because why bother doing work that has no value? So let's talk about that a little further. But before we do, let's talk a little bit about applicative order versus normal order. Now, computer science is a really weird and interesting field, but we give some, interesting terms that don't quite mean the words they make up. Well, what is applicative order? What does that really mean? Let's look at an example really quickly here. Suppose you write a function, let's say, called add, and this takes two values, int a and b, let's say. And in this case, I'm going to obviously return, let's say a plus b. Well, on the other hand, I have a function here called, let's call it evaluate, and that takes a value of type integer, and kind of silly, it simply returns a given value. But what if I were to write the code like this? What if I go in here and what if I go in here and provide, in this case, let's say, the call to the evaluate function, but in this case, I'm going to say evaluate and then call add. Well, this is obvious to all us, the Java programmers. When will add be called? And it's like, of course, it's going to be called right away. And then the result of add will be passed over to the evaluate function. But why? Well, that is called applicative order. So applicative order is in the order in which it's applied. And the word applied, if you want to change it, use simple terms like in order in which it is invoked, order in which it is called. So applicative order is the order in which we call what you see is what you get. But there is also yet another way to do this, which is called a normal order. Well, what is a normal order? A normal order, well, it turns out that most programming languages in the mainstream follow the applicative order that I talked about. So when I talked about how it's called, you're kind of sitting there and saying, come on, tell me something new. That's the way the world works. Well, that's the way the world most of us know works. But it turns out normal order is rather very uncommon. In fact, it's funny they call it normal when it's actually abnormal. But what is normal order? Well, let's understand this with a little example. I'm going to write a little piece of code here and add AB is equal to A plus B. Well, Haskell is a beautiful language. It's a statically typed functional programming language, and I have the deepest respect for Haskell. So I write the evaluate function here, which takes a value and returns a value, and I have a main equal to do. Let's go ahead and say print, and I'm going to simply call evaluate add 1 and 2. So pretty much the code I wrote in Java, I'm writing here in Haskell. Now the question is, when is the add function called? Well, Haskell is a language which is absolutely lazy. You go to Haskell and say, hey, Haskell, call add. It says, why? Because I want to call evaluate and pass that. Well, then call evaluate. Okay, Haskell, call evaluate. And it says, but why? Well, because I want to call print and pass it. Well, then call print. Why do you bother me? Okay, call print. And it says, why? And you're like, because the user wants to see the result? Okay, that's a good reason. Let's do the work. Well, I'm going to say that add is not called until it is absolutely necessary. But of course, you're telling me, prove it. I love that kind of a thought. But, you cannot put a print statement in Haskell. If you do, Haskell will get really angry and stare at you, because functions are required to be pure unless otherwise you state so. And printing is impurity. So I was scratching my head. How do I prove this? And I never thought I would use a REPL to make a point. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to jump over here to the REPL. GHCI is the REPL for Haskell. And I'm going to say load sample.hs. I just loaded that particular program right in there. Now I'm going to say break on line number 1, let's say character number 16. So I added a breakpoint on line number 1. And obviously, as you know, line 1 is the add function. So I added a breakpoint for that function right there at the end of that function. Well, so when I step in, I want to pause and see what it does. I call the main function. Ta-da, notice that we broke. Okay, we are breaking on line number 1. Now I ask it to continue, and then of course it continues. Well, okay, I should type properly though. So continue, and you can see that it gave us a result of 3, which is what we expected. So what did I do in so many steps? I proved that add is called. And you're kind of wondering, but why? We know that it's called already because you ran and got the right result. You're right. But what if I change this to a 42? Now, when I run the code, it gave a result of 42. What would Java code, C# code, C++ code, almost any language code we write, what would it do? It would call the add function, take the pain of getting the result, send it to evaluate, only for evaluate to throw it away. What a waste. Not Haskell. So again, let's prove that. So if I go back to the command prompt right now here and go ahead and bring up the GHCI and load that program one more time, and we will simply ask it to put a breakpoint on line number 1 again, but let's call main, and notice it never stopped on that function because add was never called. So in a sense, what we just showed here is that the evaluation of add is deferred, postponed, it is lazy. So some languages are born lazy. Haskell was born at the beach with people just feeding it and silver spooning it, and it didn't have to do much work. No, just kidding. It's actually extremely efficient because it is really lazy and postpones operations. It blew my mind when I was working with Haskell that I called a function and knowing that it's not actually calling it until you really see an effect of it. And that changed my thinking. And this is one of the underpinnings of functional programming language. I'll just touch on this for a second. When people introduce functional programming, me included, we often emphasize the ideas of immutability. And if you tell people you should make the code immutable, that's like feeding vegetable to children. They don't like hearing it. But on the other hand, if we understand why immutability is important, well, because lazy evaluation cannot exist in the presence of mutability. That's why immutability is important to support laziness, and laziness leads to better performance. But what about other languages that we may use? How is that going to play a role in those languages? Well, to answer that question, let's go to Scala here for just a minute. So I'm going to create an expensive function. Let's just say that's an expensive function. It takes a simple integer, and all it's going to do is simply print out a called, so we can see that it's called. And then, of course, what I'm going to do here is to simply say return n times 2. Imagine it's an expensive function. X equal to 4, but I'm going to say if x is greater than 5 and expensive function of, let's say, x is greater than 7, I'm going to simply print out, let's say, path 1. Otherwise, I'm going to print out right here path 2. Well, when I run this code, the question is, will expensive function be called? And the answer as a programmer, the answer is no, it will not be called. Now, why won't expensive function be called? And the answer to that question really in here is that because of short circuiting. And everybody knows about short circuiting. In fact, John McCarthy introduced this way early, one of the earlier languages, Lisp. And this is our, folklore, isn't it? Moms feed their babies and tell them as they are growing up, saying, kid, watch out for short circuiting when you grow up and start programming. This is such an integral part of what we do. Well, we understand that languages optimize on short circuiting, but what if I take this out of here and say temp, and I say val temp is equal to expensive function? Will the expensive function be called now? And you probably are guessing it right and saying yes, but should expensive function be called now? And the answer is not really. Why not? Because we are not really using it. Notice that we are taking path 2, but why waste calling that function after all? That is not necessary. Well, but why did really Scala call the function? Well, Scala's argument is, what if that function has side effect? Aha, that's one of the biggest differences between Haskell and a lot of other languages. In Haskell, functions cannot have side effects unless they are explicitly declared to do so. The default is no side effect in Haskell. The default in most of the other languages we program in is that there is impurity everywhere we turn. So Scala says, you know what, if it's going to do something to cause a side effect, I better really, execute it. You can mark it with lazy, and as a result, notice now that it's no longer calling that function, and it went to path 2 automatically. However, if I change the x to 14 and execute the code now, notice that the call to that function is executed, as you can see right in here. And so it is a deferred evaluation. Just to make it abundantly clear, if I put the word here, notice the call to the expensive function happens after we bypass the here. And that's basically what we are seeing in this case. So the question is, laziness has a real, benefit, but how can we enjoy laziness in what we do? And the answer to that question is, maybe we should have languages that support laziness for us. But what about Java? Why can't we really make things effective in Java like that? So if I were to create an expensive function right here, let's simply say, here's an expensive function coming in, and I'm just returning, as you would expect, n times 2. Now, this is Java code, obviously, and I'm going to simply output called over here. And what am I going to do next? I want to go ahead and try out the laziness in the case of Java. So I'm going to come in here and say final int x equal to 4. If x is greater than 4, 5 and expensive, let's say, of x is greater than 7, well, then, of course, I want to simply print out, let's say, path 1, else I want to print out, let's say, path 2. Well, Java, being a wonderful language as it is, honors the concept of lazy evaluation, as you can see. So the expensive function was not called after all. But on the other hand, if I were to take this into a temp, and I say final, temp is equal to, int temp is equal to, and then I call that function, guess what's going to happen? It does make call to it for the same exact reason as to why Scala did as well. But I can tell Java lazy. I know for a minute you thought, oh my gosh, that's awesome. Sorry, that's not possible. So the question is, how can we do something like this in Java? So I want to step back for just a minute and say that if an award should be given in computer science, I think that award should go to one person. And this person had such an influence on our field that it affects what we do every single day. And that award merit should go to a gentleman named David Wheeler. He was a British computer scientist, and he said something that is so profound, it affects every minute we program. And here's what David Wheeler said. He said, in computer science, we can solve almost any problem by introducing another level of indirection. This blew my mind, because indirection is so important to what we do. It fundamentally changes our design. It changes our thinking. Now, the indirection is so powerful. What does indirection say? Well, rather than solving a problem, paraphrasing it, you can solve a problem which in turn can result in solving a problem. And one of the beautiful things in functional programming is we use lambdas, and I jumped out of my seat the minute I realized that lambdas are a level of indirection. This just blew my mind thinking that way. So notice what I'm going to do here. I'm going to go back to this and say, hey, don't call expensive right now. That's applicative order. Call it later on. That's normal order, by simply introducing a lambda. This is what I do with code. I look at this and say, oh, that's so awesome. Don't call it now, push it to a later time. Don't call it now, push it to a later time. The syntax kind of shows that, isn't it? So what we're going to do here is to simply say new supplier, and we can take a supplier and pass the lambda to it. And the supplier can defer the evaluation of that particular function. Now, this obviously comes from the supplier. So we can say function.supplier. And once we get a supplier, what are we going to do with it? We can then call the get for a deferred evaluation and say, evaluate that later and not really right now, if you will. This supplier of integer that we can provide to it, and we can use it. So the idea really behind this is that we can postpone evaluation to a later time. Oh, supplier is abstract, it says, so I'm not sure why that's giving me an error right there, but you get the point. So essentially what you can do here is you can create a supplier, and I'll come back to this later on, and so you can basically pass this over and say, I want to move this to a later time and defer the evaluation so I don't have to endure the pain of evaluating it right now. Now, obviously, in this case, you can specify this and say, postpone this evaluation to a later time and execute it on a call later on. Obviously, that's a supplier, so I can simply say, yeah, I got it now. So this is going to be a supplier of integer. And then, of course, I'm going to simply say temp is going to be that supplier that I want to use. And as a result, I can postpone the evaluation. So there we go. So, of course, if X is 14 and execute this code, you can see that it actually deferred the evaluation, but called it. Once again, to make the point, if you notice, if I put the word here, you can see that it calls that function only on demand and not any earlier. So in other words, lambda expressions are pretty awesome for that reason. So we talked about eager evaluation versus lazy evaluation. And lazy evaluation is where we defer evaluation until a later time, so much that we do this for a couple of reasons. Think about it this way. Suppose I give you an apple, not the computer, but the fruit. And you can do 4 things with that apple. Maybe you're hungry. You just take it as a snack right now. So you can eat it right now, or you can keep it for later. You can give it to somebody next to you and say, here you go. I think you should have this apple, or you can throw it away. So there are 4 things you can do. You can execute it now, execute it later, pass it on, or discard it, throw it away. And that's one of the benefits you get by postponing evaluation, is that you can optimize for execution on demand. And so laziness is very powerful. And laziness for us comes using lambda expressions in languages that don't natively support laziness. So I'm going to go on a little further and give some more examples of laziness, but I'm going to just pause for a little bit and see if there are any questions or comments. And I would rather, take your questions and answer them than just rant away myself. So I'm just going to yield and see if Mala has any questions to pass on to me. I'll be delighted to hear.
Hi, Venkat. So a lot of viewers are intrigued about the tool that you're using. So of course, we've got that covered. The other question is why Haskell? So a lot of examples that you just covered, you are using Haskell. So developers want to know why Haskell. What is it that it makes it more appropriate to the topic that you are covering?
Yeah, so I'll answer the first question really quickly. I use a very old tool here called TextMate, which runs only on the Mac. But if people are really intrigued about the editor, catch me on Twitter or drop me an email. On line number 4 is my email address. Line number 5 is my Twitter ID. I'll be more than happy to show them how you can run code in multiple languages using the editor. Talking about Haskell, I got drawn into functional programming after spending a few decades on imperative programming languages. Java was imperative and object oriented. Now, of course, Java is imperative, object oriented, and functional. So, and the other thing that I also got introduced was statically typed languages. And so when I came across Haskell, it blew my mind, because Haskell is a statically typed language, but not like static typing in C++, C#, or Java. And to compare Java static typing with Haskell's static typing is a disservice in a lot of ways. And so that intrigued me, because Haskell has static typing, but it has so much of type inference in it. I'll be frank about it. I failed 3 times learning Haskell. And the third time I said to myself, why am I having trouble with it? Something is wrong in the way I approach it. And that's when I realized, oh my gosh, I've been trying to put all this type information and get tangled with the syntax. I quit putting type, and because Haskell is so statically typed, it looked at me and said, kid, you finally understand what I'm about. And it was like having a, understanding. And Haskell is a purely functional programming language. I have a talk on YouTube. If you Google for it, you'll find it. My talk was titled Learning from Haskell. I didn't call it Learning Haskell. The intention not to learn Haskell, but what did I learn from learning Haskell and how it makes changes to the way I write Java code and JavaScript code. This is one of the reasons I like to learn languages that I won't normally use. And another example of that is Elm. Elm is Haskell syntax, the 99%, and a little bit of F# syntax that compiles down to JavaScript. And Elm changed the way I write JavaScript. And so that's one of the reasons I like these languages. And it's because the languages change the way I think, change the way I design software as well. I'll probably take one more question or a couple if you want me to.
I think I would let you go on with your session, and I would collect the most interesting ones, and I would pop in again.
All right, sounds good. That's awesome. So let's talk a little bit about collections and laziness and how they actually work. And let's look at some of those details in here. Well, that's one of the intriguing parts in here is that when I was looking at Java 8, I started looking at Java 8 maybe about 2 or 3 years before Java 8 was released. And I'll be absolutely honest about it. I said to myself, big deal, Java has lambdas now. Why do I care? Because Java has lambdas, but lambdas has been around for a long time. I've used lambdas in a lot of different languages. Why should I care? And I remember, I usually write my books in about 2 weeks. I'm a person of impatience, don't have time. So I'll think about stuff a lot, and then I'll sit down and just cram through for 2 weeks. And during the 2-week period, my very kind family will literally slide food under the door while I just, ignore all hygiene and just hammer away on the keyboard for about, 16 hours a day. So I was thinking, what should I write, this year? And I was kind of looking at Java. And I came across lambdas. I didn't really care much. Then I came across streams, and I literally remember standing up and saying, oh my goodness, this changes everything. And when I wrote the book, my editor called me and said, are you sure you want to write something like this in a technical book? And I told her, hey, I live in Colorado. And she said, yeah, you're right, and hung up. But what I wrote in the book was, lambdas are the gateway drug. Streams are the real addiction. Not that I have something to do with the drug culture in Colorado, but the point really is that I do believe that you get drawn into Java because lambdas are exciting, but streams are the ones, at least for me, held me really into it. So what do streams really provide in that idea? So let's look at an example of this to just get a feel for what that really means. I've got a collection of people right here, as you can see. And what I want to do here is to go to the create people. I want to do a filter and say, given a person, maybe I just want to get a person, get age is greater than, let's say 30. There are people with different ages. Let's get people who are greater than 30. Then I want to say over here, a dot map, and given a person, I want to get their name. And then I want to say, get the name in uppercase to uppercase. So you can see that I'm doing quite a bit of work in here. Then I say over here, find first. And once I get the first one, I say, or else I want to simply return no name at all. And let's go ahead and stop that. And I'm going to just, take these calls and run the code. But I'm going to also, in the very end, output done over here. But I'm interested in knowing what the result of this operation is. So I'll just go ahead and output that result to see what it returns to us. And let's see what we got back from running this little code example. So when I ran this code, you can see it tells me, okay, of course, I've got to do a stream on this. So let's go ahead and do a stream. And that's exactly the point, is the stream gives us laziness. I'm glad I made that mistake. Why did that code not work? Well, the reason is when you take a list that is returned by create people, if you execute that on the list, all this evaluation will become eager evaluation. This is one of the differences between Java and Kotlin, for example. In Java, they make all these automatically lazy because of stream. Kotlin gives you that switch. You can make it eager or you can make it lazy, and you get to decide it. In the Java, you don't have that option. That's why you cannot call this on the list, because if it were possible, that would become an eager evaluation. Or if it were lazy, it's not obvious to us, the programmers. They wanted to give a little semantical seam so you identify that you're doing something a little different. And to me, stream means laziness. So laziness really here is when I execute this code, you can see that it tells me that the first person who is older than 30 is Paula in this collection. Now, obvious question here is, oh my goodness, this is crazy, because I am going to go ahead and ask for everybody's age, and then ask for their name, then convert to uppercase, and then throw it all away. What a stupid way of writing code, we may think. Now, obviously, that would not make it efficient. Now, just to make it clear, there's a lot of languages that do exactly what I talked about. I often call them as functional style languages than functional programming languages. But Java, following the spirit of functional programming, does not evaluate unnecessary code. So to illustrate this point, if I go over to the person class right now. So let's go ahead and bring up the person class. And in the person class, in the get age, I'm going to simply say get age called for, and let's put the name right here. And in the get name, let's simply say get name called for, and let's go ahead and run the code and see what it tells us. Now, when you notice, you can see get age called so many times, but the get name was called only for Paula. Now, how intriguing. And this is one of the things we need to keep in mind. Stream does not evaluate that filter for every single element. No, it doesn't. Instead, what stream actually does is something pretty intriguing. What stream does is it draws this pipeline, and it keeps the pipeline, it combines, it's called fusion, and it defers evaluation until you start executing with a terminal operation. And when a terminal operation kicks in, it runs this fused code for one element at a time. We're talking about sequential evaluation, of course, one element at a time, but only as long as the terminal operation says give more. So think of this as opening a tap or a faucet, and you have the water flowing, but when you stop the water, close the faucet, there's no more water flowing. And that's exactly the point. So it's kind of like the tail wagging the dog kind of scenario. So to illustrate this point, notice it did not touch Paul, Jack, another Jack, or Jill. It only focused on minimum, to the point where if I remove this output right here, if you will, and if I were to remove this parenthesis, run the code one more time, and you notice it produced all that output and said done. However, if I just take away the terminal operation alone and re-execute the code, what's going to happen? Notice it said done, but it did not evaluate the filter, the map, or the map. Why is that? Well, imagine a boss calls you into the office on February the 1st and says, you're going to work on this very important project, and it's due on April the 15th, what do you do on February 1st? You go to your desk and start on it right away, correct? I can see you laughing. No, you're not going to start on it on February 1st, nor the 2nd or the 3rd. You're probably going to start on it promptly on April the 14th, isn't it? Why? Because something is due the next day. What is that called? Efficiency. In fact, if you know that you're going to quit on March 15th, why would you waste all the time doing that stuff, especially if you're not really interested in it? So laziness is the ultimate sophistication in life. And I always want to find people who are lazy because they're going to do minimally what's needed. Don't confuse laziness with procrastination. Procrastination is not doing something you should have done. Laziness is, we use a term lazy in our work as well in agile development. We call it last responsible moment. So this is not just for programming. Last responsible moment is for what we do as well. Like you will never ever find me file my taxes before the deadline. Why would I? I'm the person sitting in front of the computer 11 p.m. on the deadline and asking, dear God, let me know if I'm going to live. I'll spend the next hour filing this stupid tax return. And that is lazy evaluation, deferred evaluation, last responsible moment. And that's what we are doing here in program. We're saying don't bother evaluating it until it's actually needed. Now, what are the benefits of doing this? One benefit is efficiency, performance. So we can make the code run really effectively by focusing on laziness. And that's one benefit definitely is performance. So we are not wasting our effort. If this collection had hundreds of thousands of objects, but we only wanted the first one to meet the criteria, we're not wasting our time and effort. How do you know, in the case of Java, whether it is lazy or eager? There's a very simple way to do it. Look at the return type of the function. If the return type of the function is a stream, it is an intermediate operation. If the return type is not a stream, then it is a terminal operation, which will trigger the evaluation of the code. So that is basically where the laziness comes in, is by postponing those. And this is one of the things to keep in mind, is that when you think of a list versus when you think of a stream, what are the differences? Well, one of the key differences between the two of them is list is a collection of data. So list is a collection of data, as we know. And I like to use the word bucket of data. But on the other hand, a stream is a collection, of course, but collection of functions, not a collection of data. So stream is an abstraction, not a data structure. So it draws a collection of these functions. And so what is it really? It's not a bucket of data, it's a pipeline of functions. That's what it really is. It's a pipeline of functions. And when you call on a stream does not evaluate every single function for all the objects in the collection and then move on to the next one. Instead, it combines or fuses the functions and then evaluates on the data, but only on demand and as necessary. And that's one big difference. Well, that takes us to, talking about one other application of lazy evaluation, which opens a door for things we have never seen before in languages like Java, which is the ability to perform infinite streams. So I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about infinite streams, but I want to just yield and see if there are any questions that you have. Now is a really good time to answer them as well. You're on mute, Mala. There you go.
Yes. Thank you. So one of the interesting questions was about debugging streams, because I understand as I'm watching the session, I really want to try it out. And I think the same is the case with all the developers who's watching the session. But what kind of holds them back is the limitations or the issues that they see with the adoption of the new practice. So the question is, using Lambda makes the code debugging very difficult.
Yeah, so I don't know how to answer that question because I don't write code with bugs. No, just kidding. So I have two answers for this, Mala. One of the, and I'll give one answer and I'll let you give the other answer. The first answer is, if you tell me hey, you're writing multi-threaded code and you're like, hey, that's great, I can write multi-threaded code. And then if you ask me, how do you debug multi-threaded code? We roll our eyes. The reason is not that we don't have a tool. The reason is debugging multi-threaded code is hard because of the non-predictive nature of the code, right? You put a breakpoint here and you say next, it goes over there, not here, because multiple threads are running. So one of the key things in debugging is not a lack of tool, but oftentimes a lack of understanding. We all are new to things in the beginning. And once we understand that, we are saying, aha, it's a lazy evaluation. So I can debug the way I normally debug, except knowing that it won't kick in until I hit the terminal function. And secondly, when we do this, of course, what we need to keep in mind is that when you're writing this code, we can take each of the functions and debug them separately. I do a lot of automated testing. I won't tell you I never debug, but I debug very differently today because I do automated testing and I would isolate those. One of the key things is never, ever, ever write a multi-line Lambda. That's a no-no for me. And people can write really bad code and have it hard to test it. But I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer the next question because it's very highly relevant. I admire the facility in IntelliJ where you can visualize the execution of a stream. So why don't you let us know a little bit about it for the next, a few minutes or seconds or minutes, and then we'll move on right after that. So go ahead and take it over.
Right. So IntelliJ IDEA has amazing facility where you can debug your streams. You can actually have a visual sequence of what each intermediate operation is doing to your data or the stream which is coming in. So you can see the original stream, what happens when you have the first operation, and so on and so forth. So yes.
Totally, yeah. Thank you for saying that because that's blew my mind when I see that. I'm like, whoa! I can actually put my cursor on that and immediately pop up this window and see the execution sequence. And you don't have to step through line by line to see what's going on. One of the nice things I like about these tools is how quickly they show me how stupid I am. And I love that kind of index, right? People talk about fail fast. I talk about knowing stupid fast is a good thing too. And immediately you can recover from that. I do TDD for that reason. And these tools like that you mentioned also makes a good sense. Okay, I'm going to switch gears right now and talk about infinite streams. And then I'll come back and take a few more questions right after that. So infinite streams are intriguing to me because it gives us a pathway to do things we never imagined to do before. So for example, I can take a stream, if you will, and if I want to take a problem, but I don't know how many values I want to generate, I can do that very nicely in here. So stream, I can say dot iterate, and I can then say, starting with the value, let's say 1, but given an element, let's say +1. Now, this is like on demand. Think of this like movies on Netflix. There are so many movies to watch, but which one are you going to watch? Well, the one that you want to watch, you can say, I want to watch one, I'm done, show me the next one, show me the next one. So it's on demand, even though there feels like there's an infinite amount of things available, but you can get them on demand. Then what I'm going to do here is to say dot filter, given an element, let's say mod 2 is equal to 0. And then I'm going to say dot map, given an element, let's say double it, and I pass the element to it. What in the world does double it do? So I'm going to say public static, let's say int double it, takes a number, but for our purpose, I'm going to simply say return n times 2, but I'm going to put little output that says called, let's say for, and then let's simply say n. Well, so all this code right here is simply saying, given all the values from 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down, give me only the even numbers, but give me the double of them. Now, this is kind of scary because this is going to keep working for every single value. This is infinite, but it says, I will only do my work on demand. So you say dot limit, and I'm going to then say maybe limit to 10 values. And then you can say, well, even limit is really an intermediate operation. At this point, nothing has evaluated in this code so far. So if I were to just run this code right now and put a breakpoint right here, none of that code will actually execute because you have not seen a terminal operation. You can either do a limit, or in more recent versions of Java, you can also do a take while, and then you can give a condition, given E. E is, let's say, less than maybe 100, right? So you can decide whether you want to limit based on a number of values, or you want to limit based on some logical value that you see. Then you can say for each system.out print line, and then you can simply ask it to print it. Now, this is rather a trivial example that I've shown you here, but the point I really wanted to make over here, and you can see how it executes through that sequence of data that you see up here. And I'm going to just limit this to maybe about 3 values, so we can see more of the output, and you can see how it goes on to compute those values and gives you 4, 8, and 12. And you can see the deferred evaluation of that logic as well. And then you can even see the sequence of that in here for the infinite evaluation. So you can change this to, let's say, for example, is even, for instance. And then, of course, in this case, if I were to say public static Boolean, let's say is even. And in this case, I'm going to simply output is even, let's say, is even called for, and then of course we'll say plus n, and return, well, we'll say n mod 2 is equal to, let's say, 0. And you can see in this case that it is going to evaluate that only on demand. So you can see the sequence of evaluation. Now, this is one of the interesting things is the computational complexity of imperative code is not different from functional style code. So when we often worry about performance, this has a ramification on it. Now, this is a trivial example, but imagine that you are producing some data based on an algorithm, and you want to say, I want to really keep producing this data, but only as and when a request comes through, and I want to make more data. Now, where does this lead us to? I'm a programmer that struggles to learn and struggles to understand where things are. And when I came across reactive programming, it really upset me because I was struggling to say, what in the world is reactive programming? And I played with it for a while, and call me silly, but my aha moment was suddenly realizing that reactive programming is really functional programming plus. And the reason is reactive programming is built on this notion of 2 things. One is a stream of data with lazy evaluation. So as a result, what does reactive streams really do? They deal with 2 things: functional composition plus the use of lazy evaluation. So in a sense, this is one of the reasons why it intrigues me to know about the lazy evaluation, because you see that not only in functional programming, you see that in reactive programming as well. So to summarize this, I'm going to, ask the question. If you say, hey, what is really big deal about OOP? And, we will talk about abstraction, encapsulation, all such. And eventually we will probably agree that polymorphism. So if you think about this really from the concept of object programming, polymorphism is, polymorphism, they did a shorter word, is to object-oriented programming as lazy evaluation is to functional programming. So this is my realization, is that laziness is so important that without polymorphism, there is no idea of OOP. That was the reason to do OOP is polymorphism, not inheritance. Polymorphism is the most important feature of object-oriented programming. And to me, when I was struggling to understand functional programming, it really excited me to know that it is the laziness that is the key of functional programming, because functional composition gives the ease of working with the code. So here's a way to think about it. Functional, composition reduces complexity of the code. Lazy evaluation provides, let's say, efficiency of execution. This is why both of these concepts are extremely important, but functional programming cannot live with one and not the other. And that's why laziness is so important, because it leads to efficiency in what we do. So we got about 2.5 minutes left with us. So I want to take the time to answer any questions or comments that you may have. So I'll yield back to you, Mala.
Yes, lots of interesting questions. So one of the questions is, if streams are not distributed, that how can you use them? How can you use the streams in distributed environment?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. So here's one statement I make. Before the time of Java 8, the structure of concurrent code was very different from the structure of sequential code, right? So concurrent code was a monster. So it looked nothing like the sequential code. So what did streams do? Streams said structure of concurrent code is the same as the structure of sequential code. And this really is intriguing, because you can write the code sequentially and they can parallelize it, with a few caveats. But then what if you can make the structure of local code structure of distributed code is the same as the structure of local code? Wouldn't that be really nice? And so stream is to concurrency as Spark is to distribution. And the concepts are really the same, but that's what you do, is you write the code locally using Spark, and then with a click of a switch, you can distribute it. It's the same MapReduce concept, whether you do it with streams in a single JVM, or you start with a single JVM and then go across machines using Spark. So these ideas nicely translate to one another. And once we kind of step back behind syntax and start observing these things, we're able to map these and say, oh, look, this is the power of this idea here. And that same power is reflected in a different domain in this case. And so to me, Spark is to distribution as stream is to concurrency.
You explain the concepts in such simple language, simple analogies. I really like that. So the next question is, can you explain more of parallel streams in lazy context?
Yeah, no, don't do that together. That's a really good question, because they are contrary to each other. Lazy means don't do any work that you don't have to do. Parallel means fire on all engines, put all the resource you can with the hope of getting the results faster. So these are contradictory to each other. So streams are lazy only in sequential mode. When you are going in parallel mode, laziness doesn't make any sense at that point. I have a separate talks on, going from stream to parallel stream, and I spent 10 minutes of the talk showing how to do it, and the remaining 50 minutes telling people why not to do it, because there's a lot of these consequences we'll get into. So that's a really good question to keep in mind. Don't assume laziness always translates to stream. I kind of alluded to that in my talk earlier to say we're only talking about sequential evaluation. That's important to keep in mind. I think we're out of time, but I would love to answer some of these questions at a later opportunity, because these are very important questions, very useful questions, and would absolutely be delighted. If anybody wants to download the code examples we saw here, you can download them from my website. That's given on line number 22, and actually that's the same as over here if you go to downloads. So if you want to take a photo of this part, feel free to on your screen. But I'll yield to you, Mala, and answer any final questions, and then we can wrap it up.
I would have one final question for you, which I would like to take at the end of the talk. So how much time do you have? Because we have another 7 to 8 minutes to go, 9 minutes.
I have all the time you want me to spend. Not a problem at all.
No, do you want to still work with your presentation, or are you done? Because I would let you go. Okay.
Yes.
Great. So I have lots of questions for you. So what are the use cases when lazy evaluation can be a bottleneck? So I know you just mentioned one of them, so don't use them with a parallel stream. So are there any other use case where the developer should be keeping that in mind?
Yeah, so one of the key things is to really get into grasp about the semantical difference. We are used to eager evaluation all the time, and the deferred evaluation may not be the right choice because of the deference. You're postponing the evaluation to a later time, and when you build this pipeline and then you pass the pipeline to somebody else, you are on the tail receiving end. And when you invoke the terminal operation, it kind of backtracks to evaluate this up here. And if there were a failure at this point, you need to be able to deal with that failure properly. And that's one of the, this is more of the pipeline issue than deferred evaluation itself, but they kind of go hand in hand, and we need to be really aware of that. And pipelining doesn't have to be sequential pipelining. Deferred evaluation is when you call a function which calls a function which calls a function, and that call may be deferred until where it actually gets used. And at that point, this execution is not completed, and we need to wrap our head around it. So again, this goes back to the debugging question we had earlier. It's the problem is not the lazy evaluation, it's a difference in semantics. So it's not just writing the code, but really stepping back and saying, I understand the semantical difference, and your mind gets rewired to think, not just writing the code, but knowing this is a deferred evaluation. Designing around it is also more difficult because we're not used to it. And it is something that takes time and effort to design to promote that way of thinking and using as well.
Absolutely. I completely agree that understanding and a shift in a paradigm is much more difficult. So the initial part is too difficult to understand it and then to implement it and then use in probably a new design or an existing design. So the other question is, so that is probably from one of the earlier sections of your talk. Don't you think the idea of using supplier instead of lazy in case of calling more than one time has a performance problem?
Not really. So one of the things I always say is, if you have a hunch that there's a performance problem, prove it to yourself, right? And I have tried that quite a few times. I'm as motivated about this as anybody else is, and as critical about it. I would say, oh, that won't perform, and then I would start playing with it, and I cannot prove that it doesn't have a good performance. And in the end, this is what I tell people is always prove it, and when you prove it, you always win, because if you prove it has poor performance, you proved your point. If you couldn't prove it doesn't have performance, you came out learning, right? So we always win. We either learn or we prove our point, and both of them to me is a victory. So prove it always.
Absolutely, makes sense. Okay, so there's a classic question which we get all the time: how do we handle exceptions in streams?
Yes, functional programming and exception handling are mutually exclusive. They don't go hand in hand at all. I give a very silly example. Imagine a friend of yours calls you and says, I'm in the middle of a freeway and I'm in the middle lane. I have my tire blown out in my car. What should I do? The worst recommendation you can give them is blow up the freeway and drive in reverse. And that doesn't make any sense. What you would tell them is, safely go to the shoulder and exit the freeway and move forward, not in reverse. So exception handling is an imperative style of programming idea. You are in a call stack, you blow up and you go back to where you started out in the try block. Right. But on the other hand, in the case of functional programming, you're in a pipeline. If something happens, you move forward, not in reverse. A really good example of this, I'll give you two examples. One example is the completable future in Java. Completable future is not a stream, but it's a one sequence through the stream. That's a really good way to learn from, because they have two tracks, a data track and an error track. Another example of that is the reactive stream API, where you have three channels. You have a data channel, a complete channel, but an error channel. So Java Streams is not a good example to look for exception handling. Look at completable future, look at reactive stream API.
Right. So thank you so much. The example of the highway was amazing. So the other question is, in lieu of using functional programming in Java using supplier, Lambda, etc., are there any known or hidden side effects in the runtime, at the runtime?
So one of the beautiful things about Java is they didn't just look at these ideas and say, hey, everybody wants it, we're going to do it. They actually took years to make it work really well. And one of them is Invoke Dynamic. Invoke Dynamic really optimizes how lambdas are treated under the hood. Some other languages earlier on decided to implement lambdas using anonymous inner classes. The developers behind Java knew that's not going to fly because it won't give performance. So they took actually years to devise a solution, and that was Invoke Dynamic. One of the suggestions I have is, when you write a lambda, write a small lambda, and then compile the code, then use Java P and do a -C -P option on Java P and take a look at the bytecode. That's a really nice way to see what it is under the hood. I'm a big fan of writing code, and I get intrigued, and I then take a look at the bytecode and see what it's doing. That's a really great way to learn as well.
Absolutely. Knowing what goes on behind the scenes is absolutely a great way to learn. So I would take the last question, which is, are you a lazy programmer? And how
I'm lazy in every way. I am lazy in every way.
So now that you're done in just one line, let me take another question. So which is, would you share any real world use cases where lazy evaluation saves the day?
Oh, I cannot even start. I actually worked on a project very recently, and this company called me because they had seen my video on YouTube. I was blown away by this. And then they were describing the problem. And then I told them, hey, we could do it this way. This is like a initial discussion we were having. And I said, we could do it this way. And then there was a little, little voice in the call. I said, I'm sorry, I heard something. And the gentleman said, no, that's my boss. She said, I told you so. And she's the one who found me and asked him to call me. And the point is, we had 53 billion computations we had to perform. This is a big data project. And they called me because they thought functional programming will help them. And I worked with them on their project, shoulder to shoulder, sitting and pair programming. And I'll be honest about it. I was a little, apprehensive, a little scared because it's a huge, high volume, high data processing. And we applied lambdas, and amazing how performance stood up. And we were able to optimize the code and bring down. See, this program took nearly 14 hours to run. And the job given to us was to reduce the time to a couple of hours of execution. And we couldn't have done that without functional programming in Java. So this was a Java project, and we used lambdas, and we had so much fun optimizing the code to improve the performance. So absolutely, I've seen it firsthand.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Venkat. So Trisha is here, so that is to tell me, okay, the time is up.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone, for joining.
Amazing presentation. Thank you.
So that means it's time to introduce our next speakers. Hello, Tatiana. And
Hi,
hello.
everyone.
And Anna's here too. Good. I was a bit worried there was only one of you. So I'd love to introduce you. I'm really excited about this talk. I really loved it when you spoke to the developer advocates back in, was it January, when we went to the office and told us about what was in store for the education products, and that we had a whole team in charge of this sort of thing. I love the fact that JetBrains actually cares enough about developer education. It's not just about like giving some help documentation on how to use their IDE. It's about actually educating developers too. So I'm really looking forward to hearing this presentation. So yes, I will share your screen and let you get on with it.
Okay, so thanks, Trisha. So let's start. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today.
And it is inspiring to be a part of this event and an honor to be among such great speakers today. And Venkat just did an amazing talk about being lazy with your code, and also being lazy in your life. And I just wish all of us can be lazy in the same way as Venkat is, as he mentioned. But I want, and we want, to talk about also being passionate, about being hungry for knowledge, and about being eager to share. So the Java community is one of the greatest communities of professional developers to be part of. We have a lot of Java developers here at JetBrains, and even I used to be a Java developer, but a long time ago. So you can see we have a lot of Java developers, a lot of developers at JetBrains, and all of us at JetBrains, we are passionate about great code. But we are also passionate about continuous improvement. We hold learning in the highest regard. We are inspired to support those who never stop learning and those who help others get better at programming. So that's why we want to talk to you today about our products that help people learn and teach Java. And as you can see, we have decided to present as a team today. So Anna will take over switching the slides while I'm talking. Thanks, Anna. And then Anna will present, and we will do our best to keep in sync. So you can also add any questions to the chat. Please do. We are very welcome to add any comments, any questions, any ideas to the chat. And we also have our support engineer Ilnur and our content manager Igor. They will answer your questions on the go. Hi guys, I'm waving you. Thanks for helping us today. And at the end of the presentation, so we will also have a dedicated time where we'll have time to answer your questions from this chat, and we will try to address all of them, so you're welcome to add any. So let's start. JetBrains has been supporting the educational community for years now, mostly with free licenses for our professional tools. We work with students and teachers, with user groups and meetups, with learning centers, schools, colleges, and universities. And we have a lot of partnership programs with many educational institutions. And you can take a look on the slide. You can see that the numbers are quite impressive. So we gave a lot of free licenses. But since 2015, we've been developing educational products as well. So educational products by JetBrains, products that help people learn and teach programming. So now we have several educational products. JetBrains Academy is a project-based learning platform where one can learn and practice programming. So now we have Java and Python tracks, they're available, and we also have Kotlin and web development tracks under construction. We also have our educational IDEs. So they are educational editions for Flagman IDEs. We have PyCharm educational and IntelliJ IDE educational editions. And we also have our EDU tools plugin that brings all the educational features to our other IDEs. So you can see the list of them. So you can get the educational features inside WebStorm, CLion, Golang, Android Studio, and all other editions of PyCharm and IDEA, not only educational ones. Okay, so when we talk about our educational products, we actually have the one thing we talk about. All of them have one thing in common, a learning by doing, hands-on approach. We believe that there is the only way to learn how to program, and right, that is to write your own code. The main focus is always on practice. But learning is also about building skills and habits that professional developers have, about understanding what development tools are needed and why. So it's about experimenting and trying new things with all the support those tools can give. So it is actually not only about learning new topics or new technology, new languages. It's about safe environment, it's about the professional environment, and it's about learning professional development tools along learning new technologies and languages. Learning is also connected with teaching and sharing. You don't need to be a professional teacher to share your knowledge. You can learn by teaching. And we create our products not only for students and teachers, but for everyone, for lifelong learners. And developers today, they are for sure lifelong learners. You have to be one if you want to keep up. And we'd like to show how you can advance your learning with our educational products, no matter what level you're at or what goals you have. So today is all about Java. We celebrate Java today. Hooray! And so it is kind of fitting that if we are talking about Java, we mentioned the Java track on JetBrains Academy, and also IntelliJ IDEA Educational Edition. And in this presentation, we'll take a closer look at both. So here's our plan for what we'll cover today. We will start with the learning opportunities for Java beginners and go on to more advanced options and scenarios. And at this point, I will gladly ask Anna to take over.
JetBrains Academy is a project-based learning platform with a single concept topics, interactive challenges, and integration with development tools. What does it mean? We believe lectures are never enough when learning to program. You need to practice, and even better when you learn by creating working applications. You can start by choosing the Java track. On average, the Java track takes 130 hours to complete. This means you will need about 7 months if you study 4 hours per week, and you will learn the basic syntax of Java, and you will get an introduction to standard libraries. You will also work with Spring Boot to build web applications and use the Swing framework to create desktop applications. At the end of the track, you will complete a project that showcases your skills at the junior Java developer level. Right after choosing a learning track, we suggest you to start with a recommended project, or select one according to the level of difficulty you are comfortable with. You can also decide on the project the user's review, the time it takes, the number of topics it contains, or just pick a project that piques your interest. Or you can get a detailed project description with a number of ratings provided by our learners who have successfully completed the project. The rating categories are usefulness, clarity, and fun. After selecting a project, you can explore the project structure. Each project is split into stages. You start with a simple working version of your app, and then develop more and more advanced versions with every stage. On each stage, you go through the list of topics to learn for all the concepts you need on this iteration. But what are topics? Each topic focuses on explaining one concept using multiple code examples. Topics should take around 15 minutes to complete. And you get the concept theory with multiple code examples. And then check and practice your new knowledge with quizzes and code challenges. You can solve programming assignments from the platform in the code editor online, or you can use your IntelliJ IDEA EDU or Ultimate Community editions with EDU Tools plugin installed. As you already know, this plugin provides all the educational functionality in your favorite JetBrains IDE. After clicking the Solve in IDE button on the JetBrains Academy platform, you will be redirected to your IDE with the code challenge opened. As you can see, you have the code editor, project view, and the task window with a description for the particular code challenge you need to solve, and also the check button to check your solution afterwards. On the one hand, switching to an IDE can be a natural barrier for learners because of the installation process, and it has its own learning curve. But on the other hand, we believe using a proper IDE can be an additional assistant in the learning process, thanks to all the smart features it provides, such as code analysis, refactorings, code completions, quick fixes, and so on. And for example, on these screenshots, you can see that if you made a typo, the IDE can show the exact place where you made it and how you can fix it. So after you have written your solution, you can click the check button to verify it. And if the solution is correct, you can go back to JetBrains Academy and continue your learning. The result of solving a code challenge in the IDE will be synchronized with the platform. We also think that learning to use professional tools is as crucial as the languages and technologies. We encourage everyone to implement the project stages in the IDE and even force it for stages that need more than one file to work with. With one file, there is a choice: code editor in the browser or the IDE. And again, with the help of smart IDE features, you can solve the task and verify your solution. Please also have a look at the bottom of the task description window, where you can see the link that says Pick Solution. Click on it and you will be redirected back to the JetBrains Academy platform, to a place where you can look at other solutions to this problem, discuss them with other learners, with other students, give advice, and get help. We believe that being a part of a community and learning together is a very important thing in a learning process. So, when talking about development tools, we also talk about build tools, version control systems, and others. We have dedicated topics to help set up all the environment. And when the project is finished, it can be uploaded to GitHub. Every project you do is an excellent addition to your portfolio. Your best resume as a developer is an active GitHub account. On GitHub, there are a lot of profiles with projects from JetBrains Academy. For example, this one from an amazing student who has completed a number of JetBrains Academy projects and built up a great portfolio. And now I pass it back to Tatiana.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Anna. So let's talk about the next section of our talk. If you have some previous experience with Java and want to fill in some of the gaps, you can get a bird's eye view on Java concepts and choose what you want to learn and practice. So if you know what concept you want to learn about, it is a good idea to switch to advanced search. Cheat sheets give you a hand and help find what you are looking for. Like, for example, regular expressions. You can see that I've searched for those because this topic that I go back to again and again, sometimes I need them and I don't remember them quite well. So you can switch to the topic about regular expressions in this example, and you can read or skip the theory, but it is always a good idea to solve some challenges. It will not only help to refresh your knowledge, but also to better understand your knowledge gaps. Even if you think that you know this topic quite well, maybe it's a good idea to solve some challenges, and you may find some gaps. You may find that you want to refresh some knowledges. And if you do, if you realize you need to dig into it, JetBrains Academy will help you not lose sight of what you need to learn. So you can always revise the list of prerequisite topics and switch to them if needed. You can see on the slide on the right all the topics that you need to learn if you want to better understand this topic. But when learning and switching from one interesting topic to the next one, even more interesting one, even more exciting, it is so easy to lose track of your learning journey. Though realizing your progress and reflecting on your goals can be a big motivation to keep going. And it is actually one of the most important aspects of the learning process. So we created a special map. We created a knowledge map that will show your progress on the Java landscape and help you choose the next step in mastering Java. And again, you can see my topic there, regular expressions, and I can see all the connections some previous topics that I may want to refresh, and some next topics that I want to switch after that one. So, as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the Java community is one of the greatest communities of professional developers to be part of. It's got the passion of learning, but also the willingness to share and make the community strong. If you're a teacher or a professional developer or both, IntelliJ IDE can help you share your knowledge and transfer programming skills in the form of code practicing tasks and integrated tests. So Anna has shown us how JetBrains Academy students use IntelliJ IDE. But IntelliJ IDE is not only a part of the JetBrains Academy learning experience. It is a professional tool to both learn and teach programming, which brings this learning by doing approach to teachers, students, and everyone from the community. Everyone can create and share their courses with a focus on practicing right inside the IDE. So we can see the list of all courses created by the community members on these community courses sections right inside your IntelliJ IDE. So let's take a look on one of the examples, a page beam cutters. We can choose it from the list and open it in the IDE. So it is one of the most popular courses, and on the left you can see a list of lessons and tasks, so the whole course program, and each task has an assignment description. On the right you can see it now on the right, and task code in the editor. So the student needs to complete with their code, and you can see this to-do pointer where cursor stands now. So it is actually the place where students need to complete their code if they want to solve this task after reading the description on the right. So inspired by the beam cutters course, we can now create one of our own. Let's try. So every course created with IntelliJ IDE is structured as a list of lessons. So each lesson contains tasks of 1 of 5 different types. And you can see all of them listed here. And we are going to create a code challenge validated by test. It is the first one, the EDU one, so we choose it. So the EDU task was created, and including a description, a file with the exercise code, and a test file to check the solutions. You can also add any other files the students may need to complete the task, and you actually can hide them or show to them. And you can see all the course structure with all the lessons, all the tasks on the left, and you can see the task itself, the future code exercise code in the editor now, and there will be a test description on the right. So let's start with the code exercise. So we're going to teach with the help of simple and effective fill in the missing code exercises. So we'll need to prepare exercise code and add an answer placeholder. You can see that I've prepared a very simple code here, say hello method, and this place in the code, hello Java string, that I want to be replaced with placeholder, and it won't be shown to students, but this type here, pointer, will be shown instead. So students will need to enter their code as the answer for this task, for this code challenge. So now when we are ready with the code exercise, we can add a task description with some useful hints using HTML or Markdown. So on the left, again, you can see the code of the description, and on the right, you can see the preview. So it's how the task description looks like for students. But the most important step, it is the writing your custom test to automatically verify student solutions when they click the check button. If you remember, we now create this EDU task, so it is the task that validated with integrated tests. So we create a hello Java test for our code, a simple one. Again, you can see it in the editor within the code exercise and the test code. And so we created a hello Java test, and we can run it to make sure that everything works as intended. So we run tests in IntelliJ IDEA as we used to run any tests for our Java code, and we can see that our test is green, so everything is okay, and we can go on. When we are ready with our task, we can review it and adjust the course information, which is conveniently stored in IML format. So on the right, you can see the help here, all the options that you can use to adjust your course. If you want to customize it a little bit, you can choose some other messages for correct answers. For incorrect answers, you can choose, you can hide some files or show them. You can change the course and lessons and task descriptions. And on the left, you now can see all the configuration files for tasks, lessons, and course itself. So if we are done with the course, so we now are done with this one. It is a small one, but it's just a demo. It's a good idea to view it from a student's perspective and test it. So this is how our small demo course looks. So again, you can see on the left the course structure. You can see our task here. You can see in the editor, you can see the code, and you can see that a student got his answer, filled in the answer, this hello Java string, but the answer was wrong. So on the right, on the bottom, you now can see the incorrect message. And you can see some tips from our test. So actually our test was run and the student got their answer. So if student go on and proceed with the right answer, now we can see the correct message on the bottom on the right. So everything is okay, the task was solved, and yeah, hooray, the challenge was completed. And if we are done with the course, it is a good idea to also share it, of course. And after everything has been tested and verified, we can share our course publicly or share it privately via an archive file. So this course will be shown on this community courses sections, or it can be private, so you can send it to your students if you don't want to make it public. And this was a very short demo on how to create your own Java course and share your knowledge with the community. But I hope it demonstrated how simple that is to do. And I hope it's inspired you to at least to try. But now let me pass you back to Anna, who will talk about other ways you can get involved.
Yes, thank you so much, Tatiana. Last but not least, we always appreciate contributions and new ideas from the community. And by contributing to JetBrains Academy, you have a real opportunity to shape the learning experience not only for yourself, but for hundreds of thousands of our users. Explaining the topics, creating a project, or even submitting an idea can help you see the same subject from a different angle. And the easiest way to show your support is by helping other community members. Answer other users' questions, post useful links and hints, and submit solutions. You can also become a tester and get exclusive first access to the new content, give us feedback, and improve the learning experience for thousands of our users. Also, you can suggest new topics and project ideas. Just let us know which topics you want to see expanded or added. And new project ideas are also welcome. Just tell us what you would be interested in working on. You can become an author and learn all about our content creating process and shape the learning experience for thousands of our users by creating topics and projects for JetBrains Academy. And also, we will be really happy, as I am now, to see your contributions to our EDU Tools plugin, which is free and open source. We are always happy to reward our active contributors. You can receive gems, virtual points that you can spend on the platform, and get a special flair on our subreddit and obtain many other awesome bonuses. We are always excited to have new people join our community. And if you are interested in contributing to our educational products, please email us to academy@jetbrains.com. So you can find more information on our website. And if you want to start teaching or contributing, please follow the start guide, email us, or drop a message in our Twitter. And we also prepared a small gift for everyone here. Please follow the special link, register on JetBrains Academy, and get 3 months for free to try it. And thank you so much for joining us today. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them now. We will be more than happy to try and answer them.
Thank you so much. What a great session. I completely want to get started now. All of the blog posts that I do, I want to rewrite my blog posts in tutorial style so that people can actually play with them inside the IDE. It sounds super useful. We do have a bunch of questions, so I will ask you the questions in no particular order to see how things go. Let's see. So this is a good one because this is not Java, this is Kotlin. I'm passionate about Kotlin. Are there any guidelines or articles by you experts to self-improve myself as a pragmatic programmer?
Okay, so we do have our Kotlin track on JetBrains Academy. If you want to start with Kotlin language, if you don't have a lot of experience with it so far. And this track is under construction, but we're working on it and we're improving it, and we hope that it will be an excellent track in the near future. So you can start with it as well. We also have our Kotlin Coins course, and you can go through codes and solve some challenges, Kotlin challenges, and by solving them, you can get familiar with the syntax, with the language syntaxes, and with the language itself, and you can do it inside IntelliJ IDE Educational as well.
I've heard a lot of good things from people in the community about Kotlin's cones and a bunch of the other stuff that you've been doing around teaching Kotlin, because people, especially Java developers, they do want to learn like the Kotlin way of doing stuff inside IntelliJ IDEA.
Yeah, by the way, sorry, Trisha. Yeah, I remembered one more thing here. So actually, we do have a special Coursera course as well. It's Kotlin for Java developers, because you mentioned Java developers. And you can do assignments for this course inside IntelliJ IDE Educational as well. So you can see some materials, get materials on Coursera, and the excellent speakers there, it's Andrei Breslov and Svetlana Isakova from JetBrains. They're talking about Kotlin for Java developers, and after each section, you need to make an assignment, and you can do it in IntelliJ IDE Educational.
Another question: is it possible I can use JetBrains Edu products and the Academy to teach students offline to school and college graduates? Are there people who are already doing this?
Yeah, for sure, you can use JetBrains Academy as an additional learning resource. You can share the link with your students, and so you're very welcome, more than welcome to use it. And you can use IntelliJ IDEA EDU as Ashen. You can do your courses, special courses with a focus on practice, and you can share them, these courses, with your students as well. It's no, whether this is an online course, offline course, or whatever, they still can practice inside the IDE and solve some challenges.
And then some questions around subscriptions and pricing and stuff. Can I get a subscription to JetBrains Academy with my educational account?
No, not now. So you need to buy a subscription for JetBrains Academy. But we do have a lot of trial options, and we do have a lot of options to extend your trial. So you start with the default 7-day trial, but if you learn actively, you can add 1 + 1 month, and you can add 1 more month. And if you have some difficulties with that, you can just mail us to academy@jetbrains.com and we will talk and think about other options for you.
I think that leads on nicely to the next question, which is, I caught a free trial at the end of the year. My friend wants to join, but it's too expensive for him. Are there any other promotions in sight? Now, obviously, then you posted this promotion, so you've got the 3-month free trial, but you were also saying there are other opportunities as well.
When talking about your friends, we have this referral program at JetBrains Academy. So actually, if you're a user of JetBrains Academy, you can go to your profile and you will find the refer a friend link there. And there will be a special link that you can give for your friends, so they can get a 3-month extended trial as well.
So make lots of friends and you can have a lot of free months.
They will have a lot of free months, actually.
Oh, well. Make lots of friends anyway. It's a good thing to do. Yeah. I think that's all the questions I've got here. Do you have any other sort of parting thoughts or anything else that you want to say at this point?
I think that we're interested in any kind of contribution, as Anna mentioned, and we are looking for teachers and software developers and for learners. And if you feel ready and you maybe feel excited to try any of our educational products, and you have some ideas of collaboration or you have any feedback, just please contact us. We have this academy@jetbrains.com email, but you can talk to us about anything about educational ideas. So you're very welcome, because you know that education it is a really interesting area at the moment, and there are a lot of ideas popping up, and we are adjusting our products on the go. We are listening to the community. We're trying to, at least. So we're very welcome, everyone with any ideas about education, about online learning, about better ways to learn programming and to teach programming.
And it's such a huge topic. So as developer advocates, we have some overlap into this area as well. It's always really tricky trying to figure out. I liked the sort of learning track thing that you had. The idea of like, what things do developers need to know? What orders should they be taught in? What's a key skill and what's like a kind of nice to have? So, and I think when I was trying to think about what I could teach developers as a developer advocate, I'm like, this is just huge. You have to have the community involvement. You have to have experienced developers saying, I know this kind of cool stuff. Let me teach other developers how to do this stuff. So I think it's great that we have this idea of the community involvement and get people creating courses for other developers. So it's not just down to like a handful of people to decide who gets to teach what to whom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. And we now work with several experts from the community, several professional teachers and professional developers, and they give us feedback on our tracks for JetBrains Academy and on our courses and on some community courses as well. But we are looking for more experts, so we just need them. So if you feel that you're maybe the one of them, just please contact us.
That's really great, and I promise I will attempt to create some courses as well soon.
Oh,
maybe one day. I would love to, because I really love writing the blog posts and things, but I want people, like you said, the hands-on practical thing. I can write a blog post and say copy and paste this, but I don't want people to do that. I want them to use the IDE. I want them to write the code. I want them to experience what it's like to actually write this stuff. And I think these tools are really good for that sort of thing.
Yeah, and actually, this is one of the ideas behind our educational products as well, because we think a lot about blended learning as well. When you have a lot of materials, whether it's a blog post or some online course or whatever, but you want to advance it with some practicing, and you can do this practice in our IDE. So you can supply your other learning materials, your other teaching materials with this practicing part. So you don't need to create the whole course in IntelliJ IDE. You can use it as a supplementary practicing material.
And we got one more question. I'm 13. I'm at school. Can I get a free license because I'm at school? I paraphrased that.
Yeah. Mail us, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. You can just contact our community support about your educational license. Yeah, and I think we will process it.
Great. Well, thank you very much. It was a great session, and I'm passionate about education. I think it's cool that we as JetBrains are doing this sort of thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Bye.
I'm going to add Mala to the stream. Oh, there we go. I'm going to add Mala to the stream. We do have some time before the next session, so I'm going to have an online discussion with you live in front of everyone to decide what shall we do for the next 23 minutes until the next talk. Do you want to, should we do some Q&A, you and I, or should we leave the audience with an opportunity to have a break and have a, what do we call it, a comfort break, and maybe some lunch here in Europe?
So probably another 5 minutes for a quick chat, and then yes, we can take a break. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, and it's late for you. What time is it for you?
For me, it's 7 in the evening.
Okay, and it's only going to get later for you. For me, it's lunchtime. I get my second coffee and third coffee, and away I go. Yeah, so I actually have a bunch of backup topics so that you and I can talk about stuff. And this means that what happens is that people who are watching us live, they're going to have to like carry on watching all day for these sort of secret sessions that we haven't planned, if they want to hear any of the information that we're going to talk about. Let me just try and find my topics, unless you've got anything that you wanted to talk about off the back of the education talk.
No, I was just wondering whether I should add the project that you just mentioned to your calendar about creating a course.
Yeah, and this is why I end up with lots of work to do. It's there. I think that the spring tutorial that Josh mentioned in his first talk today, I think that would work really well as a tutorial in the Edu products or in Academy, because that was very much like a staged tutorial. Write this, do this, run that, and I think that would work really nicely in that. So yeah, since they showed us that demo back in January, I've had in my head I should definitely do that at some point.
Absolutely, because anyone, if we could have the set of steps, probably we could consider, like we could connect with the team and ask whether they could help probably turning that tutorial to a course, because that would be again some steps which might require some hand-holding, not sure. But it could be, if it could be done, that would be amazing, because if hands-on is something which really makes you understand concepts. Reading really not so much.
I agree. I mean, both you and I have read. We've read Making Users Awesome, Kathy Sierra's badass book, and we know that part of that is it's kind of the 10,000 hours thing. It's not just about reading. It's about doing and doing and doing, and especially for learning a language, but also for learning the IDE. Like, we know the keyboard shortcuts, you've got to do it until your muscles know what to do without your brain thinking about it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if we could get a combination of both of them, that would be great. Because a lot of time when you learn something by reading a book, and then you come to the professional working projects where you get to work with an IDE, and then you have to learn the IDE again. So you have to learn twice. But if you could do that, combine into one step, that could be amazing.
Yeah. I really wanted to, I think the reactive tutorial, I think, will work well inside the IDE. What I really wanted to do was a way of saying, and then use this shortcut and then do that. But I think we haven't got that yet, but I think there's a features trainer for that. A plugin, I'm not sure. We have so many ways of learning the IDE that I can't remember which ones are which. But yeah, would love to do that. I wanted to switch subjects a little bit, because you keep saying that I've got loads of work on. So I wanted to highlight one of the things, and you have too, because you've worked so hard for this event today. One of the things I wanted to talk about is the stuff that we've been working on this week, which was the 2020.2 beta release for IntelliJ IDEA. Now, just to be clear, Mala and I weren't working on the code for 2020.2. We were working on the highlighting the features of it. So given that I spent the first half of this week frantically trying to figure out what to highlight in 2020.2, I thought that now is quite a good time to talk about some of the features that came in 2020.2. It is a bit of an advert for IntelliJ IDEA, but we are on the IntelliJ IDEA YouTube channel, so it seems only fair to do a bit of promotion. Plus, it was really fun to work on the 2020.2 video this week, because there's so many features there. I was like, that is going to make my life so much easier. It's just going to be I mean, every release. I moan to you, don't I? I always say, I don't want to do the what's new video. Please don't make me do it. And then I end up doing it and go, oh, look at all these really cool features. It's really good to do this video.
Right. And I told you that, yes, after watching the video, I am going to kind of assign the same video to you for the next release, because you did amazing work on that one.
I love working with you. You're so nice to me all the time. You're so fun. So I want to tick off on my fingers a little bit, but I might actually demo, because we are here. I could demo stuff. Some of the features that came into 2020.2. In fact, in my talk earlier on today, I was using 2020.2, and I was using it to highlight the Java 15 features. So in particular, in the Java 15 features, I talked about the new functionality in records, the non-public constructors, annotations on wherever annotations are supposed to be. And the thing about using IntelliJ IDEA, the latest version, with the latest version of Java, is that you don't actually notice that someone's had to put in a lot of work to support the new language features, because it just works for you. So when you're demoing it, you're like, well, it doesn't error. And everyone's like, well, okay, good. But like, no, someone had to work really hard to make sure that IDE doesn't error with new features of Java. Absolutely. And yeah, so it's really fun to see that stuff, and it's difficult to highlight. You know, you type this new word in, and you don't have a red squiggly. That's a good thing. So we had new features for records. We've got sealed types. We've got hidden classes, which I didn't show. We have you probably know Java 15 better than me. What else is in there?
We had local records, local interfaces, which you mentioned that yes, you would be thinking about some use cases and probably have another piece of content on it.
Are you going to write the blog post and do the video for the Java 15 stuff?
Yes, but that would be around the release of Java 15, and not now, not with this release probably.
I always love your blog post for that, because I tend to do the high level skimming through stuff for the what's new video, and then I read your blog post, which is way more like, this is the detail of how to actually use it. Oh, good. I could have done with that before I wrote my screencast. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I always use your blog post later when I'm in my presentation to say, this is where you find out about records and how they work. So yes, I really like the local types thing, actually. I had to ask, this all ties in nicely with all of our presenters. I had to ask Tagir, what is this local types thing? I don't understand it. And why is local types for enums and interfaces, why is that a new records feature? And he was explaining to me, it's because we've got local types for records. They were like, well, we might as well do it for enums and interfaces as well.
Right. And what is difficult is, as Venkat said, it is easy to understand the syntax, but how to use it, to find the use cases, to use the new features, or to modify existing project to use those features, that is the most difficult part, because we really have to change how we think to use the new features.
And it's the most difficult part of our job, isn't it? Trying to decide, it's not recording the video, it's what's the code example which is going to help developers make that leap. This is the way you use it, and this is why you use it. And there's no shortcut for that. The shortcut is just keep trying until you find the right sort of use case. I honestly, I'm not showing my screen, so I can't show you, but I used the local type for interfaces, and I'm like, I wrote the syntax, and I don't have an example for this. I'm not really sure what you'd use it for, but I was wondering about maybe using it for DSLs. You know how DSLs sometimes have, I mean, I've never written a DSL, and they're usually written in other languages like Kotlin or Groovy or Ruby. But I was wondering if you could use something like that for creating a type-safe DSL in Java. I'm not sure.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be interesting. Or using them for, I couldn't really see us using them for Lambda expressions, because you can just use Lambda expressions with some of the built-in functions. So
I'm not able to think right now.
I'm asking you deep technical questions without having, this is like a technical interview, a phone screen, right? Because I'm not showing you my screen, and I'm asking you to comment on some functionality I haven't shown you and tell me how to use it. So yes, you got the job. You're doing very well.
Thank you very much. Probably it's because we had a long day. So now it's probably it's getting tiring now. So My brain is kind of switching off for a couple of seconds ago.
That's fine. I will carry on talking about features in 2020.2 because I spent all week doing them. They're in my brain. Yes, the Java 15 stuff. That's all. The Java 15 stuff is really good. There's new stuff for the Streams API, so that if you're on a list and you type .map, it will actually just auto-complete to .stream.map instead of you having to type the stream. That's really cool.
I'm more excited about the problems view that we have in 2020.2 because it got so much of comments on how useful it is, because we don't really have to be bothered about the little lines on the right, and we can see all the problems in the window, and the intentions widget is so much changed. And yes, we can be telling all our views that to be using Alt and Enter, because that's the magical key combination we should be using all the time, because we do that all the time. Anytime we forget something or we're not sure how IntelliJ IDEA can help us in this context, that is amazing. And you know what? So I was kind of working on this video on how context actions can help us, and how IntelliJ IDEA is aware of the context that you're writing your code in. So if you try to have a method and you name the method as to uppercase, and within the method you have a string, and then you press the dot, the first suggestion would be to uppercase. And if you create another method and the name of the method is to lowercase, and within the method you have a string and you press dot, the first suggestion would be to lowercase. So that was something I recently discovered, and that's how helpful context-aware suggestions are in IntelliJ. So this is just a simple example, but
you hear a lot of criticisms that, especially when, again, cycling back to the education thing, you hear a lot of criticisms that learning inside an IDE is kind of like cheating, because the IDE will like tell you everything and you never have to learn anything. I kind of don't buy that argument at all. Obviously, I work for JetBrains and we sell IDEs, but even before I worked for JetBrains, I don't buy that argument. I think the whole point about having an IDE is exactly what you're talking about. Don't just reduce the cognitive load. Don't have to be thinking about everything. Don't type everything. Don't worry about the exact spelling of a method. Press dot and see the code completion to see what would be a sensible thing. Use smart completion, so it recommends to you the method with the correct return type. Like, why not use those tools so that you're thinking about the business problem, the thing you're actually trying to solve, instead of thinking about what is the syntax, why am I missing a comma, what's wrong with the curly braces here.
Absolutely, there's so much to learn to understand how to implement a solution to a problem. We don't really have to be bothered about knowing every detail of every tool that we need to use. So a lot of people tell me, why not use command line? I know that could be a problem to say, but using Git on the command line, but I don't like to do that. I absolutely use IntelliJ and the features it has for giving me that freedom to think about what I'm talking and not to be bothered about having another steep curve to learn a new technology, because of course we would have to do that for every new technology that we use. So if we have tools to help us out in that regard, nothing like that. That's what the tools are for.
Exactly. Because there's, and this kind of leads on to another question that we've had actually, because there's so much to learn, there's so much to know, there's so many different problems, different domains, different people in our team, that like how you don't want to fill your brain full of all of the rubbish. Like, you really want to automate. We know this from being inside a technical team. You want to automate as much as possible. You know, you don't want to have to worry about what's the exact syntax for cherry pick when you've got a little button with a cherry on where you're like, that's the cherry pick and I know how to do that. And Zlata was asking actually, how do we keep ourselves up to date in this ever-changing technology world, which is kind of related to this like overwhelming amount of information there is to learn. And actually, this question ties in nicely to what we've just been talking about. Doing the screencast for 2020.2, for example, forced me to learn what's new in 2020.2, forced me to learn what's new in Java 15. And so I had to invest at least a week in not only like learning what the new features are in both the IDE and Java, but also using them, playing with them, experimenting with them, see how they feel. So I'm kind of forced to do that updating my technical knowledge every few months. And on top of that, the other thing I'm working on right now, as we also have this going on, is I'm trying desperately to finish Java Annotated Monthly for this month. What's the date? This is the 10th. Of course, it's the 10th. I'm supposed to have published it on the 1st. Been so busy with 2020.2 with this, with the webinar that I had yesterday, with the other webinar we had with Vardin, that I have not done Annotated Monthly yet. But Annotated Monthly is another way that I'm kind of forced to stay up to date with what are the trends, what are people talking about, what are the problems that people have, what is kind of now accepted technology or processes. You have to kind of read a lot to figure out, to sort of like, I call it surfing the tsunami of all of that news and technology. So I'm interested in knowing, like, what do you do to stay up to date? Because you always are right on the edge of what's happening with Java. You know way more about that than I do.
So because I have to work on, as you mentioned, I have to be top on what's happening in Java 15. So I read a lot of mailing list on Project Amber, because that's how we get to know what's new in Java as per the language features. I do that quite often, and of course, a lot of links which are posted on Project Amber. And I also follow a lot of other leaders who are either talking about Project Amber or about the new features in Java, because when we are working, we know that these are the set of people who talk about this topic frequently. So I follow them, and I read what they have to post. And of course, I try it out on my own system to see how it works, some corner cases which are working, which are not working. So again, so that's my way of learning. And I would like to add, as you mentioned, we learn a lot from the failures. I would say, so that's absolutely. So, so this is something interesting, because I remember when we hosted Venkat, I was absolutely taken by surprise when he was mentioning about some of his failures in life. And I was thinking, how could a person talk about the failures on a public platform? But then I realized that you only talk about your failures when you know that, yes, you have overcome the failures and you are in a place in your life that, yes, you can talk about it and just kind of laugh it off. So, yes, so, talking about one's failure. So if a person can talk about their own failure, that means, yes, they are successful now. And
I think that's true. I think that it requires confidence to talk about failure, right? Because you don't want to look bad. You want to say, yes, I learned from this failure. But I wish that wasn't true. I wish it was much more common to like conferences like this. I'd love to run it like a fail conf. Tell me all the times, like I want all the talks to be all the things that you failed at. Like even if you didn't learn from it, because maybe you didn't learn from it, you know you failed, but maybe one person in the audience will go, oh, we're in the middle of doing that. That's not going to work. Like how cool would that be?
Absolutely. Are we suggesting, or are we planning on the next conference, virtual conference for this year?
I don't want to plan another virtual conference, and I didn't even work that hard. You did all the work.
But yeah, that's a brilliant idea, because failure is a much better teacher than success is, because success is sweet. Failure is hard, really hard. I remember one other person, a great leader, when I was talking with him. So he said, don't talk to me about your successes. Talk with me about your failures. And that's what I want to know. What was the failure? Why did you fail? And what did you learn from it?
I think that's another good interview question. I'm a big fan of interview questions. I kind of want to know like what trips people up. I think failure, I would actually like one which is like not a pre-canned response, but tell me about a time when you failed and you didn't learn from it and you don't know why you failed. I want to know how people talk about that.
Right. That was 3 questions in 1 question. I really have to go
Yeah.
back and think what you asked.
No, that's fine. I'm not asking you. People are telling me I have to go and let you rest because you're exhausted. So maybe now would be a good time to go off and have a rest. We have got 5 minutes until the next session, so this is kind of cool. We were talking about failures, right? And so now I've actually switched gears again. You know, this is like how I normally talk to you, Mala, isn't it? This is not like a prepared presentation. This is how our meetings normally are. And poor Mala's like, what are you talking about now? For goodness sake, would you stay on one topic?
Okay.
I want to finish off talking a little bit about 2020.2 because it would make our product marketing manager very happy. One of the big features and actually this again ties in really nicely with what you were saying about the version control support inside IntelliJ IDEA. So 2020.2 has full support for GitHub pull requests, and this is really nice too. So I have no problem with going to the browser for GitHub for managing pull requests. There's no problem with that at all. But if I'm already inside my IDE, opening up a window called pull requests, looking at my pull requests and saying merge pull requests just makes way more sense to me. Just stay in the zone as much as possible. And we'll be doing a video about that as well in July or August as well.
Absolutely. So what are the other features that you really loved about 2020.2? We have the inspections widget, the new
yes.
widget,
Yep.
the problems view. You just mentioned about the VCS.
And now I can't remember any of the other stuff. Oh, well, there's support for a bunch of frameworks that I don't know anything about, which is good. So I was playing around with the Jakarta EE9, and I'm way behind the curve on the Java EE stuff. So it was nice. It's, again, coming back down to the fact that the IDE does stuff for you, so you don't have to worry about it. I used the IDE to create a new Jakarta EE9 project, which just worked. I used the IDE to add Glassfish 6, which just worked. And I ran my first servlet for the first time in I don't know how long. I used to be a web developer, and I used to do this all the time. And then this week I ran a JSP page. Well, I don't think it was a JSP page. I think it was a servlet for the first time in, like, I don't know, 10 years at least.
Yes,
it was fun. A blast from the past. So it's kind of fun, and it's not just Jakarta EE. It's also like I can't remember the name. All of the microservices frameworks like Micronaut and Microprofile, and there's Quarkus and Helidon and all of them. Yes. Yeah, all of that stuff. All right, good. Well, we're coming up to time for actually introducing our new speaker. Zlata's got some great questions for us. Oh, yes, we've got 1 more minute, actually. So, Mala, you should promote your Java certification book while we're here.
Right. So I'm working on the Java certification book version 11 with Manning now, and it's already in the MEEP edition, which is the early access program edition. You can get it online now. So we have most of the chapters uploaded to this version, and you would get it as soon as it goes out to print and is printed.
Great. Good. That was a good promotion. Okay. Well, I will exit the stream now, and we are just about ready for you to introduce the new speaker.
Yes, that was a good talk. Hey, Nikhil.
Hi, Mala. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you. How are you?
Very well. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to present today. So
it's a pleasure to have you here. So before you start, let me introduce you.
Sure.
So Nikhil is a dear friend, a Java champion. He's an avid contributor to open source software. At conferences, fellow speakers and attendees, they love to see his amusing robotics demo. I remember at Oracle Code One last year, Nikhil, you created an interesting robotic demo to give away the swags on your booth, which was amazing.
Thank you.
Nikhil is a rock star. He's co-creator of the Eclipse Foundation. Eclipse Collections. And did I mention that Eclipse Collections was recently listed as top 25 popular Java applications till date? And in today's live demo, Nikhil is going to share why you would need new data structures and how to create them.
Thanks, Mala. That was a very good introduction. I don't think I can introduce myself better than that. The Don Rab is actually the creator of Eclipse Collections. I'm one of the project leads, so I'm a co-project lead, and it's a pleasure, working on the framework. One full disclosure for this talk is I am not going to use Eclipse Collections at all. I'm going to use the concepts from Eclipse Collections, but I'll be using our plain old JDK, as well as the other disclaimer is that for when it comes to Eclipse Collections, it has nothing to do with the Eclipse IDE, and I actually use our IntelliJ IDEA to code for Eclipse Collections and to contribute. So, yeah.
Thank you.
But
So
uh,
all for you.
yeah, thanks a lot, Mala. Another sort of like a very happy news that I want to share is this is my first presentation as a married person, as a married man. I
Oh,
got married on the 7th. So yeah,
amazing.
thank you.
Many,
Yeah, so
many congratulations.
thanks a lot, Mala. Yeah, and so right now, like it's still the just the post-marriage sort of butterflies, and I hope I do justice with the presentation. I'll pause in between for questions, but if I'm good to go, then I'll get started.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oops.
Thanks a lot, everybody, for being a part of my presentation, Do-It-Yourself Collections. My name is Nikhil Nanivadekar. Like Mala mentioned, I'm the one of the project leads of Eclipse Collections. Eclipse Collections is an open source collections framework. And like I said, it has nothing to do with the Eclipse IDE, but the project is a part of the Eclipse Foundation, and that's why we call it Eclipse Collections. It's open for contributions. It's open for user. It's just a jar artifact that you can pull in your project. But enough about Eclipse Collections, because right now I'm not going to use anything Eclipse Collections other than some of the ideas, but I'm going to use basic and simple concepts from our the JDK collections factory itself. With that, let's first, anytime when you're looking at a problem statement, it's always good to understand the basics. So what are exactly collections? We can define collections to be a group of elements or objects, group of elements or objects, um, which sort of solve a particular use case. So there are in the JDK we get three main collections. The first one is a list, and a list is nothing but an ordered group of elements where the insertion order is retained, as well as duplicates are allowed. So that's one of the very important things of a list, that the insertion order is retained as well as the duplicates are allowed. The second one of the collections is a set, where set is you can have an ordered set, or you can have a sorted set, or you can have an unsorted set. We'll look at just the unsorted or the hash set for now, and it is generally based. The hash set is based on the hash code and the equals implementation of the objects, as well as the most important property of a set is only unique elements are retained. So this sort of helps us, this is one of the biggest differences between the list and the set, where for a list duplicates are allowed, and for the set only unique elements are retained. And last but not the least is a map. A map is nothing but a data structure which allows you to have a mapping between a key and a value. Uh, and the interesting thing about the way the JDK hash set is implemented is it's essentially backed up by a JDK hash map, where the value is zero. A value is an empty value or a null value. So owing to that concept, for a map, one key can only be mapped to one value. So because one key can be only mapped to a single value, what happens is if you end up trying to add another value for the same key, the previous value gets overridden. Okay, now that brings me to one of the most important points about the Java collections framework, or JCF. It's called as a framework, but it's pretty much like a library, and we get it as a part of the java.util package, list, set, map, and there are multiple implementations. I just graze the surface of it, but essentially just having these three sometimes, or rather many times, is not enough while we are trying to solve real world use cases. The most simplest use case is a shopping cart example, and while Mala and Trisha were discussing about creating a domain in order to explain a problem statement and a feature, that's one of the most difficult things of setting up a demo. So for a bag, it's fairly easy to explain how to think about a bag. All of us go shopping, or get vegetables and fruits and everything. So at that time, let's say we want to have 5 apples, right? So all we want to do is we want to have the object, and you want to have a count, and let's say you want to have 6 bananas. So all you're saying is the number of apples are 5, the number of bananas are 6, and let's say you have 3 oranges. So essentially what we are trying to see is what we are trying to say is we just have one object, or one sort of an element, and the count is different. Now we can definitely do it using list, where you'll just have apple, 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 and then same thing for banana, same thing for oranges. But then that causes a bit of a trouble. Let's say you want to get the count of apples in an O1 way, right? If it is in a list, you have to iterate over through the entire list, and get the count. If it is a set, you can only keep unique elements, so that is not possible. Now there comes map. Map is pretty versatile. So if we can actually implement, and we are going to implement in the next 15 minutes, a bag which is backed up by a map, because essentially a map, by the virtue of a map being a key to value relationship, we can construct a bag fairly easily. Before I start constructing a bag, let me quickly explain how we think about a bag, or rather how I think about a bag. A bag is like a list, and the reason why it is like a list is because it allows duplicates. It can be considered like a set because of 2 reasons. One, it is a hashed data structure. It is a hashed data structure, as well as the other part of it is, if you want to get the unique elements, you can get the unique elements in pretty much O1 time, right? Lastly, it is like a map, because essentially the way the relationship between the key and the value essentially shows the relationship between the object to the count. So that sort of helps us understand a bag. A bag is nothing but you have an object, and you have a number of times that you encounter that object, or you encounter those elements. So essentially, an object to a count relationship. Now, without talking a lot, let me first directly go into writing some code. The way I have set up this domain is completely in a test-driven development approach. We have some tests, and we have objects backing those tests, where and all of these tests are failing. So let me just quickly run the test to make sure the tests are failing. And at the very start of the day, the way Josh said is you want to see that you have failing tests before you actually start developing code, because you also want to know that your tests are fine. So if you see, all my tests are failing, and now we'll go on creating one, we'll go on fixing one test at a time. So the very first one is to create, and I have added to-dos. Now what we are trying to do is we get a vararg of elements, and all you have to do is you have to iterate over these elements, and you have to put it in a backing map. And if you see, the backing map is nothing but a hash map. So here, and again, the previous 15 minutes were just listening to Trisha and Mala was amazing, because it's sort of concretized and cemented my belief in not having to have that cognitive load of knowing every single syntax and knowing every single thing, but just understanding the concept and understanding what exactly needs to happen. So I'm going to use IntelliJ ideas, all the shortcuts that I know of, and all the templates which I know of. And I absolutely love the fact that like I don't have to worry about any of these syntactic sugar and any of these small things per se. So we are going to iterate over the elements which are passed in. I just created a for loop. We get the element. Now we have the backing map, right? Now, essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to add the element to the backing map with a count of 1 to begin with. And if the element is already present, then we are just trying to increment the number of times that is already associated, the count that is already associated to the element. And the JDK map actually gives a very cool API for that. It's called as merge. So what merge does is merge takes the key, and the key in this case is going to be an element, and it takes a value. Now this value is pretty much an initialization, an initial value, so to say. So if an element is not present, then we want to initialize it by just the count of 1. And now if the element is present, then this is going to be the existing count, and we actually don't worry about the second part of this by function, because our e is always going to be 1, because we are going one element at a time. So all we are trying to do is we're trying to do existing count plus 1. Okay, so I think that is a good enough fix. So let me go ahead and run the test. And let's see. Okay, it still failed, and let's see where it failed. It failed for get occurrences because I did not fix it. So let's quickly fix that. Here we are going to do this dot backing map dot get. Now the JDK map gives us two methods. One is get, and the other one is get or default. I'm going to use get or default over here mainly for two reasons. The first one is I have to return an int. If I end up doing a get, then it will return an integer, and if an element is not present, it will throw a null pointer exception. And as API providers, when I'm creating this data structure, I want to protect it with enough controls and knobs and all the possible features that are that I can give to my users, so that they don't have to worry about adding additional checks. Now we have a big decision to make out here, where what should we default whenever an element is not present, and if an element is not present in the map, then essentially it should be returning a 0. So that way we actually give our API users the added benefit of hey, not having to do a null check, not worrying about a null pointer exception. Okay, and I know that these will fail in the same test, so let me quickly fix those as well. The size distinct, and this is another advantage of just using a map as a backing collection, is by you can just do a key set and then the size of it. That will give you the distinct element, and the size should just be this dot size. And I know that this test is going to fail again because of one of the things that I missed doing, and this is a bit important. And the reason why I wanted to show that the test was failing was again, like in the morning, the way Josh said, is you also want to sort of test your test that hey, has Nikhil done a good job of writing tests? So if you see here, I'm only initializing the size to 0, but I'm never initializing it to anything more than so I'm never incrementing the size. So I'm just going to increment the size, and it's going to be fairly straightforward. We just do this dot size plus 1. Now here's where I'll pause and actually say that folks will be hey Nikhil, but isn't that just this dot size plus plus and everything? You know what, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to worry about hey, is it plus plus this dot size, or is it this dot size plus plus? I'm just going to let IntelliJ IDEA do that for me. And if I press alt enter, essentially sorry, oh, that's why it's not. It's because I actually, yeah. So if you see here, it's this dot size plus plus. And interestingly, it also caught a quick bug while I was trying to do that autocomplete, because I was trying to call the method instead of the parameter. So sorry, instead of the member. So let me just run it. All right. So we have fixed the first test, and that's for create. So again, it's fairly straightforward. We are just trying to merge it. We did implement a few more methods for the API, and that essentially helps the user, do what shall I say? Protect the user a little bit more. Now, if you see, the test to add occurrences is failing, and it is failing for get occurrences, but we have already implemented get occurrences, and I think it is failing because the add occurrences method is not implemented. So let's go quickly implement it. And again, one of the things which I like to do as an API provider is I try to make sure that, like, I give a bit more convenience methods, because sometimes, all you care about is doing is adding just one element, and that happens many times. So instead of having the user type the same thing over and over again, we can expose a convenience method which just delegates to, like, the add occurrences, which is our more generic method. Okay, so now with that, implementing this is going to be pretty straightforward as well. All we are trying to do is we are trying to do this dot, backing map, and then we need to merge this backing map, merge this element into the backing map. And if you remember, this pattern is pretty much similar to what we saw right there, where over here we are just initializing it with 1 if the element is not present, but in this case we would want to initialize it with the actual occurrences that are being passed in, and if those occurrences and if the element is present, then we can just say existing count. And again, we don't really care about the second element, second parameter of the by function. All we care about is incrementing the existing count by the occurrences. Now, and this is going to be merged, and I can just return the merge. But I'm still missing one important thing. And before I, went, before I actually got my first test green, I did that real quick. That was to increment the size. So in this case, the size is just going to be this dot size plus the occurrences. So there you go. Another, API is fixed. Let's quickly go run the test and see. And while the tests are running, I'm going to pause for like about 2 seconds to ask Mala if there are any questions so far. If not, I'll continue with the third and the fourth test. Okay, I'm going to take silence as no questions. So
No, I was reading through the document.
Okay.
So I'm not sure whether this is quite relevant, but it says which Java feature was for DSL.
Oh, I think that was for, what Trisha and you were discussing. You remember about, I think it was the value types on interfaces. That's what.
Okay. So I'm still trying to get more interesting questions for you. So I'll probably let you continue with the session.
Sure. I will continue with remove occurrences, and remove occurrences is like, one of the interesting APIs to implement. It's not too difficult, but this is where like we end up making a few big decisions as API providers, and as um, uh, uh, someone who is actually developing the library. And when I say big decisions, I hope like folks have actually looked at Bob Ross and his painting with Bob Ross, because he always says like, you have to make a big decision while you're like painting a particular tree and how the mountain should look and everything like that. I look at my APIs exactly as that, right? Like our software is pretty much like a painting. It's a masterpiece. So the way we end up writing it, the way we end up providing APIs, that's important. And these are the decisions that we have to make. And these decisions are mainly not just for us, it's for all our users. And this is something, especially when you're working in open source, it's one of the most important responsibilities, I would say, is how do you make your users' like job easier while like typing code and while using your framework. So going back to remove occurrences, it's now interesting, because when you're trying to remove an element, adding an element is easy because you just like keep on pushing it, like pushing new elements in. But removing occurrences or removing elements becomes a bit more interesting, and the reason for that is mainly when let's say what would you do if the number of occurrences are that a user is trying to remove is more than the occurrences that are already present in our bag. Well, like, do you go to negative occurrences? Then that would mean like, hey, if I'm trying to remove 10 apples and I only have 6, that would mean my count is -4 apples. And essentially what we are trying to say is like, -4 apples does not make sense, because like that would mean that I have to give 4 apples to the grocery store. But yeah, so essentially when you're trying to remove apples from your shopping cart, once you're done removing them, even if you try to remove more, you don't have anything, so you essentially don't remove anything, right? So we have some of those decisions that we want to make. The other decision that we have to make is, let's say now the count associated with a particular element is 0, then should you even keep that element, right? And if you should not keep that element, then what would happen when someone tries to get the occurrences? But and we'll go on solving that like one at a time. So let me first quickly implement the other convenience method which I had put in, similar to add occurrence. Okay. All right, so now so we have now remove occurrence, and we are implementing remove occurrences. So we have elements. So as always, we want to start with the backing map, and we would want to see how many elements are present, right? So we can say element, and now if you see here, I can use the get element, or I can just use get or default, or I can even use this dot get occurrences, right? So I'm sort of like using my own API that I have developed. So now I can do existing, right? Now only if existing is greater than 0, I care about doing anything, right? Now when it is greater than 0, what I want to first check if element if existing is actually greater than the occurrences that we are trying to remove, right? Because if it is greater than the occurrences that we are trying to remove, all you want to do is this dot backing map dot put the element, comma, you want to do existing minus the occurrences. All right. And the next thing that you want to do is you want to also decrement the size. Let me scroll down so that we can see. So this is going to be this dot size minus the occurrences. And because we are successful in removing, we can just return true. Okay. The other part, the else part of it will be if existing is less than or equal to occurrences. And if that's the situation, then all you want to do is you want to remove the element altogether. And I will tell the reason for it is because, one, you'll be saving on the memory. You'll be like, removing the element altogether. You don't have to worry about null checks or anything, because we are exposing the get occurrences API from our bag, and the get occurrences API defaults to 0 if an element is not present. So our users, we have already done the pre-work of helping our users. So the backing map dot remove element that should take care of actually removing all the occurrences that are there. Now the interesting part always is with the size, right? Because now the size is going to be this dot size minus the existing. Okay, it won't be minus the occurrences, it would be minus the existing, because we can only remove from our domain as from our bag as many as existed. So with that, I'm just going to return this to be return this to be true. And lastly, if the existing is equal to 0, then we just want to return false, because hey, we won't be doing anything. All right. So that's one of the best things to do, nothing, right? So let me go and run the test again. And let me now fix for each with occurrences and for each, and I'll fix both of them together only because they're fairly straightforward. For each with occurrences is again one of the helpful API, and the reason why it becomes helpful is because of essentially two reasons. One is the name itself helps the user understand what is going on. Like you're essentially going to iterate over each element with their occurrences. The second is the method signature, where the input is a by consumer, which is taking your object and the integer, and your integer is a count. So it sort of like helps you do some interesting things, as well as it makes the API a bit more intuitive. So I'm just going to go quickly implement it. And for all that matters is for each with occurrences is just going to be a is going to be just a for each call by passing the by consumer. Um, so that was fairly straightforward. Now for each is where things get a little bit interesting. Not too interesting, to be honest with you, because all you're trying to do is you're again going to do a for each, right? And for each is going to give you an element, and it is going to give you a count, right? And now using that, all you're trying to do, because now for each essentially means is for each element, and because bags allow duplicates, and you have the key to the count mapping, so to say, you need to iterate over these counts. And sometimes, you know, the for I is one of the best loops. So again, for I less than count, and all I'm trying to do is I'm going to say consumer dot accept, and I'm going to pass in the element. So there you go. We have just implemented for each as well. Now let us go quickly and run the test. All right, all 5 out of 5 tests pass. So now let me quickly summarize what we did so far with regards to the bag. So far we implemented a bag which is backed up by, you know, a hash map. Okay, and again, like if you end up using a linked hash map, you'll actually get a linked bag. If you end up using a tree map, then you will get a sorted bag. So essentially, whatever you're backing the bag with will end up, you know, dictating the semantics of your bag. In this case, I used the hash map. Again, we're just explaining the concept, so to say, of actually creating this data structure. We also exposed some some helpful APIs, helpful and intuitive APIs, in order to protect our users. Always remember, whenever you're creating an API, and this can even be like, like you can have the smallest of the smallest project in your team, and you might be responsible for just like, you know, one API which is there. It is your responsibility as a software developer, or as a developer who is putting out anything that is going to be used even by you. I mean, it's a responsibility even towards yourself for the future you, to actually make it as safe, as protected, and as convenient as possible. So with that, I'll pause for 10 seconds to see if there are any more questions, and then I'll move on to multimap.
Yes, Nikhil. So there
Sure.
are a couple of interesting questions, but they are most of them are related to the Eclipse collections. Would you like to take
Okay.
them?
Let's pause. Let's reserve them towards the end, just after the summary, if they're Eclipse collections, and then you know, we can discuss that.
Okay, sure.
Does that sound good? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So now let's look at multimap. And bags and multimaps are like one of my favorite you know, data structures. Like my open source contribution journey started actually by the first what do you say, contribution to creating an API to multimap. And essentially the way I look at multimap is, at the start of the session I had explained that when you try to add a value to an already existing key, then the previous value gets overridden. Okay, so you don't have the ability to actually store multiple values to or attach multiple values to one key. But for that exact reason, you have a data structure called as a multi-map, or it's also called as a multi-valued map. This is where essentially you can have a key uh, mapped to a collection of values. Okay, so not just one value, a collection of values. And the second important thing is this collection, or this multi-map, can have a collection of values, and this collection of values can essentially be collection of values can be a list, a set, or a bag which we just created, or any any collection for that matter. But we are going to in the next like 10 minutes we are going to implement a list multimap and a set multimap. Now again, as API providers, we have a bit of responsibility in also making our own life easier. And so the way I have implemented multimaps is by just creating an abstract class which essentially delegates the most important thing to to a list multimap and a set multimap. And the interesting thing out here is if you see the inherent code or the basic code or foundational code of a multimap remains the same. The only thing that changes is the backing collection. So one of the best things that that you can do as a developer is you can actually delegate that responsibility to whoever is supposed to do the work, right? And here I have delegated the responsibility to a list multimap where I'm going to return an array list. Sorry, where I'm going to return an array list, and that sort of will help us, get the backing collection to be a list. And in case of a set, I return a hash set. So essentially, our multimap will have a key, and the value will either be a list or it will be a set. So with that, let me just go run the test, and hopefully my tests are correct. All right. So the first test passes because this is just doing a null check. So this is correct, that hey, at least we can instantiate a list multimap. And again, this constructor doesn't do anything. This is slightly different than the way I created a bag where the constructor did have parameters. And the main reason I'm doing it in this way right now is to show the multiple options that you have as API providers to actually get these data structures out quickly, so to say. So let's go to the second test, which is failing, and it is failing for the get method. And even before the get method, we see that there is a put. So let us see how put is implemented, and it just returns a false out here. So we can we can first implement the put. Now, if you remember, we still are using the backing. A multimap is backed by a backing hash map, and the hash map has a key and a value collection, where the value collection is backed by either an array list or a hash set. So let's take a look at what is going on whenever we are trying to do a put. There are a few interesting things that come into picture. The first one is, let's say a key already exists, then what should happen? And let's say a key does not exist, then what should happen? Okay, if the key does not exist, it's fairly straightforward. You just want to say you just want to put a new backing collection. But how do you arrive to the point whether a key exists or not? Well, of course, you have to do a get. So we'll do an existing. Existing, and when you're looking at existing, now if the existing is equal to null, so you have a null check out here, and if the existing is equal to null, then all you're trying to do is you're trying to say existing equal to this dot get empty backing collection. And with that, we have avoided the dreadful null pointer out here. And then you're going to just do existing dot add value. And interestingly, you have to keep this with you so that you can actually return it, because again, it depends on whether you were able to add or not on the backing collection, not on whether you could and that's exactly what defines whether something was added to the multimap or not. Because if it is, let's say, a set and a value already exists, then the set, you won't add it, right? So this should return a false. But if it is a list, it would add it because set allows a list allows duplicates. So that's why this is very important, because what you're trying to do here is you are trying to maintain the collection semantics of the backing collections. So now you have like the existing dot add, and you got to know that. But now the interesting thing is you need to put back, and this step is slightly important only because of the existing equal to null. But we can just go ahead and just put back the key and the existing value. And again, this is a little bit inefficient. We can all, of course, like optimize it once we get our test passing. And but in the interest of time, let's see what happens. I think I forgot to implement get, so let me quickly implement get as well. There you go. Now this is this dot backing map dot get. Now again, over here, if you see, I can always just return a get, and it will return as a null. If it returns as a null, then the user has to do a null check, etc., etc. But instead of that, you can always do a key, and then you can do a backing empty collection. And one of the good things about doing it in this way is the new collection is only created if the key does not exist. This does not get created like every single time. So that's one of the good things. Let's go and run this test and see how it's going. All right. So in this we fixed put set multimap as well as put list multimap. Now we have a last set of tests, which is for remove operation. So let's see what's going on with remove. And again, I do like to create some convenience methods, and the put all again is fairly straightforward, where and if you see here, it's taking an iterable of values, so it's trying to get as basic data structure as possible. And the fairly easy way to do it is actually create a loop and just say this dot put key comma value, and you can over here you can essentially return this dot get and the key. So whatever is the whatever is currently existing, you will get it back for that particular key. So there you go. That's put all. Sorry, I digressed a bit, and I'm going to also implement remove all, and then I'll go to remove, because remove is the interesting API. So remove all is fairly straightforward. When you're trying to remove all the mappings associated with the key, you just use the remove operation on the backing hash map. Now the last and one of the most interesting APIs to implement is remove. If you remember, when I was implementing bag, I said that adding is fairly straightforward because you just keep on pushing the elements. Removing is where things get interesting. It's the exact same thing for a multi-map as well, because essentially when you're trying to do a remove, you have a few big decisions to make, right? One of the big decision is, let's say you're trying to remove when a value does not exist at all. What if you're trying to remove and the value that you're trying to remove is actually the last value, and you're left with an empty backing collection? Then what should you do with the key? Should the key linger around with an empty backing collection, or should you just remove the key? And so I'll end up implementing that, and I'll explain why I end up doing what I'm doing. So let's quickly see. So the very first thing that you want to do is this dot backing map. And in this case, I'm actually going to use get, just because the null check becomes easier versus an empty check. But if we want to just do this dot get, if you want to do just this dot get, that is also fine. So I mean, this is sort of like reusing our own API. So existing, and if we are saying if existing, and again we know that there won't be what do you say, a null expected, so we can we don't have to worry about the null check because of this API that we implemented. Now imagine that this API was returning a null, then we'll have to have a null check for us itself. So that sort of like helps you create the APIs out there. So now if the existing is not empty, then only you need to do something. So let's see what you need to do. Now if the existing is not empty, then you want to actually do existing dot remove, and we'll be using the remove of the API itself, and we'll essentially want to return the remove in the Boolean. But now here is where the interesting thing comes, right? Like, now what if the existing now becomes empty? Now what do you want to do? Do you want to keep the key, or do you want to remove the key? In this case, we are going to remove the key. And there are mainly two reasons behind it. One is saving memory. Once you remove it, you basically free up some space. The second reason is, if you're ever trying to iterate over a multi-map, the iteration becomes easier, because hey, you will only have those keys that have a non-empty backing collection. So you never have to do a check inside your loop whether a value collection is empty or whether it's not empty. You can just be, uh, worry free and just use that just use that iteration. And third, sorry, I said two, but like there are the third reason for it is, if you look at a multi-map, it's essentially a key to a value collection. But now if you, like, let's say, explode the value collection, you essentially have a key to a value. So let's say k1 to v1 1, k1 to v1 2, k1 to v1 3. But now when you end up removing all of those, what ends up happening is you have k1 related to nothing, and you don't want to have like that sort of breaks the thought paradigm. And in order to prevent that, we end up deciding to actually remove. If existing is empty, we are just going to do this dot backing map dot remove the key altogether. So this will end up creating a bit better of an API. Let me run the tests. All right, so all tests pass. I'll quickly summarize multi-maps and then the entire presentation, and then open up for question and answers. So right now, in the last, I think 5 minutes or so, I ended up implementing a multi-map. A multi-map is a multi-valued map where it is backed by a hash map in this case, and at the same time, it is the values essentially are backed by a collection. Okay, now the semantics of a multi-map, the semantics, and when I say semantics, I mean like add, remove, put, etc., etc. The semantics of the multi-map depend on the semantics of the backing collection. Okay, so that was pretty much implementing bag and multi-map. So in order to quickly summarize my talk, in the last 45 minutes or so, we looked at what are collections. We discussed in brief list, set, and map. All right. Also, in addition to that, we implemented from scratch two new collections. Okay. The first one is a bag, and the second one is a multi-map. A bag or a multi-set is essentially a data structure where you need an object or an element object to the count mapping. Okay, and multi-map or a multi-valued map is essentially a data structure where a key is mapped to a collection of values. So that was pretty much it, and we implemented two data structures right now in a completely test-driven development way. And with that, I'll pause now and have Mala ask questions and then answer them to the best of my abilities.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. It was amazing. I really liked how new data structures could be created with having existing collections as backing collections. Because a lot of time when we talk about creating new data structures, the experts or the newbies, they might think about doing everything from scratch. So this has to be kind of reiterated, even though they might know that. Again, it has to be reiterated. So I have a couple of interesting questions for you. So the first
Sure.
one is, please share enterprise use cases of bag being preferred to map.
Okay, so there are, when I say enterprise use cases, so let me actually start typing them out. So the question one was enterprise use case of of bags, right?
Yes.
So the very first one is, believe it or not, bags can be heavily used, okay, heavily used in testing. And the reason why you use them in testing is because bags allow duplicates, and and they, you know, they are completely unsorted. The equality of bags actually relies on the backing map, and you're essentially just doing bags dot equals, okay. And imagine this, like you're writing a unit test with a database, right? And you're doing a select star from person, where person name like Nikhil, right? Now you'll get like multiple different Nikhils, and all you care about is, like, you know, looking at the count. And let's say you want to, you know, like dive deep, because in your test domain you only expect 3 Nikhils. Now sometimes the database does not essentially, like, you know, order things and return them back to you, right? But if you're using a bag, then you know, and you have a person object as your pretty much as your key, then what you can do is with the whole virtue of things being unordered, the equality becomes easier. Okay. The second thing, and if you if you look at Eclipse collections, we actually use that you know, quite heavily. And if you look at the API, right now I only created like 4 APIs, but if you look at the bags, and we have like so many bag specific APIs. One of the APIs is also that you can expose to users compared to maps, is actually getting top or bottom occurrences. Okay, so top or occurrences. Now, if you end up exposing this API, now imagine you're trying to build like a leaderboard, or like you're trying to, you know, rank some or the other like order depending on the count. Let's say like the most bought item at the grocery store, right? And that is definitely going to be used from a count, right? Now, with the whole virtue of having a bag and the map, you can expose this top or bottom occurrences API to the user, and then you just have to expose it once. So that way you end up, like, you know, resolving all of that. There are many more use cases like that, but these are the two which sort of, like, you know, just come like right now, and that might be because I literally used them yesterday. So while I was writing code.
That is interesting. The use cases are interesting. So now that we just talked about the use cases of bags, would you be good to share just a quick example for the multi-map as well?
Sure. Enterprise use of, and if I can only type today, enterprise use of multi-map. So multi-map, by the whole virtue of actually retaining only the keys which do not have, which have a non-empty value collection, helps a lot in doing, like, you know, processing, like heavy duty processing, heavy processing of relationships. And let me explain how. So let's say, again, going back to the database example, you end up you know, getting everything which is you know, what do you say, with the last name of let's say Smith, right? Now there are multiple Smith there are multiple Smiths at in the database. They're coming back. So with a multi-map, you actually get a group, right? Like if you are grouping by the last name, then you don't have to, like, you know, hit the database multiple times to actually get, like, you know, like first get a set of last names and then go to the database, like, you know, with one last name at a time. But instead of that, what you can do is you can get like the entire list, and then you can group them. And essentially that's how we end up creating multi-maps in Eclipse collections as well, is by actually grouping the API is called as group by. You can actually group these by the last name, and then you can go over one last name at a time, and you get the entire domain of you know, those particular, like, you know, Smiths, then Nanivadekars, then the Guptas, and etc., right? So heavy processing in relationships, uh, wherever you would normally use group by operation, and the group by operation is similar to the SQL group by operation. So
right, that was again interesting. So let me go to the other question.
sure.
So as I mentioned, a lot of questions on the Eclipse collections. So as the viewers are viewing this, they are really curious about the differences between Guava collections, if they want to compare Guava collection with Eclipse, and they also know that we have Eclipse collections in Java. So they want to figure out or know which one should they be using and how do they all compare with each other.
Very first disclaimer, I'm extremely biased about this answer because I'm the project lead of Eclipse Collections. But that said, I'm also one of those developers who actually believe in solving a problem with the right tool. So if you see, like right now, I did not use any Eclipse Collections at all because the JDK Collections framework itself had like enough APIs and enough features that were sufficient for me to solve the problem. So the very first resource in comparison is there is and you can search it on YouTube. There's actually a talk called as collections.compare where we end up comparing and this is a talk co-delivered by Donald Raab, Leo Lima, and myself. And I think I gave that talk when I visited the Delhi Jug as well a couple of years ago. That is where that is where we end up comparing Google Guava, Apache Commons collections, Eclipse collections, the JDK collection, and as well as Waver, which was at that time called as Java Slang. So you can search for collections.compare. Just a few things is we also have some comparisons on our website itself. So if you go to eclipse.org/collections, you can see some collections with the some comparisons with the Java collections framework, and also on our GitHub repo, github.com/eclipse/eclipse-collections. On our GitHub repo itself, like under the meetups and talks and the wiki, like people will be able to actually find out some of the references and again different use cases. For example, Eclipse Collections has a complete primitive specialization. So we have primitive sets, primitive lists, primitive maps, primitive bags, primitive stacks. We also have other specialized data structures like bimaps, an Eclipse collection stack itself, which is actually last in first out compared to the Java, which is first in first out stack. Then we have immutable collections, we have unmodifiable collections, we have multi-reader collections, we have synchronized collections. So if I mean, and all of those are we have like a comprehensive reference document as well that people can look at. And at the end of the day, I would just say that it's something which you and Trisha were discussing like 15 minutes before the talk was how do you actually learn something new is by actually trying it out, and the best way to try it out is through code. And for that we have a learning kata, a code kata, which is called as Eclipse Collections Kata, and that is available on GitHub as well. It's eclipse-collections-kata. And there you can actually use Eclipse Collections by fixing the unit tests the way I was doing for bags, and get to know yourself. And at the end of the day, I would say that the reason why all the frameworks were built was extremely different, and they have their own reasons. Eclipse Collections was built starting, I think, 2005, where the whole idea of it was one, abstracting out the essential APIs which were there. Second was in order to provide improved and optimized and efficient data structures. For example, the Eclipse Collections map takes about 1/3 the memory than the JDK map. The Eclipse collection set ends up taking 1/6 the memory of the Java hash set. But all of these comparisons are actually available on this collections.compare talk. And at the end, your mileage may vary, so make sure you test and performance test and do all the necessary testing of your code before you use any framework, not just Eclipse Collections. The same goes for even the JDK Collections framework, for Guava, like everything. I hope that was satisfactory.
Absolutely, because a lot of times developers ask, so which one is the best, a better option? So the answer actually really depends on where you're trying to use that feature, technology, or API, because you really have to weigh in the options and then kind of take a call on what works for your scenario. So absolutely, that makes sense. So the other question I would like to take is, okay, so is it a good practice to create a library of implemented collections to use in various projects, or to create them on the fly when you need them?
I will answer that question slightly differently. If you're trying to create a new data structure from scratch, in order to expose it as either on the fly or just to expose it as a library in your just project in your smaller domain, I would say take a step back and think about it whether you really need to create it or not, because there are a lot of pre-solved solutions already available in open source. And if you look at it, when you're using some open source code, like, you're actually benefiting from not just one developer working on it, but presumably, like hundreds to thousands of developers actually working, using, testing it. So if you ever encounter a need where, you have to sort of create your own collections implementation, then take a look at everything that is out there in the open source space, and then make a decision whether you actually need to do that or not.
Makes sense. The other question for you is, how do we make our new collections thread safe, like similar to concurrent hash map?
Uh, that's a fairly loaded question. I mean, it can even be it can even be an entire talk in itself. So first of all, whoever asked that question, an amazing question. Thanks a lot, because that did give me another idea for my next talk. So thank you. Some of the important things about thread safety and concurrency, you have to understand that it's difficult for the people who even know concurrency and thread safety, because I mean, it's like real life, right? Like, things are happening at the exact same time on multiple fronts, and you're trying to deal with them, and exactly the same thing that is happening with concurrency and with thread safety. So if you're ever trying to, if you ever again, I'll answer the question in a similar way as I did before, is like, if you're trying to do something in that way, take a step back and see that, do you really need to build your own thread safe collection, or you can use something which is available in the JDK. It's available in Guava. It's available in Eclipse collections, or any other collections framework that is there, if that will satisfy your use case, before diving into building your own thread safe and concurrency safe collections. And if you ever decide to do that, really good luck, and make sure you understand that that's a very big responsibility, and you satisfy it with very you make sure you don't miss any test cases. Like, for example, in Eclipse collections, we do have tests for parallelism and everything, and we actually have some tests which run using Scala, because sometimes, doing the thread safe testing and the concurrency testing was a bit easier using Scala. So again, use which tool is good for your use case. So
Right, Nikhil. I do have a lot of questions, but I think we are running out of time now. So I had a
sure.
couple of questions on the API design best practices and a lot of other questions, but yes, we don't have the time now. Thank you so much for the
Thanks a
amazing
lot, Mala.
presentation. Thank you so much.
It was an extreme pleasure and honor, and thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity. And you, like, all of you, have just organized an awesome event, and congratulations, and thanks a lot again.
Thank you so much, Nikhil, and all the best to you. And the treat
Thanks.
is due for your marriage.
Definitely next time when I visit Delhi.
For sure. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Yes. Once again, I've got sticky fingers with who am I introducing in where. I'm just about to introduce Sandro. Sandro and I go way back from the London Java community. Hello, Sandro.
Hello, Trish. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
Yeah. We go way back, right? Like over 10 years. And I was like a lowly mid-level developer, and I think you were a consultant. You certainly didn't run your own consultancy firm.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, I think it was probably like back in 2007, 6 or something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. And it's really interesting to see what you've achieved over that time, because you started the London craftsmanship community. You've got your own business. You basically you've like skyrocketed up your career. It's amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this presentation, actually, because I think this is going to sort of fill in some of the gaps. At least take a step back from what my presentation was earlier on today about using modern Java, and I'm looking forward to seeing your presentation about sort of the I guess the business reasons to modernize your code and the advantages of moving forward rather than being sort of stuck where you were before. So I'm really looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. Yes, a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to do this.
It's our pleasure to have you. Let me add your screen to the stream, and then I will get out of your way. Oh, I always forget to mention, people are allowed to ask questions in the comments, and then I will collate those questions and I'll ask you the questions at the end. Okay?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Trish. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here, like with JetBrains and Trish and everyone else. So, yeah, so as Trish was saying, this talk is about software modernization, but more on the strategy aspect of it. So to give you some background, as Trisha was saying, I was involved in the Java community in London, and later on started the craftsmanship community. As you all know, the software craftsmanship movement is highly focused on technical practices and code quality and things like that. And it was a natural step for us to, after we started our company, to start being involved in, now we call them software modernization projects, but like what happened with most people when they joined the craftsmanship community, or they heard about extreme programming, or all those code qualities, those practices related to code quality, people get excited about it. They want to do those things, right? So, but in reality, most of us work in environments where we have very large systems that were built before we arrived. We joined and made them worse quite often. So, but many times we think like, I wish my systems were better, or my architecture was better, or we worked with a better technology. And over the years, we were able to bring those practices into those systems, and we ended up specializing ourselves almost like by accident, really, because people wanted those practices and that more agile and software craftsmanship way of working in their organization. So, and then we decided to start, software modernization is a thing, right? So, so the reason I put this talk is going back in my experience and how frustrated I was for so many years in so many different companies when I was seeing the technical debt, I was seeing the inefficiencies, but I was failing to actually drive that change, to actually convince people to do the same thing, to improve things. And I realized that I'm far from being alone in this. So this is the reason for this talk, is to help people like being developers, being architects, product owners, engineering managers, any software professional, infrastructure engineers, testers, anyone that is in a software project, find those inefficiencies and would like to drive that change and would like to modernize their stack. Right. So I think that the first thing we need to define is what software modernization is, right? So for me, software modernization is the continuous process of improving strategic systems in order to increase business agility, right? So what do I mean by this? This is not just about some small tactical work. For example, small refactorings that we need to do, retrofit a few tests, or write a few tests, or speed up our delivery, our build pipeline. Those are general maintenance that needs to be done always, right? So This is part of any project. A modernization, when we say software modernization, is something beyond than that. It's a little bit more strategic. Of course, that it will have elements of refactoring, of improving tests, of fixing build pipelines and stuff. But normally when we say software modernization, only something a little bit more strategic. Another thing is that we realized a while back, this is not something that you start and finish. The same way that you do the regular maintenance of your code, you also work on more strategic things continuously. The difference is that you sometimes put more emphasis or more intensity in your modernization areas, but you should never stop, right? Any company that is continuously evolving and relying on strategic systems, this is also important. So those systems, they need to, not only those small refactorings, but they also need to be strategically modernized over time. So that's how I define software modernization. It's something a little bit wider than the general maintenance. So the first question is, why do we fail to make a case for it? So again, looking back, like I could see inefficiencies, but I was not the only one. Other developers could see, other product owners or managers or testers, business, everyone in the organization could see inefficiencies. And I was there, if we all saw inefficiencies, why did we fail to make the case or to convince people? I'll talk more from a developer's perspective because it's easier for me, because that's where I come from. So I think that one of the reasons that we fail is that in our head, we analyze the context, the environment. We identify what we judge to be problems, right? It's important that what we judge to be problems. Then we identify possible causes. Sometimes you don't even think about causes, you just find a problem, and then we give a solution to it in our head. And then what we do? We go to our managers and say, we need to do microservices. We need to do TDD. We need to go to AWS. So, and that's when things go downhill, right? So we go to people with a solution, right? So we fail to agree on the problem first. And this is not just especially specific for us developers. Even like, for example, product managers or engineering directors or things like that, people in different positions, product owners, they also fail to make a case, to understand like, okay, I understand this, but like, I know that this is a problem. I know that we could fix this way, but why is no one seeing? So I believe that the disconnection is, we see the world from a perspective. And we normally are trying to drive changes or convince people that see the world in a different perspective. And at the end of the day, it took me quite a few years to realize that as soon as I started having more, how can I say, I wouldn't say management roles, but like more autonomy, more not autonomy, more, how can I say, I was taking care of things, more responsibilities, more accountability for bigger areas or projects. And that became even more apparent when I started my own company with MASH. So for example, when you are running a department or a company or a team or an initiative, you don't worry just about some technical inefficiencies. You worry about your budget. You worry about a strategic decision that you need to make. So for example, when we change a piece of code and we write our test, we have a very quick feedback loop. If we're working on sprints, we have a very quick feedback loop of the stories that we built or not. But when we are driving a business initiative or a modernization initiative in this case, those are much more longer term. The investment is bigger. The feedback loop is longer, right? So you don't migrate the architecture or change your technology stack. And you see, first of all, you don't do that quickly, and you don't see the return, an immediate return, which means that driving those chains for the people that needs to sponsor that, it's quite scary. So we need to understand this, right? We need to understand what is the business value? Because we are asking a lot to say like, hey, we need to stop those teams or change a lot of things. And it will cost a significant amount of money. It will take significant amount of time, probably a significant amount of effort from people. And we cannot just say, and the reason that why I want these investments is because I want to do microservices, right? Or because I want to use AWS, right? So this is what this is what I want to convey in this talk, is to share with you or give you ammunition for you to start driving those changes, right? So the first thing you need to do is business drivers, right? You understand the technology, but how do they relate to the business drivers? So what those changes that you are proposing would affect in terms of the business, or better if it was the other way around. What are the business inefficiencies that you could fix, improving the technology or modernizing the technology or your systems? So this is by far no exhaustive list, but most of the business drivers for modernization, they fit in some of those categories or very related categories. I'll try to go into them so you understand when you're making your case what those things mean. So let's take sustainable change first, right? So the business can move only as fast as we can deliver quality software. That's normally how I say that, right? So if you are trying to modernize, to create a software modernization initiative, what are you trying to achieve? What is the driver for the business? A very, very common one is called sustainable change. We see a lot of inefficiencies, the teams are not working well together, or they are struggling to deliver fast, we're struggling to release, or there is the cost of building something or changing something is too high. So we want you to fix all of that so we have a sustainable change, right? So that it's easy to keep adding features or changing software and pushing to production. So we have this nice cadence that you like in Agile, is there is a business initiative, a team takes that business initiative and gradually start working on it, or incrementally working on it and pushing to production with not a lot of friction. So this is what we call sustainable change, right? So this is one driver that you can use for your modernization. Another one, a lot of companies want to innovate, and quite a few of them, they lost the ability to innovate, or innovation comes at a high cost. So when you talk about innovation, for example, some businesses, they want to do experiments and say, like, if we had this feature, would our customers like? Or if we try to do this approach, would we have some savings? So what if we change the technology and put some machine learning? Would we improve our processes or be smarter in our decisions and stuff? So all of those kind of innovations, it's very difficult to innovate if your architecture, if your systems are not arranged in a way to enable that innovation. So for example, if you want to do A/B testing and all those things like feature flags or having things in parallel, your system needs to be designed for that. Like your architecture needs to enable you to do that easily without impacting the rest of the system. So you can isolate the areas that you want to innovate and not cause a big impact on the rest. So another area, leverage technology. Some companies are spending a huge amount of money and effort with number of people, for example, just to look after their production environments or their testing areas, or so things like that. So for example, releasing a feature is costly. So backups and monitoring, so they could use the technology to reduce cost, right? So, or they have systems, a very common one that we face. In their ecosystem, they have a lot of different systems, but they have some of them that are quite old, they were proprietary, or they are very tied to a vendor, and they struggle to move forward because they are always constrained by those systems. So that's another reason to start modernizing. So business alignment is very interesting because, you know, like the Conway's law, right? So that your systems tend to have the same design of the communication I'm just paraphrasing, saying with my own words, right? So the communication structure of the organization tends to reflect in how your systems communicate and are designed. So the problem is, quite often there is a mismatch in how the systems are designed. Over time, the organization is changing, and the systems are designed in a way that doesn't support the individual business areas. So when there are innovations within a business area, you end up impacting a lot of other things because the systems are all intertwined, right? So it's very difficult to isolate a business flow that goes across different areas because the systems don't allow, they were not designed to be like that. So re-architecting your systems in order to align them to how the business is structured also has a lot of advantages to the business, right? So one that is not many people talk about, but we are encountering that a lot in the past years. Companies come to us and say, hey, we are struggling to hire talent, or struggling to retain talent, or keep our people excited, or so modernizing also has that effect. So if you have a technology stack that is too old, it's not only about being an old technology stack, but if it's difficult to work with your systems, so everything is clunky, so the process is frustrating, and then on top of that, the technology is old and everything is manual and stuff, the chances for you to attract talent to your company is very small. And the ones that are there, at some point, if things don't change, they want to leave. So that's another, for me, this is an important factor, because for any company that rely on software as part of their strategy, the people building and maintaining that software is also part of the strategy. So they need to care about that. So that's another reason to modernize. And this is a very common reason. We work with a lot of very large organizations in regulated environments. So risk management is a big thing, right? So if you are compliant, so how can you architect your systems in a way that you can evolve them, but still remain compliant to regulations, or keep regulations at a bay? So in a way that you are compliant, but you don't need to worry about being compliant while we are changing most of your systems. So security, scalability, issues that can have in production, monitoring, all of those things are about risk management, right? So those are also reasons for us to modernize. So what I'm trying to do here is just to explain to you. So if you want to drive technical change, you need to go way beyond the technology side. You need to understand the business features, because otherwise you have no chance to drive anything, right? So this is one part of the foundation. Then what we need to understand is, okay, we understand how better the business would be, but what are the common impediments? Even if we understand that, what is impeding us to do those things? And that can be a variety of things. Lack of time, lack of money, lack of skills, people that, for example, fear to increase risk. Maybe they have a very complex, delicate system, tons of people using high throughput and stuff. So changing that may really cause a big risk. So there are many, many different types of impediments, and you need to understand what they are and then try to mitigate them. Even when you say lack of time and lack of money, because you are proposing something more strategic, this is very relative. They might be really short of time and money, but also they might not even understand how much time and money they are spending, or how much waste they have in their system, or how much time and money they are spending on activities that they probably should not need to spend. So that's an interesting conversation to have, right? So when you talk about time and money, so there is an investment, but what will be saving in the future, right? So, and then once we understand common business drivers and common impediments, one thing that we need to be very clear is about the principles of modernizations. This is, again, I'm still working on those things, but there is a lot of misconceptions when you throw a term like agile, craftsmanship, DevOps, modernization. People immediately build some assumptions in their head. So it's very important that we mitigate, that we explain what are the principles behind it, so we remove the fear. So for example, for me, one of the principles in modernization, we should have a big vision. We should, a modernization project should excite people. So, wow, this is how the world could look like. If we changed all of this, look how amazing that would be, right? But we should work in small increments. Because if we try to sell, oh, we are here and we need to go to this big thing, this, God knows, it can take years to get there, and you may never get there. So it's good to excite, to have that vision, that direction, but make sure that we work in small increments towards the direction, and then we keep recalibrating that direction, that vision, right? Value-driven increments, make sure that every increment brings some value, because if you don't work in this way, you will undermine the entire project. If you start working on the modernization initiative, and the sponsors, the stakeholders feel that you are not adding value, they say, oh, let's stop this. So make sure that the whole point of this is business value, and not just play with technology. Minimal business disruption is important to talk about, because this is a major concern. It's impossible to say that there will be no disruption, because they will need to invest time, money, people on that. So there is a disruption. But it's important that we don't disrupt important streams of work from the business. There are priorities, there are things that they need to get done. So we need to work in a way to minimize as much as possible the business activities while modernizing. Excellence within pragmatic solutions. This is, it would be awesome if we could change everything. That's not going to happen, and it's probably not worth it either. So normally what I suggest is try to keep your feet on the ground and be realistic about what can be done and what cannot be done. So don't be a dreamer, and right? So like, okay, given our constraints, it would be awesome if we had all of that, but being very pragmatic, what could we really do here to achieve something? Define a pragmatic solution, and within the pragmatic solution, you need to have excellence, and not the other way around. Because excellence, when we are chasing excellence in a non-bounded effort, we change to waste a lot of time. We are just playing with stuff, and we lose track or sight of business value, right? Another very important thing that people are always scared, and this should be a principle, is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's no point in refactoring or to re-architect systems that are not broken. If they are not in the critical path of the business, they are not the critical path of the business right now, and they will not be in the near future. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever to modernize those systems, right? Maybe a few tactical solutions, putting some APIs on top in whichever way you can, would already be good enough, and let those systems be. And then there is the law of diminishing returns. Is at some point we need to stop. It's almost like if you just had like imagine a very large method or class or group of classes, and you keep refactoring at no end. You can keep doing that forever. It will never be perfect. So, but after a point, you have less. That's the law of diminishing returns. You have less return on that investment. So a modernization is the same. It's kind of the Pareto's law. You try to apply 20% of effort to get 80% of return, but it's not worth trying to get 100% of return or 100% improvement, because that's where you spend most of your time, in the last 20%. So those are the principles. This is what I call the foundation, right? So the foundational knowledge that you need to have before you even consider a modernization initiative or to drive that. So understanding the business drivers, common impediments, the principles, with that foundation in mind, now we are getting ready to be more strategic. Okay, now I want to drive our initiative. What do I need to do, right? So this is very similar to those five kind of steps. Is very similar to what we do with our new clients in modernization initiatives, right? So those are kind of the steps that we follow to understand what needs to be done, right? So this is not the actual modernization work, is creating that strategic approach that everyone is on board so that we can actually do the work. The first thing is that let's do not discuss solutions before agreeing on the problems, right? So this is key. You will hold any solution to the last responsible minute, right? So another thing you need to understand is you need to run some workshops with a very diverse set of people. You need to have your business representatives, your QA, your infrastructure engineers, your software engineers, your architects, or whoever else, or your marketing. Each project, each company will have different types of stakeholders that should be part of it, but any relevant stakeholder should be in these discussions, because each one of them will see problems in a completely different way, or have completely different needs. That's why you need them. So let's go down into some of those things. So the first two, business alignment, technical alignment, are the hardest one. That's where you really need everyone to be on board, and that's where you build the common understanding. So there are different ways for you to achieve this business alignment, right? Different perspectives that you can take. But the most important thing is you need to start focusing your initiative. Large companies have tons of systems, tons of problems, right? The first advice is, bring all those people. Guys, we cannot change the whole thing. Let's focus on the areas that are more important. So then you choose those areas that you want to focus, and in those areas you go deep. And then you need to decide for those areas, what kind of focus do you want the initiative to have? And it doesn't need to have one. You can have a combination of things. So for example, some strategic value, so maybe cost reduction, compliance with regulation, risk management, so things like that. Those are the strategic value if we've done that. Maybe some inefficiencies as well. So it takes too long to release, or there is a low performance, or for example, a common one is teams are always stuck. They are always blocked by each other and stuff. Quite often we find hotspots in the code where every team needs to change, or there is that service or those classes, or that everyone is always fighting over. So removing those hotspots that we call may allow the teams to work more efficiently. So there are quite a few approaches that you can take. A very common one also, when you are in a very large and complex environment, instead of going straight to the gold, to the meat, that can be, you increase the risk of failing and lose entirely credibility. So you can agree with this group and say, look, there's a lot of risk involved in here. So let's take a smaller area that is important, but not the critical path. And let's run a few experiments. If you want to migrate the technology, move to the cloud, re-architect, let's take an area that is a little bit safer as a proof of concept, as an experiment. Let's work for a period of time in that, create use as an exemplar project, and then we see what we learned, and then we review the strategy. So once we have the focus in mind, then you start the areas and the goals. Then you can start looking at the main features, the pain points, desired improvements. This is a fascinating thing to do. Bring all those different people to the same room for a couple of hours and ask them, what are the main features of this system or this area? They will have very different views. The pain points exactly the same. Ask them, what are the pain points for you? The testers have one, the developers have one, the business has one, and then the desired improvements, the same thing. This is where you start aligning those people. You start sharing, so everyone in the room starts seeing how other people see the problems. What do they care about? In another way of, how can I say, dig more into those issues that they have, is doing what we call value stream mapping. This is a real one we ran with a client. So on the left-hand side, you have an idea being generated by the business. So someone in the business had an idea. On the right-hand side, we have the software going to production. And this is their path to production. From idea to software in production, those are all the different steps. So this is what we call value stream mapping. In here, you can visualize all the different steps, who gets involved, when something doesn't happen as expected, how far back it goes into the process. And this is a phenomenal source of information for us to tackle in our modernization initiative. On top of that, those people in the room, like 9 out of 10 times that we've done this, they have no clue that their process was so complex, because each one of those people see just one part of this process, and almost no one has a full visibility. So this is a fascinating thing to do. Once you understand the current situation of the business, so the pain points, the main features, so on and so forth, value stream mapping, before we start creating a strategy for the modernization, it's like, where are they going? So we can look at their portfolio management, we can do some impact mapping, can look at their team's backlog and understand what do they have next, what is coming up next, what is important for them, that because this information is very relevant, because our modernization approach might either need to be out of the way of the critical path of the things that they have planned, or it can be essential, can be used to actually enable those things that they want to do moving forward. So this is why it's really important to understand all those different aspects. And then what we need to do, once we have that, we need to understand what are the constraints. So are we in a regulated environment? Do we have SLAs with clients? So lack of skills. This also we all need to be very clear of which constraints we have, right? So, and last, we need to start looking at metrics. So if we wanted to do this initiative program, how we measure the success? And the kind of metrics will vary depending on what we're trying to achieve, right? So it can be cost reduction, sales increase, SLAs, or compliance with regulation. And there are some more common metrics that was published in the Accelerate book. I strongly recommend you to read Accelerate. That's the name of the book. And they talk about those 4 key metrics. There's deployment frequency, lead time, mean time to restore and change failure. So this is all backed by research. You can go on and read more. But those are very good indicatives or metrics that we can use almost in the vast majority of software systems. So now we have a business alignment. At this point, after those initial workshops with that group, we should have at least a business understanding. Now we need to do the same with the technical side. We need to look at the overall architecture, the different components involved. We need to take some business flows and map them into the different components or services. We need to understand the dependencies in the architecture and things like that, right? So this needs to be done also with the business people in the same group that was part of the previous phase, because most of them have absolutely no clue how our systems are organized. They have no clue how they map to the business areas, the dependencies. That's when they start seeing the complexity. Here, we are not talking about anything technical. We're not talking about Java or refactoring or TDD, nothing. It's just high level. It's just the high level architecture, the mapping, the business flow mapped to technical components. So this it blows their mind sometimes when they see that in certain organizations. And then we do exactly the same thing: pain points, desire improvements, technical constraints, and the risks, right? So I'm going to go a little bit faster because I realize that I don't have a lot of time left. I still need to cover a lot of things. So
I'm just going to pop in quickly and say, we've lost the top of your head. We can't see your eyes.
I do. Thanks, Trish. Is it better?
No, much better, thank you.
Yeah, because I have 2 screens and I end up bringing the lid down a bit to look at the other screen. So thanks. So yeah, feel free to interrupt me if you need. Yeah. So technical constraints need to be there, because sometimes we want to do a lot of things, but we don't understand the technical constraints that the organization has. Being in a regulated environment will bring a lot of constraints. SLAs bring constraints. So, for example, we have a client. They have like more than I think that close to 14,000 instances of their software, where 4,000 are installed on premise. So when you are in an environment like that, they cannot be multi-tenant. They should be multi-instance. Each client, each one of their clients need to have their own instance of their software. This puts an enormous constraints in what we can do with your architecture and technology that you can use. So this is why this is so important for us to understand before we start going to microservices. So At this point, this is the two sides, the business alignment, technical alignment. This is gathering data, understanding the solution, and bringing everyone on board, aligning everyone. At this point, we are ready to start creating a technical vision, right? So at this point, we should all, in that group, should have the same view, the same understanding of problems, business and technical. And now it's okay, so now if we were to modernize this, what would be our vision? And in here, you need to think about architecture, technology, testing, modularization, team ownership. So there are tons of things that we need to factor in when you are creating a technical vision, right? So, for example, all the design improvements in efficiencies, vision, where they want to go, KPIs, all of those things needs to be catered in that vision. Because if you fail to address some of the key ones, of course, you will not have the sponsorship that you need to drive that change. I'm not going to dwell too much on this because this varies so much from client to client that there's not even a point to go a little bit deeper on this. But once you have that vision, that place that you would like to be, a vision is a direction, it's not a plan. It's not a plan that you're going to follow one step at a time. It is a direction. It's like it's an angle. Imagine an angle that, so okay, it's roughly that direction that I want to go. Then that's when the technical strategy comes in. So if you want to be there, we are here, we want to be roughly there, what should be our first step? Where do we start from? And that's when you now shorten your visibility. So, okay, let's try to work incrementally and define the next steps. There are a few big decisions that you need to make. For example, when you look at Gartner, all this kind of nonsense that you see, when they talk about modernization, they say, oh, you can either do a rewrite or a re-platform, re-architect, refactor. I think that this is a very simplistic way of seeing things. For all those years that we've been doing this work, most of our modernization process is a hybrid. It's a bunch of those things together. We have a mix of re-architecting systems, rewriting bits of it, refactoring other bits, moving for a different platform for certain services. So it's always a mix of those things. And we need to understand at a very high level the advantages, disadvantages of things. So as we are taking different parts of the systems, and we are trying to come up with a strategy for them, you need to have those things in mind. Is it worth, at least for this bit, should we just refactor, replatform, react for that bit? And that, so you can make different decisions for different parts of the system that you want to modernize. But again, I find that approach very simplistic. I think that the approach that we use is far more in-depth. For example, when you create a strategy, we need to have very clear goal in mind. For example, one strategy is we are going to take one area of the business, let's say the payment side of the business, right? The business might have tons of other stuff, catalog, product, billing, whatever, right? So we take one. It's like, go to the business, like, which one is the critical one? Either because it's causing you a lot of problems right now, or it's going to become extremely strategic for you in the future. We take that area, and we are going to look at that area in a holistic way. Look at the entire solution. So we are going to stabilize that area or prepare that area strategically for the future. This is one approach. Another approach, you can say, we can just take a few features. There are a few new features coming in. This is actually happening in one of our systems in their payment, in one of our projects. Their payments needed some modernization, let's say. We took the new features. They wanted to add the new payment methods into their payment platform. So we took the new payment methods and we built the new flow for the new payment methods with the parallel architecture, with the architecture that we would like to do, to validate the approach and not to stop the business. And once we create that stable path or flow for the new payment method, we gradually, much slower, start migrating the old ones to the new platform. So you can do business flows. So maybe there are a business operation, for example, the way that users, let's say, the way that they search a product, add to the shopping cart, add a promotion. So that imagine a whole business flow. And sometimes this is done in a very inefficient way. either in the UI or in the backend or both quite often. So you can take that business flow and optimize all that flow. And that might involve just changing a few bits of different services, but not the entire service, just a few bits that are responsible for the flow. So what I'm saying here, there's no right or wrong, but this is a much more interesting way to look at the strategy for modernization. And then there are the actual techniques and architecture that you want to do. Are we going to use for a modular monolith? For example, that client that I mentioned that has multiple instances and installation on-premise. We wanted the modularization, but we could not go microservices because it would make their deployment chaotic. So we went for a modular monolith, and we are very happy with that decision. Or also, like if you are changing something, what do? We refactor in place? So change what is in there and affect that directly, or we create a strangler fig, as I mentioned with the other one. So this is a different approach. We also use different approach, just changing the front end. It changed, for example, if you are modernizing systems and staying within the same technology stack, let's say the system is, all the systems are Java and you're going to stay with Java, it's very easy. You have, I mean, it's not easy, but you will not have the same constraints as if you were, as we had one project like that, where we were migrating a big monolith written in PHP to Java microservices. So the approach that you take and the impact in the business is significantly different. So, and then for me, one of the key aspects of any modernization initiative is modularization. At the end of the day, you need to break your problem to smaller problems, or if you have a lot of smaller things, if they are not well divided, you may need to rejoin them, rejoin some of those things. So, but you need to focus on the modularization. You need to, we always say that is a bit of cliche, but you need to have loose coupled modules with high cohesive modules. So that's part of, this applies everywhere, from a class all the way to services and business areas. And this modularization also has an interesting effect, because if you get the modularization aligned to how the business is organized, the teams become modularized as well. Because what you want is, at the team structure, teams that are high cohesive with a high frequency of communication, a high communication among the team members, but with a more well-defined communication across teams. So they can work very efficiently, independently, and with a very well-defined communication between, as you would organize your system. So I already talked about that a little bit. So the modularization helps us to reduce cognitive load, localize changes, enable continuous delivery. So it's much easier to test and release your software if they are well modularized. Because most applications, with a few exceptions, when we talk about continuous delivery, we are not delivering the entire platform continuously or the entire system continuously. What we are doing is we can have teams working in different areas of the system in parallel, and they are releasing their areas of the system as they finish whatever feature epics that they are working on. And that's the continuous deliveries. Continuous deliveries for different things that are happening in parallel. It's much easier to achieve that with the modularization. So, and modules can go from all the way from packages to a group of services, right? I'm not going to dwell too much on this one. And the last step in all of this, so now we have the business alignment, the technical alignment, a technical vision, and a strategy, right? And now, how we're going to organize ourselves? How many people will do what? Who is going to do what? What approach do we take? Here comes many other things as well. We tried many different approaches in different clients in different situations. For example, some clients, we have a dedicated team for the improvement. You bring a highly specialized team, because sometimes you are changing the technology, changing the programming language, we are re-architecting, or we really need to change the deployment pipeline. You need really specialized people, and you need them to be fast. So you assemble a team, and they will focus on creating these foundation, let's say, so that the other teams can later on build on top. Not always this is feasible. So sometimes it's just better to embed some people in the team. So you have some specialists, embed them in the team, and they can help with some modernization while the rest of the team is also building new features. There are different types of specialized teams as well. So there's dedicated team and specialized team. A dedicated team normally is a cross-functional team. A specialized team can be a team of infrastructure engineers, a team of someone that knows technology very well, or someone on the React or whatever, right? So it can be something very specialized. In other places, we say, you know what? Let's keep the same people, but we need to stop for 2 iterations or X number of time. We just need to stabilize this area because it's causing us pain, and then we go back to the backlog. So you can play with all those different formats, but for that you need to know what you are trying to do. And then you can arrange your teams and see if you need extra people or not to do the things. And those things, they need to be run as a normal project. Any modernization initiative should run as a backlog, deliverables, milestones, things moving from to do to in progress to done. So you cannot just have a bunch of people playing with stuff for God knows how long, right? It needs to be properly managed. So that's the summary of the kind of things that you need to have, you need to understand and do if you want to drive technical change, mainly on the modernization side. This is not easy. And that's the reason for my talk. We are good in understanding code and technologies and Kubernetes and stuff like that. But driving change, in order to drive change, we need to go beyond the technical knowledge. We need to understand what is the business value. And not only understand the business value, because we think that we might know that, but we need to be able to bring people along, right? So we need to be able to bring all those people in and create a strategy, a vision that everyone says, wow, yes, that would be awesome if you could do that. And you know what? According to what we've done here, it's actually possible. Maybe not the entire vision that we created, but there are quite certainly a few of those steps. They are possible. And but for that, you need to have that breadth. If you don't have yourself, you need to have in this group, the group need to have the breadth to think about all those things and align. Wrapping up, there is in larger organizations, we are working with a very, very large organization, and they have a lot of things going on. Those are things to modernize. And what we are proposing, well, we are already doing, is what we call a continuous improvement program. So what you identify is all the different initiative sources that we call, and those can be functional areas, can be like some source of technical debt. Someone is somehow getting technical debt from somewhere, or they have ops or QA, or they have other root cause analysis or corrective actions, preventive actions, initiatives. There's the kappa process. So all of those different areas from the business are sources for improvements. Like they can seed or ask for improvements. And then you need a steering group that will funnel, that will take all that information and then create a business strategy and say, yeah, of course, it would be great to solve that. But compared to everything else, we will have a much bigger impact, a business impact here or there. And then they can prioritize that and then dish that out to the respective teams, or they assemble specific teams for the program. So then they can organize the teams according to what they need to be done. And at the end of the day, like what we want is to align the business and technology. So in a healthy environment, I would love to see the business creating their initiatives, their plans. They say like, oh, this is our business roadmap. That's what we'd like to achieve. And we can come in with the technology to build the foundation that is needed so the business can achieve their goals, right? So we plan together. As the business is planning their business vision, we should join that with our technical vision, and the two together will create a very healthy development environment. So, of course, that I need to do some to talk about JetBrains. Cogenesis is our JetBrains partner, and we've been using their tools for I don't even remember for how long. And even before Cogenesis, like I was using them. Modernization implies dealing with a lot of very complex code, and problems, but mainly code. And this is not because I'm at JetBrains, but like most of my projects are in the JVM, mainly in Java, and tackling very large code bases with bad tools is not possible. So having good tools that can allow you refactoring and move things around in a safe way can give you the confidence to make those changes. And we're very happy to advertise their products, because it's not only because we're partners, but because we really think that their products are great. So that's it. That's what I had to share with you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sandro. I loved that presentation. I always love stuff which is like, because I've worked at a lot of different places. I always like presentations where it's like, right, how can we actually make the changes that that need to be made? One comment I have though, and this is a similar thing I have when I originally started reading stuff about Agile, like way back when, XP, things like that. It is a little bit different, I think, when you're coming from the point of view of a consultant, because usually that means the organization has recognized there's something wrong and something needs to change. And I think that kind of helps, because there's a certain level of buy-in that you get from having been consulted in order to do this. I think I was kind of interested, is there a sort of pre-step that maybe developers could take to get a bit more buy-in from the business? Do you know what I'm saying? Like before we get the consultants in.
So Togir, that's why I was trying to share, because like what I shared here is kind of the work that we do. But this is what I realized later on in life. It's like there was nothing preventing me to do that before. So, for example, those things, they because it's a presentation and the amount of information that I was sharing, it seems that those things take a long time. For example, the business alignment can be done in a day, in a couple of days. If you really narrow down an area of your system, you can instead of saying to the business or to sponsors, say like, oh, we need to change all of that. It's like, do you have like half a day for in the next, like a series of half days this week that we can go to a room? I have this plan. We know that things are not going so well, and that's what I would like to do. Try to get that information, understand from your perspective what's not going so well. What would you like to improve? And then you do that with these groups and start bringing them along in those conversations instead of just asking, oh, like we should do this. No, you consult them, right? You start bringing them along. And this can be done by anyone. You don't need an external consultant. And to be very fair, Trisha, what we do as consultants normally, when we go into a company, we listen to all those people. Right, so we are almost a psychologist at the beginning. We just put all those people together and start listening to them. And then all of a sudden, we start saying things, just repeating what someone in that organization has been saying or has been saying for 5 years, and no one listens. But it's not because no one listened, but also maybe the approach was also not quite right. So those things can be done by a dev with the product owner, with the QA together, gradually bringing some of the stakeholders to some of those meetings, and gradually creating that plan together, involving people gradually.
That's great. That's really helpful. And I can see that you've inspired a bunch of people too, because we've got a few questions like, where can we learn more about how to become a change driver? Do you have a book or a course? Someone else said, you do have a book about this, right?
I've been trying to write one for quite a long time now, and I keep stopping it. I have something on the go, but I just need to sit down and finish it. But I am working on it. But we are also releasing quite a lot of materials on the Codurance website. There is an area now on software modernization. We are constantly adding new articles and videos and stuff. But we will have more things, hopefully, in the near future.
A couple of comments, and these questions came in early on in the talk, about sort of timing. So one is, shouldn't we try to put maintainability and modernization as part of the software strategy from the beginning? I would have thought the answer is yes, of course.
It depends on what maintainability certainly, right? So if the beginning you mean you are starting, you are building a new system now, then certainly, then there's no need to modernize. So what you build into is the maintainability that the person said. If you build a good way of maintaining the system and monitoring the system and a good modularization, then you just need that, what I mentioned at the beginning, the normal maintenance of the system, but you don't need a full-blown modernization initiative. It's just a normal maintenance would be enough.
Yeah, and that's kind of leads on to the other point, which is what should be the relation between adding new features, fixing bugs, and software modernization?
So I think that I wouldn't say that I wouldn't tackle from this perspective. I would tackle more in terms of, do we feel that we are struggling to build new features? Do we feel that we are constantly having too many bugs, either during the QA phase, if you have one, or you are getting production? At some point in the process, we are finding too many bugs. So if the answer is yes to those questions, and then you start going at the root cause of why we are taking so long, why we're having those bugs, then maybe you understand that if you modernize a few areas of your system, and that means re-architecting, redesigning, refactoring, so would potentially solve those problems, right?
Do you have any template for giving the value versus cost, return on investment or break-even point?
Not necessarily like that, very specific, because this would be quite difficult to do, because different types of modernization initiatives will provide you a different type of benefit, right? So, and the way to calculate that can vary significantly. But we do have in our website, in the modernization page, there are some publications in there, and there is a very long article, very comprehensive article in how to make a business case for modernization. So you probably will find quite a lot of interesting information in there.
I think that ties into a bunch of the other questions. A lot of the questions are basically what you'd expect, like how do I sell it to the product owner? How do I get the business on board? And it sounds like you have material like that on the website.
Yeah, but again, we start from understanding what they need instead of what you think they need.
I think we've probably got time for a couple more, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's all part of the same thing. Like, this is a difficult problem. How do we sell people? Any guidance or tips to convince my organization to modernize software development? I mean, that's a quite general question, but
yeah. So this comes back to those two first. Mainly the first one, that is the business alignment, right? So again, if you already have a predefined conception of your problems and the potential solution, and alignment for you is convincing them about that, the chance for you to fail is quite big. What we do, and I mean, like, as a consultant doesn't mean someone that works for a consultancy. Everyone is a consultant, right? So everyone is selling their services. So you can be a consultant within your organization. So basically what you need to do is, you don't bring them on board selling your ideas. You before you ask their feedback, I'm like, what would you wish to improve? Where do you think that we are not doing so well? And start from there, because when you go with a proposal, you need to make sure that you are addressing those things. Or even if they have a misconception, because this also happens, they say that they identify something as a problem, and you think that there is a misconception. That's another area that you need to work to fix that misconception.
this is really great. We are out of time for any more questions, but I'm sure that people can get hold of you on Twitter or through various other media.
Yeah. At Sandro Mancuso on Twitter, or sandro@codejournals.com as an email. You will find me.
Great. Thank you so much, Sandro.
Thank you, Trisha. Good to see you again.
Thanks. Bye.
Oops.
And we are back to playing tag with getting people in and out of the stream. I'm out of your way. Bye.
Hi, Monica. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you.
So it's so good to have you here to present today, because language features take the center stage when we talk about new Java versions, but not a lot of developers try out the garbage collectors. So we have a Java champion, an authority on JVM performance and garbage collectors. And Monica, I've always enjoyed watching your talks or attending when possible. I remember a few years ago when I was trying to understand some specific features on garbage first collector. Your talk made it so simple for me. So
Thank you.
everyone today, Monica is here to talk about the new garbage collectors that we have, which is the Z garbage collector and Shenandoah. And she would also cover how to compare them to the G1 garbage first garbage collector, which is the default garbage collector. So thanks for joining us, and all yours.
Thank you so much, Mala. I really appreciate your kind comments. Before starting the presentation, I wanted to give a quick introduction about myself. I'm currently working at Microsoft. One of the things that I'm really proud of, apart from the work that we do at Microsoft, is that I also am a co-teacher at the TEALS program, which is a volunteer organization, and they reach out to individuals that may have domain expertise. So for example, I co-teach Java, and it just takes some of the time, part of your time, and you help these underserved communities, especially for me. I'm reaching out to a school in El Paso, and it's an all-girls school. So I'm really, really excited about this opportunity. I'll be teaching at high school level, and I really encourage people to give back to the community. So I also do first legal league coaching and stuff like that. So with that out of the way, because I'm really passionate about volunteering and giving back, so I really encourage that. And I would like to start my presentation now. Once again, thank you for having me here. I appreciate everybody joining in to watch this presentation live, or maybe at a later time when it's recorded and replayed. So today I want to talk about, as Mala already mentioned, I'm going to talk about the newer garbage collectors. And I'm going to start from the current default, which is the G1 GC garbage first garbage collector. When Mala mentioned about in the past, she had seen one of the presentations, especially the G1 GC. I used to work for Sun Oracle, and I was the G1 GC performance lead. So it became a passion of mine to kind of talk from the performance perspective and from a little bit of technical stuff, but why does it matter? Why do all these technical details matter, and how does it affect performance? So that's how I got into the talking circuit in a way, and I like to today I'd like to compare and contrast different collectors. I want to start with kind of what does it mean when we say STW, which is stop the world, versus concurrent collection. What is regionalized heap versus and generational heap mean? And then also cover some of the commonalities between all these newer collectors. What if we get time, I'll also want to compare and contrast these collectors. So I'll give a quick introduction and then talk about how they differ, like in their compaction algorithm or in the way that the barriers are handled. Okay, if there are questions, please keep them coming in. I know if we have a lot of questions, then it'll be okay to interrupt me as well. So here we go. So let's talk about stop the world versus concurrent collections. With I think JDK 9 plus, I think it was in JDK 10, there was this concept of thread local handshakes that was introduced. Previously, stop the world would always mean stopping all of the application threads and then doing the garbage collection work. So you have to bring the threads to a safe point. The threads take their own time to reach a proper point where they can hand over and like come to a halt and hand over the execution. And And this would be, and I will show you the differences here, but this would be something that was not acceptable. So with JDK 10, there was the concept of thread local handshakes that was introduced. So here you see some application threads running, and then a safe point is requested. This is where we say the stop the world concept, so which means stop all your mutated threads. They're called mutated threads because they're mutating. It's your application threads that mutate the live object graph. Okay. So as I mentioned, all these threads take their own time to come to a halt. With the introduction of handshakes, basically what we do is like the GC threads will now get the information from the application threads, from your mutators, about the, say, mark stack or something, right? So this is the small tasks that are done so that they can get enough information, GC threads can get enough information from the mutators to be able to continue the GC work, okay? And then the application threads resume, and then GC threads are working in the background. So you really, the stop the world is not really a concept anymore with respect to thread local handshakes, because it's like just stopping each thread for a brief amount of time to be able to communicate between the mutators and the GC, and then the world resumes itself, right? And then GC takes its time, it's working concurrently, and here it gets done. And now to just compare the new concept with the older stop the world concept, the same application threads, after a safe point is requested, will take their own time to come to a halt. And that time is called time to safe point. Unfortunately, this particular thread here, let me see if I can get a highlighter here. So unfortunately, this particular thread here took the longest time to come to a stop, and that is the one that dominated our time to safe point here. Okay. And then GC threads will start the work, because that's when the execution was transferred to the GC threads, and the GC threads are done, and your application threads will resume now. So this whole area that I've highlighted here is what is called your stop the world period, where it's basically your application thread is doing nothing. So it affects your throughput directly, depending on how long this period is. So this is a great addition to the garbage collectors post JDK 10, I think. So, and you will get it for free because it's enabled by default. Now, let's compare stop the world and thread local handshakes with concurrent GC. Your same application threads are running, and they fill up the heap in the sense that, or they reach a threshold where now we have to start a garbage collection. We have a brief stop the world pause. This could be replaced with thread local handshakes as well. And that is mostly for all these GCs, we call it the initial mark phase. The GC threads go and identify the routes, and I'll talk about that, how the route identification and everything is done. And then the GC threads work concurrently, application threads resume, and then eventually, after the GC completes its concurrent work, it will go and look, there'll be a remark pause, again, stop the world or thread local handshakes, and the GC threads will identify anything that had the live object graph that has been changed during the concurrent phase. And GC threads will again go back to background concurrent activity, and application threads will resume. So as you can see, the GC threads and application threads do work together, and since the GC threads are working concurrently with mutated threads, that's called concurrent garbage collector. The newer garbage collector, not only do the marking in a concurrent fashion, but they also do concurrent compaction, and we'll talk about that soon. Now, there's another concept. Since G1GC, the concept of regionalized heap was introduced, and I want to talk about that because all the newer collectors are regionalized. And so what is that? What does regionalized mean? We have our heap, and this is something that everybody is used to since since the beginning of Java time, right? We have the heap, that's a contiguous space. Regionalized just means that the same contiguous space is now divided into regions. These regions could be equal sized in G1GC's case, or it could be variable, and depending on how the garbage collector adjusts itself, this will be dependent on each garbage collector. Now, I also want to introduce the concept of generational. Okay, so same heap could be divided into young generation and old generation. And this is what I mean by generational heap. The concept of generational garbage collector is that most objects die young. So this is the weak generational hypothesis. If you ever hear somebody talk about that, it basically means that as you allocate objects, most of them will die young. So given enough time, these are all transient, or most objects are transient, and you do not have to retain them. So most of them will not form your live data set. So if you divide your heap into generations, your young generation, the Eden and survivor space, can act like a sieve, and it'll age your objects in the young generation, and you only promote either the long-lived transient or your actual live data set. So this is great, and G1GC is one of the collectors that does have, is generational, as I've shown here. So ZGC and Shenandoah for now are not generational, but they are regionalized, and G1GC is regionalized and generational. Yeah, and so many of the times when you are comparing them, just keep that in mind, that you are getting the throughput advantage in G1GC because of the generational heap. Okay. The other thing to keep in mind is that the region sizes, ZGC is a little more advanced in the way it configures region sizes for objects and stuff like that. And G1GC only has this kind of humongous regions, and we don't have time in this session to talk more about G1GC, but just there's certain things with respect to the regions that where we can look for performance advantages, or when performance drops as well. So the second concept of these garbage collectors is the concept of copying collector. Whether you're a generational collector, which means that you're doing a young scavenge. Scavenge is basically looking for live objects, basically. Or you're doing a copying collector because you're trying to reclaim space, right? The concept is similar. So you have a from space and you have a to space, and that's what you do. You kind of move it back and forth. You move the live objects back and forth. And as I mentioned in the generational collector, that acts as a sieve to only promote long-lived objects, right? So let's look at how that works. We call these kind of collectors as copying collectors or evacuating collectors, because we are evacuating from one region, from one area, from one space to the other. So the same heap again has from space and to space. And as your heap starts getting filled with objects, so here I'm showing the objects coming in green, and O represents objects. Now our from space is filled, and we want to start a collection cycle. The way we start a collection cycle is by marking. It's a tracing collector, so we are tracing live objects, okay? So for that, we need to identify something called GC roots. So GC roots are basically your static variables, your static variables, or your threads, locals, and any kind of like intern strings and class loader references and stuff like that. So JNI references as well. So we start from the roots. So here I've shown some of the root, some objects here in the GC roots, and then we have root objects here. So basically we've identified root objects on the heap inside the from space. So now that we have traced and we have formed our own live object graph, it's easier for us to understand that those are the live objects that we need to retain, and then we can reclaim the from space, okay? So that's exactly what we're going to do next. We're going to move those live objects, and that's why it's called copying collector, because we're literally moving it from the from space to the to space, okay? And we can reclaim the from space back. Now, because I mentioned about the back and forth concept, right? So now we have moved our live objects, the from space is reclaimed. We can now call the to space, the past to space, we can rename it as now from space, and the past from space is now the to space. So basically the arrow just turns backwards. So now we're going again from, let me use the laser pointer here. We're going from the from space to the to space, okay? And we start this all over again. So we keep on, and this is the concept of sieving that I was talking about. So you keep on moving live objects, and usually there's an age threshold that's associated with these objects. And once they pass the default threshold, I think it's 15, then they get promoted into the origin if it's a generational collector, okay? The second commonality that I wanted to cover was the concept of regions and what do occupied and free regions mean in these collectors, in the newer collectors. So again, going back to our heap, we have a bunch of regions, and I'm trying to introduce the same concepts that I had introduced earlier. Green is basically when objects are coming in, and O represents objects. So so this is my heap, okay? But at any given time, you won't see these all bunched together. What you would see is at any given time, you have a heap that's regionalized and a bunch of regions that are occupied, okay? And the way we understand free regions is by a list of free regions, basically. So it's a simple bump the pointer, and that gives us the whereabouts of our free regions. So if I had to talk more about G1GC here briefly, and I talked about how the humongous objects are, humongous regions are a different concept in G1GC. Basically, at any given time, you would see these occupied regions could be from the young generation or the old generation, or these could be the humongous regions that I was talking about. Humongous objects are objects that are 50% or more of a region size. So going back to the laser pointer here, this down here could be a humongous object, and it needed it needed two regions basically that have to be contiguous so that we can put in the object. And usually humongous object, not usually, but always humongous object is allocated out of the old generation, because you don't want to spend time copying. Because remember the concept of from and to space, we are acting as sieve. But we're literally moving the object from one space to the other. And this gets very expensive for large objects. So we don't want to do it. It stays put in the old generation until it's reclaimed. The second set of commonalities is how do we reclaim objects, right? And what does it mean to have a collection set? And how do we prioritize this reclamation? Okay. So going back to our concept of the heap, free and occupied regions, what I've done is now I've populated the regions that are occupied with objects again. And what the highlighted objects, for example, these right here, right? And then these two up here, this entire region here, this entire region here, these two up here. These kind of highlighted regions are the ones that are live. So I've already done the marking. I've already identified the live objects. Okay. So what we see here, this region here and this region here doesn't have any live objects. So we can reclaim them right when we are trying to do the cleanup. Okay. So with cleanup, I am done. I have reclaimed that space already. The second thing we see are these two are sparsely live. So basically each of them in this example only has one live object. So we can collect them. So we move that live object into this new space right here, and we can reclaim those two regions and kind of collect them here. So basically that's the whole concept of how reclamation is done in these kind of regionalized collectors. the #1 priority is to reclaim regions with the most garbage. Okay, and how do we do that? How do we identify these candidate regions? We basically do the marking, and then we kind of, in G1's case, for example, we arrange them from the most to the least, like objects, like expense, right, or whatever. And then we just go simply up or down that array, and it's simply whatever is the cheapest to get back, because we don't want to spend time copying, especially if it's a stop the world, remember, and it doesn't do any thread local, or it didn't do in the past, right? So that is a lot of time spent copying, and we want to avoid that. The regions that we're going to reclaim during a pause are said to be in a collection set. So we identify the cheapest regions that we can reclaim, and that is kept in a collection set where those will be the regions that will be reclaimed. There are thresholds on how these, I've talked about how they're arranged, right? But there are thresholds on how and where we stop collection. Of course, there's the whole time concept, right? We don't want to go past X amount, whatever is set on the command line, or the default, which is 200, and I'll talk about this in a tabular fashion. So it's 200 milliseconds for G1 GC, for example. So the other thresholds are like, if a region is getting too expensive, if it's 95% filled with live objects, we don't want to spend time moving all those live objects into a new region. So we will let that region be. The second concept is, how populated is my heap? You know, is my old gen really seeing the pressure? And I really need to reclaim a lot of old gen, or I'm okay with keeping some garbage around, like let the garbage be floating around in the old gen. And that's the concept of floating garbage. So these are all thresholds that we kind of maintain. And that's how the adaptiveness of the garbage collector is controlled. So in the past, if you've seen me talk about G1 GC, I do talk about these thresholds in detail, because that's where anybody trying to get the last few percentage of performance, if it's like throughput driven or latency sensitive, then those are the thresholds that you would play with. Okay. Because of this regionalized concept, it's very easy now to control your unit of work, right? A unit of work is not an entire generation, or it's not your card table or whatever. Now it's specifically this region. So literally, a collection set could have one region only, right, conceptually, or it could have a multiple set of regions. This renders itself very suitable for something called incremental collection. So we do not always have to collect the entire heap or the entire generation. We can do it incrementally so that we are pause time sensitive. And this kind of the concept of incremental compaction, or people call it partial compaction, or people call it incremental collection. All these are true for G1, Shenandoah, and ZGC. And as I talked about thresholds, these incremental collections are definitely threshold driven, because when do you stop collecting is a question that you need to answer, and these thresholds are the way you answer that question. And basically, when you either reach a reclamation threshold or the freeness of the old generation in G1's case, then that's when you stop. And because I already introduced the concept of stop the worlds versus third local handshakes, so this particular reclamation doesn't really need to be stop the world at all. And as you will see in G1 GC, in ZGC and Shenandoah, it's actually not stop the world at all. So now with the groundwork done, let's compare and contrast these different collectors that I was talking about. So what I've done here is I have basically whatever we discussed until now, and added the algorithm type as well, because that's where the collectors differ. So based on regionalized or not, generational or not? What kind of compaction do we do? And what's the target pass time? Let's compare these algorithms. In G1GC, yes, it's regionalized, as we saw. Yes, it's generational. And it does do compaction where it's the forwarding address, basically where are we going to move to. Remember, from space and to space, that forwarding address is in the header of an object. In Hotspot, all objects have a header. That's where you store information about locks and about forwarding pointers or marked or not. I will go into a little bit of details shortly, but something to know is like when you have those value types, you know, and you talk about the flat structure, they will not have headers. And so that's a different concept. When we talk about value types in the future, you know, people will cover more details on that. But for now, we know that there are headers, and that's very useful for us with respect to compaction. Target pass time for G1 is 200 milliseconds, as I mentioned. And the algorithm that it uses for concurrent marking is called snapshot at the beginning. I'll briefly cover what that is here, but please feel free to read and understand more about it because it's a very interesting concept. Comparing now the G1GC with Shenandoah. Of course, Shenandoah is also regionalized, but as I mentioned, it's not yet generational. Compaction, it does do, it does have the concept of forwarding pointer as well. But the compaction, the main difference is that G1GC does stop the world compaction and Shenandoah does concurrent compaction, and which makes it even more difficult, but it makes it more latency sensitive, right? G1GC is geared, as you can tell from the target pass times, G1GC is geared towards like not a tighter pass time, but maintaining your throughput. So if your SLAs are throughput driven and while maintaining you know, a little bit of leniency in latency sensitivity, then G1 is your choice. Otherwise, you go for these more low latency sensitive collectors like Shenandoah and ZGC. So here's ZGC. There's the concept of colored pointers, but compaction is also done concurrently, similar to Shenandoah. Target pass times are similar to Shenandoah, and the concurrent marking algorithm is a little bit different, and I'll cover that briefly as well. So the next section, I want to highlight differences, but I want to talk about those in terms of GC phases, the marking algorithm itself, any barriers that may be different, and the compaction, which stop the world versus concurrent. So G1GC first, these are the stages that you can see here. So you have the initial mark, the root region scanning, the marking, the final mark, which is also known as remark, and then there's a cleanup, which can be concurrent as well. And then after you're done with marking, and remember I was talking about how if a region is full of garbage, it can be collected in during the cleanup phase. So that's exactly what this cleanup is right here. Okay, and then in the compaction phase, we move the regions that are least expensive into into the newer regions, so that we achieve compaction, right? So this is kind of already covered when I was giving the details about the from and to regions, as well as about reclamation and collection set. So let's quickly look at snapshot at the beginning algorithm. So the whole, because it's concurrent algorithm and we're working with the mutate, the GC threads are working with the mutators, we have to have certain assumptions here, you know, so it's about considering objects implicitly live or explicitly marking them. So objects that are allocated during the marking phase, during the concurrent marking phase, will be considered live. So they're implicitly considered live and they're not traced. Okay, so that's how we reduce the marking overhead. And that's the whole concept of snapshot. So basically, at the beginning of your marking phase, you take a logical snapshot of the heap. Okay. Again, as I mentioned, anything that is present, the garbage that is there will be identified. But as the application, as the mutated threads mutate the object graph, we will consider those new these new objects to be implicitly live. Okay, and if there's a reference update, we just log that in a log queue, and then we process that later. There are two barriers right now for this particular one for the reference update. It's called a pre-write barrier. As I mentioned, please, this is just an overview. If you want to read more about that, please go. There's a presentation that I did at JFocus in 2017, as well as there's the book, the Java Performance Companion, which talks about G1GC in detail. So let's look at the pre-write barrier very quickly. For anything that's something of the form x.f equal y, right? And if marking is active, so that's an optimization right there. Right? If it's not marking, then you don't need to even go in that if loop, right? So you just say if marking is active, then you store that previous value, okay? And if it's null, then if it's not null, then you have to put it in the log queue. Remember I mentioned, so it's basically enqueue that in the SATB log buffer, and then you're done. So that's the simplest barrier that you have, the pre-write barrier in G1GC. And of course, anything that uses the SATB algorithm will also have the same barriers. There's also a concept of post-write barrier, and that comes with remembered sets. So remembered sets are basically for each region, you have the concept of, let me find out all the incoming pointers into the region, right? So that's the concept of remembered sets. We don't have time to cover that here, but I want to talk about the barrier. So if you have something like this, like object field is equal to some other object field, G1GC will issue a write barrier. And then you just basically, all simple thing is to do is a check right there. If it's evaluates to 0, a barrier is not needed. Otherwise, you need a barrier. So again, these are optimized already. There's a log buffer again for remembered sets. You just put that in queue the card in the log buffer. And the concept of card marking and everything is like, you know, the GC handbook is the de facto book that you should go read about card tables and all those things to understand more details, because this is the commonality for garbage collectors in OpenJDK. How does compaction happen in G1GC? I was talking about the Java object, right? Let's not think about value types right now, but let's just talk about the Java object with header, okay? Header usually has two different, the header word has two different words here. They have the mark word, which I was talking about. Remember, during marking, we need that kind of information. And a pointer to instance class, which is an internal representation of hotspot. Okay. In the mark word itself, you have the pointer, and then there are 2 bits. So what happens is that the GC workers will take, you know, there's the work stealing and whatnot, but let's just say that they compete to install the forwarding pointer. So wherever it's pointing to is installed in the mark word right there. And if you need to look at the source, just have to look at the VM representation of instance class. And when it's marked, the bits will be 1, 1 right there. And that's about it. Now, let's look at ZGC next, okay? The same table, but here it's identifying different concurrent phases. So remember, G1GC had STW compaction, like stop the world compaction, but in ZGC, you have the compaction is done concurrently. So you have the compaction broken down into 3 phases. You have the prepare phase, the start compaction phase, and the concurrent compaction phase. There's also another phase called the remap, which is done concurrently with the next cycle. So it's kind of, that's an optimization right there already. In the remark phase, you just basically fix up the pointers. Again, because we're doing this, the whole copying and compaction in a concurrent fashion, there's a lot of mutation already. So you want to fix up the pointers, and that's when we need the remap phase. To learn more about that, a little bit more details, you can see Per's slides. He presented that at JFocus 2018. Let's look at concurrent marking in the detail here. So the GC threads, each of them work on their own stripe. So the entire heap, no matter how big it is, how huge it is, each GC thread will work on their own area, so to speak. So kind of we're trying to avoid shared states. So if you have more threads, then there's more concurrency that we need to keep an account of, and then whenever you're sharing between the threads, then there's a concept of like having the concurrent overhead. So we try to minimize that. And then there's the concept of load barriers, where we want to see loads of non-marked object pointers, but these barriers are only kept to object pointers, and we'll talk more about what that means. ZGC also, because of ZGC, the thread local handshakes concept was introduced. It's also used by G1GC. If I had to draw what I just said, it would look something like this. Your heap is, and then you have these GC threads up till n, and then your heap is divided. Is logical stripes right there, and each GC thread basically, so thread 0, 1, ... n, thread 0, 1, n, 0, 1, n. So these kind of let each thread has its own workspace stack, sort of, to keep the concurrent overhead to a minimum. So I mentioned about the barrier. Remember the object reference? So there's a load barrier for object references. So let's look at that here. All you have to understand from when people talk about loaded reference barrier or loaded value barrier is the concept of updating a bad reference to a good reference. Okay, and who does the work? It doesn't really matter. So basically, you can have the mutators do the work of updating a bad reference to a good reference, or the GC threads will do the work. So that's the concept of self-healing, right? When the mutators actually do the work, that's called self-healing. So this kind of LRB is based on a couple of invariants. The simplest thing to know is that writes and reads will always happen into the to space, right? Into or from. So if you're writing into, you're going to write into this to space, which is the new space, right? And then if you're reading, it's also from the to space. So we always say that the guarantee is that the to space is the most current copy, right? And that's called a strong to space invariant. So the other guarantee is that anytime you have a loaded reference value, we make sure it's the responsibility of whoever encounters that to make sure that it's marked through. Okay, and that's when I talked about the if they mutated and do it, then it's a collector's responsibility to do that. So, and that's a guarantee that the collector provides to you. Just based on these concepts, the loaded reference barrier provides very low overhead. And to learn more about that, there is this paper by Bill Tenney. This is the concept that is also in the C4, the continuously concurrent compacting collector. I strongly encourage you to read the paper, and it's very informative. So here's an example of how the object reference, the barrier works. You have an object reference load from the heap, and then you introduce the load barrier. So again, the idea is to have a bad reference changed into a good reference, right? And to look at the example here, again, it's from Per's slide. So I'm just using that. And here's how the assembly looks. I'm sorry to get into the details, but it's kind of much more clearer when I show the assembly code. So you have the object, like I mentioned, and is it a bad color? Yes. Then you have to go the slow path, otherwise you're done. So you go back your merry way. So it's as easy as just a test, basically. Let's look at some of the core concepts of ZGC. It's the concept of colored pointers. You have the object address, and we have on 41 right now. And some of the top bits are ignored, are unused. And there's like the other bits in between are used specifically for marking. So is the object known to be marked? Is it in the remapped phase? Or is it finalized, if its object is finalizable? So basically, if it's final reachable or like about to be finalized or whatever. So if it's reachable to a finalizer. Again, more details on Pear's presentation here. So the metadata, this is this whole tag bits are called metadata, and then they are used in the, these are used as 4 bits that I showed you. Those are the unused part of the 64-bit pointer. So as you can see, the object range is only from 0 to, the object address is only from 0 to 41. And that's how ZGC is right now. To learn more about that, I strongly encourage you to understand the concept of virtual mapping, which is what it's called multi-mapping on x86-64. There's some hardware support on Spark and on 64, which does away with the multi-map concept on those, because you just use the tag bits to directly point to the area you want. Concurrent compaction. Again, this is very, very difficult. Concurrent compaction becomes very difficult because your mutator is changing the object graph. So you need a load barrier to detect object pointers, which I already explained earlier. Self-healing, the concept of self-healing is when the mutators help out, right? The GC threads, hey, I can see that I need to do this move here, and so I'm going to help them do this myself. What is interesting about ZGC is that it has off-heap forwarding tables, which can help you reclaim the heap right away, reclaim and reuse the heap right away. So that's one of the things that you would see that it is very advantageous, especially when you have larger heap pools, forwarding tables. Moving on to Shenandoah, you will see some of the stages that the concurrent concepts are similar to ZGCs. You have initial update, a concurrent update, and the final update. Final update is where you update the routes into the 2 regions, remember, because there are the concept of mutation and GC working together. And then eventually there's the concept of cleanup, which we saw in G1GC's case as well, where you free the collection set, free regions in the collection set. So to get more details, there is the whole, it's a page dedicated by the Shenandoah team. Please go ahead and look at the openjdk.java.net Shenandoah page, and they have the most up-to-date information over there. I already spoke about the concurrent marking algorithm, which is similar to G1GC. So I'm just gonna this is just a reminder for that. To read more about that, please go ahead and look at the presentation listed here. We spoke about pre-write barriers for the snapshot at the beginning. Just to recap, it's needed for all updates, and you do a quick check to see if marking is active, and then you enqueue it. Now, this is the concept for concurrent compaction. Remember, because concurrent compaction is happening along with the mutators. So you need a read barrier there. And to read more about that, there's a paper listed right here. It just talks about how the read barrier, and I showed you an example of how that works. And then what was interesting in Shenandoah's case, the paper and everything, all these concepts were mentioned in the paper, and then Shenandoah had a change in algorithm. So this all gets superseded. So this paper is really good academically to learn about all the barriers and everything, but all this information is superseded now. So when you look at the tip right now and you try to get information for Shenandoah from there, you will find the same concept of loaded reference barrier, the LRBs that I had explained earlier in ZGC's case. So again, the concept is introduced beautifully in this paper here. what we have to do, let's recap. We have to make sure that we ensure strong two-space invariant, right? And utilize barriers at reference load. And if you go fast path, because if it's not a bad reference, remember, we can take the fast path. If it's a bad reference, then we have to stop and do the slow path. Okay. For concurrent compaction, again, this has been superseded, but I wanted to talk about Brooks-style indirection pointer because, again, that's what the paper will talk about when you look at Shenandoah paper. You have the same Java object with body and header, but with Shenandoah, with Brooks-style pointer, indirection pointer, you have an additional pointer overhead to each Java object. When it's not in the from to space kind of movement area, the indirection pointer just points to the object itself, and then what you have to do is that there is work every time that you want to access an object. You have to dereference, right? So there's an additional work of overhead of that, and that's a memory and throughput costs right there. So this concept has been superseded as well. And now they just use the concept of forwarding pointer in the header. So you have the from space and the to space copy. You have the Java object body and the header. So what we do is that instead of in the from space, we just install the forwarding pointer. So basically we're pointing to the to space, and that's simple as that. So anybody looking at the from space will always be pointed to the to space, and that's exactly what I was talking about with respect to the two-space invariant. Okay, this is of course has its advantages with respect to performance, because in the previous state of this, when you had the indirection pointer, there was a super dereference was the overhead as well as footprint overhead. Right? Let's look at performance quickly. I want to be conscious of time. So what I've done, this is spec JBB 2015. A quick overview of JBB 2015 is that what you see here is higher is better, because they talk about operations per second. So it's a throughput, the numbers are always in throughput. The way spec JBB works is that it looks at system capacity first. So that's what I'm showing as full system capacity. And then it tries to meet responsiveness SLAs. So what I'm showing with respect to the light blue is the responsiveness SLA. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight here is that in OpenJDK 8, the default collector, garbage collector was the throughput collector, right? Which is also known as parallel GC or parallel. And with 11, when people started testing with 11, out of box, you get G1 GC. So you not only get G1 GC, you also get less variability. So run-to-run variability reduces drastically for things that are throughput sensitive, as well as have the system level agreements, the SLOs constraints. And here I've also shown the standard deviation. The other thing, again, is to look out for out-of-box. When you're looking at out-of-box performance and you're doing a comparison, you will see that there are a lot of improvements that have been made to G1 GC ever since it became the default. And I talked about one of them being the thread local handshakes, right? So we no longer have to wait for all the threads to come to a halt, all the mutator threads to come to a halt. We can do an individual handshake level. That's just one of the improvements. So here, again, higher is better. And you can see that G1 GC gives better throughput under responsiveness constraints. That's when I talk about responsiveness right here. The other thing to keep in mind is, I always talk about this with everybody that I meet, is innovation happens at tip. So even though you think that, oh, G1 GC is the default, it's stable, but there are improvements that happen to G1 GC as if you compare to any given version. And the best way to read about it is by reading at when a build releases, you just read about what all of the things that went into that. So these are called JEPs is the best way to. So these are called Java Enhancement Proposals, JEPs. So I strongly encourage you to read that. But here what I'm showing is parallel GC, G1 GC, and ZGC compared to TIP and 11. So JDK 11 is the LTS, long-term supported release. And I was comparing tip to that, and you can already see that innovation is happening. So again, higher is better, and we already see better full system capacity, as well as responsiveness for all three collectors. The reason I'm not showing Shenandoah here is Shenandoah is not in JDK 11. Yeah, it's not in JDK 11. So it was, as an experimental GC, it came out in JDK 12. So the next set of results should show that. So here I'm comparing full system capacity with responsiveness. And it's kind of like, again, my whole idea is the out-of-box experience as the end user would see it. So what I've done is I've kept tuning to a minimal. And so when I say right here, I said G1GC base, which means that's my baseline, where I only give it nursery. Because remember, Parallel GC and G1GC are generational, so they do depend on your young gen size, which is also known as nursery. And right here, I've just given the new gen, that's the size, right? A little bit of new gen size here. In Parallel GC's case, I gave a baseline with a little bit of XMN, which is basically your initial nursery and your max nursery is the same. So I just gave it right there. And I also played with the same options between the two. Same generational options between the two. As you can see, G1GC is maintaining its responsiveness, and it's doing pretty well in throughput as well. What we see here is ZGC is shining with respect to the responsiveness, because I talked about the concepts with respect to how it can do a larger heap can be handled much efficiently, and it can be reclaimed and written back to the forwarding, because of the off-heap forwarding tables. I think that's my last slide. The next step is to go ahead and improve your knowledge on all these things. These are some of the places that I looked for the information that I have provided here. And yeah, I hope if you have any questions, you will reach out, as well as thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Monica. It was amazing. And we have loads of interesting questions for you.
Sure, that'd be great.
Yes, so I think the viewers are happy to know about a lot of other options that they would have apart from G1. And because, as we know, a lot of production systems, they are still on Java 8. So, of course, they have another reason to upgrade to Java 11, the next LTS. One question which was asked in many formats was to best tools to compare these collectors. Like if a person wants to use them and want to compare how they fare against memory leaks or multi-threading or parallelism. So what tools would you suggest?
Yeah, so anything that can visualize GC log is your number one tool. So the way I like to visualize, or I like to look at GC log, is in a histogram. I think I see somebody mentioned about histogram. So basically it gives you a layout from the start of your JVM till the end of the JVM, if you had stopped the world pauses, for example, or any kind of concurrent activity. So you kind of look at the histogram and all that information. So from a JVM's perspective, you have all the logging information available. Any tool out there that can visualize these logs is your to-go tool for that. In the past, I myself have only used parsers that I've written because I work on the tip and as well as trying to look for innovations. So I write my own parsers, but there are very many online tools that you can just look for GC log visualization and you'll find them. So I do internally at Microsoft, we have acquired JClarity. So we have JClarity tools and we're trying to see how we can best, provide them to the community. We're still looking at that, but so I don't have a perfect recommendation today, but go ahead and Google visualization tools for GC logs and you will find many.
Right, makes sense. The other question is, would a garbage collector work differently when Java JVM is started on a server versus a client? And would the duration of the application running or the server running, would that make a difference?
So from a garbage, that's a very good question, because we're trying to understand it from a user perspective, right? I really appreciate that question. So from a user perspective and from an application perspective, the only thing that OpenJDK Hotspot does is identify the client, server, or a client or server option. So if you have a client VM, that's we use the C1 compiler, Jet compiler, and if it's a server VM, then we use the C2 compiler. So there's a whole concept of jitting that's different between the client and the server. From garbage collection perspective, the only difference is in the collector that we use. And I have not covered the client collector here. The client collector that we use is called the serial garbage collector, which is single-threaded, and it is generational. So basically, it's your single-threaded version of your parallel collector. It's in the simplest form. So that's the client collector. Now, how do we measure the impact, right? How does it matter how long the application runs? From a garbage collector perspective, what I didn't cover here, and we will go that when I talk about only performance, I will talk about this in details. But it's your allocation rate. It's your live data set. Remember how we talked about the concept of sieving and kind of only promoting long-lived transients, right? So that is the concept that matters to the application, and from the application's perspective, not the length of time, but how fast the allocation is happening. How can the garbage collector keep up? Remember those thresholds? What if the garbage collector is not, the thresholds don't get triggered and you're now filling up the entire heap, right? So those kind of things matter from the performance perspective.
Right, makes sense. So there's another question which is related to this. So are there any common traps with the GCs? Like if I, as you mentioned, that it is not about, at times the threshold might not be reached. So are we looking at a certain set of conditions which we should be looking at? Is there a pattern? Like this happens when you are running a garbage collector on this system with certain parameters. Do we already have this documented or a pattern?
It is, but I still look at applications that are different, that they do not follow the norms that we kind of come up with this pattern, right? The whole concept of, for example, generational heap is the regen hypothesis, which is most objects die young. What if your objects don't die young? What if you're collecting and you're playing with, so you're creating a cache, for example, and then you're just like ping-ponging the cache, right? So everything gets promoted into the old generation, the whole idea of allocation and keeping, aging them in the young generation. So these thresholds are there to have these default assumptions met. But if your application is not the default kind of applications, and so each of these concepts are different. So the best way, and my recommendation to everybody is go talk about your use case. If it's performing well, great. Let us know about that as well. But if it's not performing well, go to the OpenJDK aliases such as hotspot GC use. So hotspot GC use is the alias. Let me see if I can quickly write it over here. Pen. Hotspot is the virtual machine. So hotspot, sorry, my writing looks really bad. GC, okay, and then use. Okay, that's the alias at openjdk.java.net. Please go there, talk about your use case. I am pretty sure people will jump in to help, right? Because most of the applications have their very specific use case. But we're also working towards adaptive algorithms. So your use case will help us make GC more adaptive as well. So please go ahead and provide us your use cases.
Absolutely. So there's one question which I would like to take, which is a question on the off heap area. So the question is that I see that the JVM now uses a lot of off heap memory. Is it possible to restrict that? For example, if the person allocates 1 GB RAM to Tomcat, the person can see via top that it is using 4 GB.
Okay. Well, it depends on some of it is because of the structures, the maintenance overhead of these concurrent collectors. Each collector comes with its overhead, right? When I talked about from and to spaces, that's an overhead, right? Because you're literally keeping this to space around, and then you're keeping the from space around, and you're just going back and forth. Although your objects are just actually your liveness or whatever is just fixed to a range, but you're doubling the range because of the from and to space. These are the things like remembered sets. I talked about SATV log buffers. Remember the log buffers we talked about? The forwarding tables, because each of these you have to understand and associate when you're doing concurrently. What goes where, right? So it's kind of an overhead we're paying for improving concurrency. For improving the latency, the response to latency. So as you go more and more away and more sophisticated algorithms, more adaptive algorithms, you have the concept of outside the heap structures that are used for maintenance of the heap of the GC. So what we do is like the whole idea, if you want to keep and restrict your footprint, then you use a collector like a serial GC. And if you have little more area to spare, then you use parallel GC. But as you go more towards the concurrent collectors, you will have a little more overhead.
Thank you so much, Monica. It was interesting as usual. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate that.
Oh, thank you for having me. I appreciate your time as well. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
And now it's time to introduce our final speaker. We are getting to the end of the day, but the final speaker's day is probably just beginning. It's right near the beginning of your day, and we're just winding down. I'm so pleased to be able to welcome you, Angie. Welcome to our stream. Oh, you are muted. Right. I don't know if I can do anything about that. But anyway, while you're muted, I will continue to say how amazing you are. Angie has been newly made a Java champion. And it's amazing that you're a Java champion. You fully deserve it. Your introduction to Java free course is amazing. And I have a friend who's doing it at the moment. She's done Java in the past, and she's looking at it going, oh, this would have been so much more helpful if I could have learned Java this way to begin with.
That makes me happy to hear.
It's fantastic. It's so good. And I love the fact that you focus a lot on test automation. I know that's kind of your thing. And I love that because I think that even now, even in modern Java world, we still put testing off to one side instead of actually focusing on it as a difficult development problem, the same way that coding is. So I really love the fact that you talk about that.
Thank you.
So without further ado, I'm going to add your screen to the stream, and then I will let you get on with it.
All right. Thanks so much, Trisha. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm Angie. I'm a new Java champion. Yay. I'm a developer advocate at Applitools and the director of Test Automation University. And today I'm going to talk about visual testing, which is really interesting. But first, I want to start off with a little game of Who Done It. All right.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe. How did you know? Madam, as any horticulturist will tell you, one does not plant petunias until May is out. Take it over. It's just a matter of observation. The real question is, how observant were you? Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir. I was bottling my petunias in the potting shed. Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
So did you notice the 21 changes? Probably not. I'm going to assume you didn't, but did you at least notice the dead man get up and walk away? That's okay if you didn't. I didn't either. And that's because we all suffer with what's called unintentional blindness. And that's where new unexpected things enter your viewport and you don't notice because you're so focused on a specific task. And that's especially true when we're talking about testing our code, right? We're so honed in on whatever it is that we're developing and that feature that we may miss other things that's going on around us in the application. So how do we typically solve for this? Well, we automate the test, right? Because we know if we automate it, we can specifically say, check these things, and we don't have to remember every single time. The scripts will remember to test it for us. But what if I tell you that when you're automating your tests, what you're actually doing is scripting in the unintentional blindness? Right? Because your tests are only going to check for the things that you tell it to check for. And anything else that happens will likely get missed unless the entire application blows up and the test can no longer proceed. But most times other errors are missed if they're not explicitly put in there, right? And you might look at like certain text on the screen. Your check might say something like, oh, let's make sure that this text is present, right? But what about, can we actually see that text? Is it blending in with like the same color as the background of the page, and so users can't see it? Is it bleeding off the edge of the page, which is something we often see in different viewport sizes? Or is it covered by some other element so that you can't see it, right? Now, when I tell people about these visual bugs and how they might be able to catch them, I usually get responses like, oh, that's pretty cool, but yeah, we don't have those kinds of problems. Let me tell you, all of the applications have these kinds of problems, big or small applications. And now that I know about visual bugs, I see them all the time. Let me give you a couple of examples. So this is Cineworld. And Cineworld is the second largest cinema chain in the world. They had a visual bug on the page that asks you if you want to store your credit card information. So this is funny, it looks a little silly, and if you were to open a bug for this, it probably would be a low severity, right? But let me ask you this question. Would you store your credit card information on this page? I wouldn't, right? Because this is sending a message to the user that if they didn't catch this, then they probably didn't verify the back end either. And I'm not putting my credit card information in here, right? And so your customers are starting to lose trust in your application because of these glaring bugs. In fact, Kim tweeted about it and saying, oh, people don't even, test their happy paths. But I have a theory. I think they did test this. In fact, I think they automated the test. And if you automate this test, what's going to happen? If it checks for the labels, yes, the labels are there. If it checks for the radio buttons, yes, the radio buttons are there, right? Technically, this is functional. Our scripts are actually looking in the DOM in order to interact with elements. So it's never looking on the screen, and everything is present in the DOM and everything works. Then our tests lie to us and tell us that everything is fine. Here's another example with OpenTable. So I used to live in North Carolina, and North Carolina is famous for its barbecue. So I went back a couple of years ago and I wanted to, catch up with some old friends. So I went to OpenTable to make a reservation at my favorite barbecue restaurant, which is The Pit, by the way. So if you go to North Carolina, definitely hit up The Pit. So I chose the time, 7 o'clock. I want to make a reservation for 7 people at 7 o'clock. So I clicked the 7 o'clock and this modal appeared. And it took me a minute to figure out what am I supposed to do here because there's nothing here in the middle, right? So as I got to looking around, I noticed these 2 select buttons here. And it's like, okay, well, why are there 2 select buttons? Why are they not aligned? And what is it that I'm selecting exactly? Because I don't see any text or labels or anything, right? So I did what any of you would do. I opened Chrome DevTools and I started digging around in the DOM to figure out what are these buttons. And when I did that, I saw that the labels actually were there. They were just as far away from these buttons as possible, right? Now, I told you I love this barbecue, so I completed my reservation given this information. But how many people are engineers, right? Most people that are using OpenTable, they don't know about Chrome DevTools. They don't know to dig in the DOM to figure out how to use your goofy application, right? And I'm a millennial. I don't really use the phone app on my phone. So I'm definitely not calling the restaurant to make this reservation. So I was thinking, wow, how much business are they losing, right? This is a big party, 7 people. We haven't seen each other in a year. Oh, we're going to buy all the food and all the drinks. And this could have been money that they missed. So I got to thinking about how much money they were missing. Now, these aren't one-offs. This happens to your favorite tech companies as well, including members of the FANG gang. So here's Amazon, right? So this is a mobile view and someone is ready to buy. They're ready to buy this product. Not only do they want to buy the product, they want to buy multiple quantities of this product. So spending even more money. And this is the visual bug that they are faced with. Now, if we were to run this test, just like in the other examples, it would work, right? Technically, everything is here. From the DOM, it can manipulate this stuff. But from a user perspective, this is a problem. Here's Facebook, Marketplace. I'm ready to buy something. And this text, it's goofy. I can't read this. This text on top of here, I can't see it. This just looks really bad and it doesn't make me want to spend any money. Again, if we had automated tests for this, yeah, text is present. Looks great. Yeah, ship it. Instagram, this one's my favorite one because it's so awful. So Instagram, this is supposed to show a picture and some text and, you know, be really nice and interactive. The worst part of this all is that this is sponsored content, which means someone paid Instagram to have premium viewing of their post, and this is what they got in return, right? Again, if we had automated tests for this, is this text present? Is this text present? Is this text present? Yay, yay, yay. And that's how this kind of stuff gets into production. Twitter. I can't use this with all of the tweets just overlapping each other. Google, even Google, yes. For this one, though, it's not that bad. You know, I almost didn't even put this one in here. But I got to thinking like, okay, this is a point of purchase and this text is coming off the button, which means you want to fix it, right? You don't want this to look like this. So some highly paid Google engineer needs to stop innovating new features to go and fix text on a button. Not what you want, right? The great news is that we don't have to live like this, people. Visual testing can be automated. So what is visual testing? Well, visual testing is where you take a picture or screenshot, snapshot, whatever you want to call it, but it's basically an image of your application when it's in the state that you love, right? This is how I want my app to look. And then for every regression run, it'll take another picture of the application in its current state and compare the 2 pictures, right? If there are differences, it'll let you know. If not, the test passed. So this gives us that comfort of looking at the screen as our users would versus looking at the DOM, which only robots and scripts do. So in doing this, this is not something that's like really new. It's been around for a while, but it's been around in a dated, old version. form, meaning we used to, as an industry, do visual testing by checking pixel to pixel, checking the images and comparing the pixels. But that is really unreliable and flaky because all sorts of things can happen, right? It's not really built for testing. Let me show you what I mean. So in this top example, this is our application where we love it. This is how we want our app to look. And then the second picture is a test from a regression run. This test failed. Can you see why? Take a second, see if you can see why. All right. If you said it's because of this button, then you are correct, right? So this button is bold and this one is not. Why is that? Well, this is an effect of hovering. So if you hover over this button, then it becomes bold. Well, this is an automated script, so who knows where the cursor is going to be? It just so happened to be here in this picture, and now we have a failure. The build is broken. We have to go and look at what's wrong, only to find out, oh, we hovered over something, and, right? Annoying. Here's another one. Can you see why this one failed? If you said because there's a cursor behind the word bad, kudos. So why is there a cursor in this one and not a cursor in this one? Cursors blink, right? Duh. So now in our scripts, we would have to say, okay, after typing this, make sure to exit out of this text box, but make sure that you're not hovering over any of the buttons or anything that has any other hovering effects or whatever. That's not the type of code we want to write, right? We're not in business for that. Fortunately, Applitools has come out with a better solution, which uses machine learning to be able to detect only what we care about as human beings. So those goofy pixel-to-pixel comparisons won't affect us, okay? So I ran this spot the difference game. I'm not going to let you all play because you all let the dead man walk in the last game. So I'll just do this one for you. But spot the differences. I ran this through a pixel-to-pixel comparison, and I ran it through the Applitools AI API. So in doing so, this was the result from the pixel-to-pixel comparison. Notice it's picking up everything, like little white space shifts and things. This is not designed for this type of thing that we're doing, this type of testing that we're doing, right? Versus running it through the Applitools API, and voila, it picked out the things that we would pick out as human beings. So this is great. All right, so I'm going to show you an existing code base, and we're going to add some visual testing so that you can see how this works. First, let me show you the application. So this is a single page application. It's really simple. This is 8 of my favorite books on test automation. And you can search by author or you can search by title, either full or partial. So let's say we want to search for all the books that have test in the title. Here we are. Or we can do agile testing like this, and we can get the one book that has that full title. All right. And then here's the code base for this. So I have those 2 tests. Let's look at the first one. This is full title. So I put in agile testing. We're going to search that. And then I have 2 assertions. One, I want to make sure the book is visible. And then I want to make sure it's the only book that's visible. Okay. And then the next test is by partial. So I say search for just test. Here are the books that I'm expecting to come back. Let's make sure that all of them are visible and they are the only ones visible. Now let's look at this is book visible method. So what this is doing is it's finding all of the visible books on the page, and then it's getting the text of them to see if any of the text match the one that we sent in. All right. So that seems okay, except there's a lot more on this book except for just the title, right? What about the author? What about the price? What about the thumbnail? That's really important when searching for a book, because think about the last book that you bought. You probably saw it advertised or a friend showed it to you. And so when you were looking through the search results, you were actually looking for, same color or something that looked familiar. You weren't reading all the text if you really think about it. So that's pretty important. And none of that is being checked, right? So we could add more assertions to check for all of those things. It might be a little bit iffy with the image. We can't really verify that that looked like that without visual testing, but we could do some hacks to make sure it's at least there and it's not giving us a 404, right? But even with all of that, even if I coded all of that, is that enough, right? So let's just go ahead and run these tests as is, just to make sure they work, and then we're gonna mess things up a bit. So I run these 2 tests and voila, they pass. Beautiful. Everything is lovely. Okay. Now I want to go inside of the app. Now I'm a back-end girl and I have to dabble in some front-end stuff sometimes. And I often joke about how CSS bullies me. It really does. But, you know, I like things to look pretty, just like everybody else. So I'm going to just add some CSS here and let's see what happens. So I go ahead, I commit this, and then we're going to run these tests again. Now, when we run these tests now, pay close attention to the books. They're literally upside down. So with one line of CSS, I have flipped this application on its head. And yet my tests are still green. That's the problem, right? It's not looking at it visually or how the user would look at this, right? It's looking in that DOM, and I asked it, was the title there? And it said, yep, it was. And it didn't lie to me, but that's not what I want. So let's go ahead and comment this out. We'll fix the bug, and we're going to add some visual testing. This is what we need to be able to catch these sorts of things. So I could add the visual testing to like the test itself, but I'm going to add it at a higher level here just so that we can reuse this code. So the API to do the visual testing is called eyes, which is so perfect. I love that. Okay, and after we set everything up and we have the application going, I'm just going to initialize this. And let's make one little method here. We'll say, we'll call this, what do we want to call it? Let's say validate window. Okay. All right. So it's only 3 calls to do your visual testing. You're going to say, open your eyes. It's poetry, people. Okay, so we open the eyes, we pass it, whatever tool we're using. Now, of course, I'm using Java for this because this is Java Day, but this works with any language. It works with any testing framework. So if you're using something other than Selenium, it works with that as well. Okay, so we give it the driver, the automation tool we're using. We give it a name of the application. So we'll just call this bookstore. And then we're going to give it the name of the test. Now, since I'm putting this at a higher level, I'm going to cheat this a little bit. Close your eyes. I'm just going to basically get the method that called us. And we'll pass that guy in. All right. All right, don't look at that. That didn't look pretty. Okay, so open your eyes, right? And then we say, okay, check the window. That'll take the picture. And then we just say, close your eyes. We're done. Oh, so beautiful. Look at that. All right, and then in the test, I am going to now call that. So let's just put it in, let's put it in this one, the second one. So now I just need to say, that's not what I called it. What did I call it? Validate window. Yeah, I'm going to say validate window, right? And again, that's going to take the picture. So when I think about this, do I still need the assertion to make sure that it's the right number of books? No, the picture's going to take care of that. What about the title? I don't need that anymore. I don't even need this list. Now it's a 2-line test. I say do the action and then check everything. The mental load that this has taken off of me, I don't have to think about every single assertion that I should be making. Just check the whole thing for me, please. All right. So let's go ahead and run this. And when we run this, it's going to do all the actions like it did before. And now it's taking a picture of the screen. I don't have to do it. Applitools is doing is taking the picture. It sends this up to the Applitools cloud and it stores all of the images there. So I don't have to store anything. I don't have to worry about this. I'm really done. This test is passed. I'm done. I don't have to do anything else. But I'm going to show you where this is stored just so that, you understand what's going on. But this is not a required step. All right, so I come to this Applitools dashboard. It has all of my tests here, and it's showing me this new test, right? So I can click on here, and I see that, yep, it's captured a baseline image is what this is called. This is passed. Great, everything is good. I don't need to do anything. Now, I want to flip that app again, and let's see if visual testing would save our butts. Okay, so let's run it again. And again, this is going to run. Applitools is going to take this new picture because this is part of regression, sends this up to the cloud, and then compares this with the baseline images to see if there are any issues. And notice the test has failed this time. And if we look at why it's failed, we see we got an exception. It says that there were differences found. It told me which test. It even gave me a little link to take me over there to the dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this now, and this is the new entry, and this is marked as unresolved, which I kind of like. Like, I don't want AI to take my job. People ask me that sometimes, will AI take our jobs? No, AI is like really here to assist, and so I like it not making this determination for me because you don't know if that's a failure or not. It could just be that, my app has changed. But anyway, so I click on here and it's going to show me this is my original baseline. This is the new image, and it's highlighted everything that's different here. So it caught, yeah, your app is wrong, girl. You flipped the books upside down. Now, this is really cool. There's some pros and cons to using this approach. So for a pro, everything is tested. I don't have to think about the assertions. If anything was added here that's not supposed to be here that I didn't think to check, it's going to be caught. So the unintentional blindness has been removed from my script. Great. The con is that it's kind of checking everything, right? And that might not be the focus of my test. Like, all I really care about are these books right here. I don't really care about this, but it's checking that. I don't really care about the title of the page, but it's also checking that. So if you had like other things, like your page was undergoing, development or whatever, and there were certain tests on this page that you wanted to do and you still could, but there were also certain tests that you weren't touching, this would kind of get everything. So that's not good, right? But this API is so flexible that you don't have to do the whole page. So you can scope it down to whatever it is you want to test. All right. Now this one did fail, so we're going to just click thumbs down, and voila, that test is now failed. Okay. All right. So let's do some scoping. We're going to go to the next test. And let me take this bug out. All right. So let's go to the first test, right? Because this is only one book. So I don't want to test the entire page. I just want to test that one book. So let's go back to base test, and we're going to just copy this method and make another one that'll only check whatever I tell it to check. So instead of check window, let's just say check element or region or something like that. All right. And I'll say, tell me what you want me to check. And instead of check window, we say check elements, and we'll just pass in our locator here. Okay. All right. And back to the test. So I am going to remove code. One of my favorite things to do is to delete some code. So let's get rid of all of this. Remember, all we need to do is say check. So I'm going to say validate elements. No, not window, element. Yes, and I have this locator stored somewhere. Yep. Hit locator. Yep. All right, cool. So I'm going to say just check this element for me. I don't want the whole page. Okay. So let's run this one now. So now what this is going to do, AppleTools is going to find that region. And it doesn't have to be an element. It could be like an entire region or whatever. And it's going to basically capture this image and send that to the dashboard. So look at this now. Now we don't have that whole page. We only have the region that we care about, which is awesome, right? So pros and cons, there's pros and cons with everything. So the pros, we can scope down to what matters, what we care about. We don't need the whole page and extra noise. The cons of this is we've kind of added that unintentional blindness back a little bit. We got rid of some because it is going to check everything with the region that we care about. But if there's anything else going wrong with the app, then it could fail. For example, let's say that I typed in Agile testing right here to filter these books. And let's say none of these books filtered because filtering is broken. Is this going to pass or is this going to fail? It would pass because what I said was to find this book, make sure it looks visually perfect. And technically this book looks visually perfect and it missed that filtering is broken. So you have to be careful. This AI stuff is not, it doesn't take your job, right? Because you still have to think. You still have to craft this in a way that makes sense. So if you're going to scope this down like this, you can do a couple of things. One, you can maybe scope to this whole region instead of just the book to make sure that like filtering works, or better yet, you can mix and match. So I have this visual assertion, but I could always add that other assertion back in as well. What was it? Assert equals and page dot get number of visible books 2, right? Oops, that's the wrong order. Okay, 2. Okay, right. Thanks, IntelliJ, for saving me there. All right, so I can mix and match. So I have like this functional assertion and I also have the visual assertion in there as well. So you don't have to like replace everything. You use it where it makes sense, okay? So that's scoping down to an element. I often get the question, well, what about if I have dynamic content? Surely this won't work. Actually, it will, right? So I want to show you a couple of things that we can do. For example, let's go back to this one. So in this image or any image, I can annotate this in any way. So I can do stuff like, let's say that this was, we had like maybe this is a dynamic or something. We can say, ignore the title of the page. I don't care about you verifying that, right? Or I can say, ignore maybe a timestamp, or like when I'm doing mobile testing, I'll say ignore the status bar because, you know, that's always going to have notifications and dates and times and all of that stuff. So I can say ignore any part of the region. I can also do different types of checks on it, which is what I want to show you now. So let's quickly just make a new test. So we'll say public void dynamic layout, right? So I used to, this is one of my favorite features of it, but I don't use it that much. I'll explain. So I used to work at Twitter, and it was really hard to test the Twitter app because you don't know what the tweets say, right? And you could stage it or whatever, but you want like these varieties and you want like to make sure real life stuff works. So the dynamic layout is the method we used for that. So let's we're not going to even do a search. Let's just say validate the window. Let's get our baseline going. Not the element, the window. All right. So validate the window. Let's just run this. We're going to get our baseline. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to then switch the order of these books so that they're in a different order, and then we're still going to do the visual testing. Now, technically that should fail, and it would if you were doing the pixel to pixel comparison, right? So I'm going to go in here and we're just going to swap the order of a couple of books, okay? All right, now if I ran this right now, of course, this is going to fail because it looks different. But there are match levels in this API. So I can do something like eyes.set match level. And the match levels, there's 4 of them. There is, let me explain them. There's exact, that's pixel to pixel. I already told you we don't do pixel to pixel, so don't use that one ever. There's strict, so that's the one that's run by default. And there is content. So the content one basically goes colorblind and verifies your app, the app's content and not the color. So for example, if you had like customizable profile colors or, you know, things like that, then you can use content. And then the one that does the dynamic is layout. So this allows us to say, okay, I just want to test the layout of this, not the content. All right, so let's run this test again after we have changed the order of the books. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. It's funny, you never know how like demos are gonna go. All right, so what this is going to do, this uses AI in a different way. So it looks at this screen and it basically finds the pattern between the pattern on the page. So notice that passed, and if we look at this, yeah, I want to go. If we look at this, we can see here that the cucumber book was the 3rd in the 2nd row, and then we changed it to be the 2nd in the 2nd row, and it still passes because we said just verify the layout. So what AI is doing is looking at the page and determining a pattern here. So I'm imagining that pattern that it gathered from here is, okay, we have these squares. They are this much width apart. All of them seem to have some purple rectangle in the upper right corner with some white text on it, some big image here, bolded text followed by not bold, you know what I mean? So just kind of finding the pattern, and if anything breaks the pattern, then it will flag it. Now, just to show you that I'm not tricking you here, you can preview this in other match levels. So again, the default is strict. So if we were to do this in the default, it would have caught that these books are not in the right order. But since we're doing layout, it ignores the content. All right. So pros and cons again, right? None of this stuff is just like foolproof. So the pros of this are, of course, it's very dynamic, right? So you can really do a lot of testing with this, even in the cases of you know, when you don't know what the data will be. Some of the customers that use this are places like news outlets, like I said, Twitter, because they don't know what the headlines or what the stories are going to be. So this is perfect for that. The con is that it's not looking at the data at all. For example, even though I switched the order of this book, what if I left the titles on the wrong books? It wouldn't catch that, right? So I use this sparingly. It's very powerful, but I use it sparingly, mostly if I'm going to do something like a smoke test or something like that, or if I'm going to just want to make sure that the API layout is nice and I'm going to verify the data of everything, maybe via API calls or something like that. So that's how I utilize this dynamic content feature. All right. Let's see. So this is passed, so we don't have to do anything here. Now I'm coming to the dashboard every time. I just have to stress that just to show you this stuff, but I don't really have to go to the dashboard ever unless it's like a failure that I want to investigate. All right. Okay, there's one more thing I want to show you. So testing one UI is painful in and of itself. But then having to test across multiple different browsers and viewports and devices, all of that stuff is really painful. If anyone has written tests, cross-platform tests, you know it's like a nightmare. You have to keep up with all of the different elements. And okay, this is in a mobile view, so now I have to click the hamburger menu. And you have like all of this conditional code and stuff like this. So it's really painful. The worst part of it all is probably that the return on investment is really low. Because just as I've described earlier in this talk, if you are using functional testing approaches for cross-browser, cross-device, cross-viewport testing, then you're not likely to catch those visual bugs that love to live in these different viewport sizes. So fortunately, Applitools has also rolled out the grid. It's called the ultra-fast grid, right? It's a visual grid that does visual testing across all the platforms. So it's really slick. And the way that it works is you write your code just one time. Forget all of the conditional statements, forget all of the different elements. You just write your test. Let's say I'm just writing for desktop Chrome, right? The test that I already have there. So I write that test and I say, check my window. And what it'll do is it's going to grab the state of my application when I call it. So I do all my actions and I say, check it. It'll grab that state, meaning it's grabbing the DOM, any other resources like the JavaScript and the CSS and everything, and it's going to blast it across all of the configurations that I've specified. And I don't have to have these systems. It's going to do that in the cloud as well. So it blasts that across all of the different configurations, and it runs those in parallel. So it's really quick. And the best part I like is that it's not running the steps all over again, since it already has state, right? So if I were, say my test needed to create a new user and set up their profile and, you know, do all of these actions and give them permissions and yada, 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 I don't have to run all of those setup steps across these different things. That's not what I'm testing. Call me when you're ready to test. I'll grab that state. Your user doesn't have to be on this device. I have the state here. Let me grab it, and then we can do your testing across all of these things. So it's really, really slick and innovative. So I do have it. Let me show you. Let's see. So I've run this. Maybe I should have showed you the code. Let's show you the code first. So I can just specify my configurations here. So I'm saying basically I want to do Firefox in Chrome in like 800 by 600 and also big desktop 1200 by 800. I also want to do iPhone and landscape and portrait and also Galaxy in those views as well. And then here are the tests. So I run it, it runs, and then I have screenshots for all of those different configurations. And it tests that for me. Magic, right? All right. So that is visual testing in a nutshell. Really powerful stuff. This is just a tip of the iceberg of things. There is a free plan, so you can sign up for this. It's not a trial. It's forever free. So you can sign up for this and utilize it if you want to. And yeah, it's really powerful. You can do things like if there was a failure, you can do like a root cause analysis, and it'll show you like what exactly changed in your DOM or your CSS, so that you can pinpoint the bug right away. Integrates with Jira and all that good stuff as well. All right. So what questions can I answer? Are there any questions?
Yes, there are plenty of questions,
Okay.
ranging from kind of low level, like how does it deal with this, to higher level stuff. So these might be not completely in order.
All right.
I mean, some of these as well, they were asked at the start of the talk, so you may have actually answered some of them during the presentation. But I think it's worth reiterating them anyway. So for example, what happens if a book is just a few pixels too big? I'm guessing the question is that a failure case or not?
Okay, so if the books, let's say that, well, let's go to a different one. Let's go here. Okay, let's say that, I want to give you one where you see two. All right, so let's pretend that this was beautiful and this was like a couple of pixels higher or something like that. That would fail, right? Because it's not the same. It doesn't look the same anymore. So it'll fail, basically be an unresolved state to say, is this what you want? Now, let's say that is what you want. We've made the books a little bit bigger now and it has changed. to say that, okay, this is how it should look from now on, you just simply click the thumbs up, and that will save this as your new baseline. And also you can scope this to everything. For example, let's say the title of this application changed, right? We don't want to go through all of our tests and update this. And, we can just say, okay, yeah, this is the new title, click thumbs up and apply this to all my tests. And it'll automatically pass all of those as well and create new baselines for those as well.
I mean, this does seem like a really good blend between, so when you're writing your tests, you're writing Java code and testing in a kind of like almost unit test kind of way. And then you have this this visual thing on the back end. So it seems like a really good blend between the sort of code level stuff, which I've seen before with like Selenium, and then the pixel level stuff that you were saying, like this is the pixel level stuff just doesn't work because it's too fragile. So it's really interesting.
Yeah.
And so there's a bunch of questions, I guess, related around that to some extent. Where does visual testing lie in the testing pyramid? And I'm assuming it means by testing pyramid, like integration testing versus unit testing and so forth.
I had this at the UI, so it verifies like desktop apps, not desktop apps, but like web apps and mobile apps. So I have this at the UI. I saw someone write a blog post that really kind of put visual like above and added like this new layer to the pyramid. I don't know if I would go that far. I would say this is right at the UI level. It's just another tool to use at that UI level.
I mean, I'm assuming with a lot of these tests, they are full integration tests anyway. You've got like the back end or at least some sort of stubbed thing. So they're never going to be as cheap as a straight unit test. There's always going to be some cost associated with it.
Exactly. And the thing is, we often talk about not having so many UI tests, and the reason for that is they're expensive to write, to maintain. They can be fragile. This kind of takes away some of that burden, right? So it's not so much I have to write anymore. My tests are now a couple of lines: do the action, take the do the verification, and then it's giving me more coverage, right? I have much more coverage than I had before. So what I usually recommend is don't go like wild with these visual tests. Sometimes people will get a hold of it. It's like, check all the things on the UI. No, do your proper testing at the integration level, at the unit testing, but throw in a couple of these just to make sure everything looks good. Because as I tried to stress in this presentation, all of those different applications that had broken, they could have had amazing integration in unit tests, right? But at the UI level, it still was awful. And that's because, visually it wasn't being checked.
And I guess this kind of ties into this as well. I'll read it verbatim in case I misunderstand it if I try to reword it. What is the benefit of removing basing tests like counting elements? Can't we use both techniques for more robust results?
Yeah. So that's what we did. That one probably came early. That's what we did in this one, where we said scope it down to the element and then also make sure that it's only 2, right? Now, if we were to do this full window, it doesn't really make sense to do any more assertions on that. I like to say a picture is 1,000 assertions. And that is so true, because it's already going to make sure there's 2 books. It's already going to make sure the title is right, the image is right, the price is right. All of that stuff is kind of encompassing. So visual testing, I think of as like a superset of functional testing. So if you're already going to have it covered by the visual test, it doesn't make sense to add another assertion unless you're scoping this down. So what I've done here in this example is I've scoped this to the element level. So I could be missing. I added basically a little bit more unintentional blindness. So with that blindness, I need to cover it in some other way.
We have a bunch of questions, kind of more, I guess, infrastructural around the library. Like, for example, can you use the eyes library on premise?
Yes. So, like I mentioned, there is a free account for this, but if you do on-premise, of course, you'll need to upgrade for that. So, some of the customers are like banks and health institutions, things like that. They don't want to use the cloud, so they do have on-premise solutions.
That makes sense. And it says, what is Applitools built upon?
What does that
That's
mean?
I don't know. It seems very broad. It might be related to the next question, which is what ML framework does Applitools use internally?
Oh, okay. Don't get me to lying about this. I can't answer that right off. But there is a talk from our CTO that goes into like all the depths of how AI is used and what algorithms we're using and all of that stuff. So his name is Adam Carmi, Carmi. So if you just Google Adam Carmi on YouTube, then you should be able to find that talk if you want more information there.
Right. I think this kind of overlaps with what we were just talking about with the testing pyramid and stuff. I wonder about the cost benefits of these visual tests. I expect they would require maintenance because of the changing nature of front end. Are there tips as to when to start using them?
Yeah. So I love the flexibility of it. This is what I usually do. In fact, this is why I wrote this. So I wrote best practices guide for visual testing. That's on the Applitools website. And I basically talk about like how you should do it and when you should do what, right? So not so much how to use the tool, but contextually, how should you set and structure your test? So I prefer to do the window. That's my go-to. But then I will mask anything that I need masked. And you can mask it programmatically or from that dashboard. So for example, when I do my mobile test, I'll say ignore this region, right? And I'll say ignore the status bar. You give it the locator, and I'll say like always ignore that, for example. And so that gives me a little bit more stability. I don't have to worry about the test failing because of that dynamic nature. If there are any like advertisements or things like that on your page, something that's always changing that you don't really necessarily care to test, you can also ignore those regions. Or if you want to make sure that it's there, you can do the dynamic testing. So test that it's there. I don't really care what the content, but make sure that it's there and it looks okay. You can do that as well. So you can mix and match these techniques. It's really, really powerful.
I think that's the most interesting thing here to me. I haven't done Selenium for a while. It's been like maybe 7 years or so. So I'm a little bit behind anyway. But I liked Selenium because you can write like, proper Java-driven tests, but there are, like you said, there are some weaknesses with it. And then when you're doing the sorts of visual testing we've done before, it's like, oh, it's kind of either or. I mean, it's all or nothing, one way or another. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of cool, the fact that you can say, look, ignore the title bar instead of having to think about it in terms of a graphical point of view.
Yeah. Exactly.
So there's another question which is kind of related, I guess, or you may even have just really covered that, but it says, which approach is best for visual testing, page object model or screenplay model approach of testing?
Oh, we're getting into the drama now. Okay, so I'm a little bit biased because I've done page object for most of my career. So that's where my strength lies. Screenplay, I've seen like a lot of good information written, by people like Anthony Marcano that talk about how screenplay is a better approach and kind of uses the solid patterns and things. I've tried it out. I mean, it was okay. It didn't feel very natural to me. And more so, my concern was on the scalability of using such a design pattern. But I've talked with some of the people who, like Jonathan Wright, and some of the people that are really involved in developing the tools around that pattern. And they assured me that it scales very well, but I've not done it at, a large scale. I've done a couple of tests with it. So I can't really say which one is better.
You just have a preference, yeah. That's fair.
Trisha, did you see I fixed my brace so that I wouldn't annoy you?
I didn't notice that because you managed to fix it so it didn't annoy me, so I didn't notice it. That's my visual blindness there. Thank you. Someone else earlier on today, who was it? I think it might have been Nikhil. He had the braces the way that you liked it, and I was like, no, too much space. Will there be ApplyTools integration in IntelliJ either native or via plugin in the future?
Oh, that's interesting. Trisha, maybe we should work on that.
Maybe we should.
That would be nice.
So there's no plans at the moment, is there?
There aren't any plans, but we'll take that as an item to consider.
Perhaps people need to, if people don't want it, they can create an open source project for this, and they can get them to look at Marit's talk about how to contribute to open source projects.
Look at that.
It's a full circle full circle conference today. What else? Oh yes, this is a good question. Will the sample code be shared? Is it in a repo somewhere?
I do have it in a repo somewhere. I also have, okay, so my GitHub is GitHub, Angie Jones, that's my username on GitHub. And I have a project on there for visual testing. I also have, so I told you all I'm Director of Test Automation University. I didn't explain what that was. It's a platform with free courses on all things testing. And so I have a course out there. I think it's like maybe an hour or two, and it teaches this as well. So if you wanted to play with it with some guided help, I will be your instructor and guide you through all of this stuff with some more depth to it.
That sounds great. That sounds fun. Another comment. Oh, it's apparently aimed at me. Selenium, I like to, but thinking about Cypress. Trisha, your thoughts on this? I don't know what Cypress is.
Okay, so I play with Cypress, and I like Cypress. I like, again, bias because Selenium is what I grew up on, but Cypress was cool, and a lot of developers like it, but it's JavaScript only. So if you're a Java person, you'll need to get your hands dirty with some JavaScript. And I actually had to do a conference, a JavaScript conference, and I did this talk with Cypress. So that was fun to do, but yeah, use whatever you want. I don't care what people use as long as they test their code. That's my stand.
There are any more tools out there for doing this sort of thing. I think when the sort of tool market started to open up, I don't know, like I remember when I was doing Selenium, maybe 10 years ago. That's really terrifying. You have like JUnit 4 and Selenium, but now there's lots and lots and lots of tools. But it doesn't mean that it's either or. It's because it allows us to do a lot of different types of testing and a lot of different types of ways. And then of course the answer is, well, it depends. What are you trying to do?
Exactly.
There is a question of does ApplyTools have any competitors? But I'm guessing that you don't want to answer that question. No, there are no competitors.
I will answer that question. Yes, there is Percy. There is like a Screener.io. There's Backstop.js. There's a couple of them. I will say this though, since you asked, right? We're the best, right? ApplyTools is the only one that's using AI. All of the other tools are using pixel to pixel. So they're using the dated approach to doing the visual testing. And some people have found success with it, though. There's some, that are open source that people, some people just enjoy using open source tools. So use whatever you want, as long as you're testing your code. That's my motto. But I will say that a lot of our customers come to us because they've tried these other approaches, and the pixel to pixel is just so flaky and so difficult to maintain that they want the more sophisticated solution.
Thank you so much, Angie. This is a great talk. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
We are at the end of our conference. Mala, I'm surprised actually. It doesn't feel like 10 hours of conference. Although you look like you need to get some rest.
That too, but yes. So first of all, let's thank all the viewers and all the speakers. It was an amazing day. We learned so much. So I learned so much from all the great speakers. So much of topics to talk about from amazing speakers.
Yes, it was really good. It's great it's nice to, it was a little bit like being at a conference. I know virtual conferences are not really the same, but to sit here and listen to what people have to say, especially on topics that maybe, like I like the testing talk because I'm a bit behind on visual testing. It was really good to learn that stuff.
Absolutely. That was something which was, of course, as we don't work on the testing side, and visual testing is something, it was new to me, and of course interesting because Angie has a completely different way of presenting. She makes it so engaging. The examples are simple to follow, though, but still relevant. That makes the topic so much more easy for any person who's seeing to understand. So that really makes a lot of difference.
I don't really have anything to say on the wrap up. But I did want to say a quick thank you, particularly to you, Mala. You really worked hard to put this day together. You did a great job in collecting the speakers and getting everything sorted, and of course the team behind the scenes who don't want to be seen, who are doing a lot in terms of running the stream and doing speaker coordination and all the stuff that we haven't done. I just thank you, Mala, and the rest of the team for doing this. It's been fantastic.
Thank you so much. I guess as a team, we all rock.
We do rock.
So we say bye for the day.
I think that's a wrap. I think it's time to say goodbye.
Right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.